PUBG sports fans, I'm your PUBG sports guide, Annie, and I'm here again with Paper Thin.
Hey guys, what's up? Paper Thin here, excited to be back for another episode of the PUBG Esports News Show.
So today we're going to talk about the upcoming PUBG Continental Series Charity Showdown.
Yeah, exactly. These are the events that all of you fans and players at home have been looking forward to. Top tier international PUBG competition is happening again.
So I'll briefly explain what the PCS Charity Showdown will look like, from organization to schedule. PUBG Continental Series Charity Showdown is a series of global events happening in May 14th through May 31st. Teams from each region will compete for $200,000, with $100,000 of that pot being donated to a charity of the winning team's choosing. PCS is divided into 4 regions: APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America. APAC will take place on Thursdays and Saturdays for 2 weeks, starting from May 14th. And Asia will take place on Fridays and Sundays, starting from May 15th. PCS North America Charity Showdown will be held for 4 days straight, starting from May 21st. PCS Europe Charity Showdown has a slightly different structure, starting from group stage for 2 weeks, and the best performing 16 teams will be advanced to the finals, which will take place from May 29th. PCS Charity Showdown for all regions will be provided with English broadcasts through Play Battleground's Twitch channel, and also various languages in each regional channel. Don't miss our first 2020 global event.
Guys, we are so excited about these events. Not only will it be intense PUBG action, but it's for a good cause as well.
Yeah, so let's see how participating teams are shaping up from each region. So let's talk about APAC region first. A total of 16 teams will be participating in PCS APAC Charity Showdown. 6 teams from Vietnam, 5 teams from Thailand, 1 each from Indonesia and Philippines, and 3 teams from Oceania will be competing in this region.
Yeah, so most of these teams qualified based on their performances in their spring regionals. However, there are 2 teams we should note coming into this that were invited directly to this event: Division X from Vietnam and Myth from Thailand.
Myth was a very popular team in early PUBG sports scenes. But even with Duckmans, they weren't doing that good in regional qualifiers like regional leagues. But recently, Homeboya moved to this team, and I think they'll show a great synergy together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another interesting thing to note about this particular region now is that Oceania has moved over. Originally, Oceania was going to be in the Americas qualifiers for PGS Berlin. Due to the global circumstances, that wasn't able to happen. So we've moved them over here. Really, you should keep your eye on this region though. They are a very strong region. They've competed against these other teams before in events like Onslaught Season 3, and Fury Australia actually won that. So definitely a team to keep your eye on.
Asia includes China, Korea, Japan, and Chinese Taipei. And similar to APAC region, Asia invited 16 teams, and most of them are teams that have qualified for PGS Berlin.
Exactly. Korea, Chinese Taipei, and Japan all had their qualifiers before the announcement of the cancellation of PGS Berlin. Otherwise, you have China, which just recently completed the PCL, including 4AM, who we talked about having some struggles earlier, but now they seem to be finding their groove again.
I know. 3 teams out of PGC top 4 teams are participating in this region, which means this region will be the most competitive region.
Yeah, exactly. This is a really competitive region. Definitely, I think, the most competitive between the 4. Of course, you have the rivalry between Japan, China, and Korea. I still expect Korea to potentially come through. They've been strong for a long time. Of course, Genji and OG and Entis are there. There are 4 other teams that are very good that are going to get their first taste of a big international stage. And I'm really excited to see what they can do.
One interesting point is that Chinese Taipei teams are competing in Asia region. They have been competing with Southeast Asian teams mostly these days, but now they moved to Asia region, and I think this will be one of the watch point to check out. 16 teams will be participating in PCS North America Charity Showdown. 8 teams who made it to the PGS Berlin Americas qualifiers were invited, and rest of the 8 teams will be decided from PCS Charity Showdown qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. So we have 8 more slots to fill there. It's going to be the round of 16 coming up. By the time this is aired, the round of 32 will already be done. Guys, you can check out the round of 16 on May 16th and 17th. That should be some really intense action because only half those teams are going to qualify for the main event.
So I heard that there are a lot of team changes going on in North America.
Yeah, so there's been a couple different team changes in terms of their names, some player changes as well, but we'll just go with the names first. So let's start with Yahoo. You guys remember them? They've been Oath for a while now, so they're Oath. If you remember, they've been doing really, really well in the 303 competitions. Team 303 used to be Team Classic, so now they are 303. You're looking at Inquisition becoming Livid Gaming now. And then the final big one I definitely have my eye on is Genesis is now the Sonics. They got picked up by that team, so they're definitely one you gotta keep your eyes on.
When it comes to Europe, 24 teams will compete starting from the group stage. And the best performing 16 teams will advance to the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. So 10 teams are already qualified based on their recent performances. Another 14 get a chance to compete in regional qualifiers to get to the event.
So West Europe has 7, East Europe has 4, and MEA has 3 slots. And in total of 14 slots will be filled by qualifiers.
Of the 10 teams that have already been invited to the event, I'm really interested in a few of them. Of course, FaZe and Liquid, some of the big names are already there. But we should definitely keep an eye on TSM, which is basically the old WTSG now. They have been moved over to that new team. The other one I'm really interested in is Navi, Natus Vincieri. They have been really, really good as of late. They were lights out at the Europe qualifiers for PGS Berlin. So these guys definitely got to keep your eye on them. Senya's been leading the way.
PCS Charity Showdown will kick off starting with APAC on May 14th. Can't wait to watch our global events.
Yeah, this is our first chance this year to have a global event, so you guys really do not want to miss this.
So this is it for today, and we'll be back with more PCS Charity Showdown news.
So stay home
and watch PUBG Sports.
Did I just do the worst thing in the world, Jordan, and have myself muted for that entire thing? Unfortunately, this is a home broadcast. For those who aren't aware, we are at home rather than the studio. Unfortunately, these things potentially do happen. But what I will say again is welcome to PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. Fortunately, Jordan, this is a bit of a light teaser to the show rather than the full broadcast that's yet to come.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously a good start. Love to see it. But great to be back to cast some PUBG, of course, Xenox. You know, it's been a little while. I don't know how long it's been for you, but for me, it's definitely been quite a while. So yeah, definitely looking forward to getting stuck into not only the show matches, but the actual matches later on tonight as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, it's been since the PGS quals, which, you know, sort of just touching on PGS and what was going to be PGS Berlin, obviously cancelled. And it's unfortunate. It's just one of those things, obviously, during the current climate that we are in, Jordan. Before that was PGC. So actually, it has been a while since I've casted. And I think for yourself, it was probably the AUS Edge at LAN from last year. So for you, it's been a very long time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like 5-6 months sort of thing, maybe even a little bit longer than that. But yeah, having kept an eye on things and, you know, seeing how PUBG's been going lately, I'm looking forward to sort of seeing what's going to come from this tournament, and then hopefully if we get to see a little bit more in the near future, I suppose, when it comes to all these changes that have happened within the APAC region and beyond.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, coming into tonight, it's a new region that has been created specifically for the PUBG Continental Series, PCS. It's the APAC region where we're going to be seeing a lot of SEA now combined with Oceania. Typically in the past, for those who don't realize, we are Australian commentators. Usually we've got our own little thing going on down under. And in this case, now it's all merged with SEA. So for this particular tournament, we've got 3 Oceanic teams that will be playing technically in the Southeast Asian region, which will be interesting. Before we get to that, though, as I mentioned prior, this is a bit of a teaser event. The games will begin in roughly an hour. We've got ourselves a show match, Jordan, that we're going to be bringing on very shortly. So right now, we're going to bring it up on the screen. Fight for the Queen. I'm just going to talk about this for 2 seconds. Basically, we've got a show match between Thailand and Vietnam. That is going to be 32 versus 32. It's going to consist of a mix of streamers and players from what I'm aware of, what I've been told. So for the most part, there are, I think, around like a 50-50 split. Haven't quite looked at it entirely. But it's 31 males and 1 female on both sides. And it's why it's called Fight for the Queen. Jordan.
Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting concept, isn't it, right? We've never really seen anything like that. In any sort of PUBG esports kind of a setting, but it could be potentially pretty fun. Like, I mean, obviously, aside from the fact that no one's ever sort of played this kind of a format before, you could potentially see some pretty interesting stuff. I'm kind of keen to see how teams are going to go about, protecting the Queen or potentially kind of chasing down the Queen, trying to find the Queen on the other team and try and finish her off. Like, it's a very sort of strange concept, right? Because when you think about PUBG as a whole, you kind of look at it and you say, well, it's a lot of teams of 4, but now it's 2 teams of 32. So, there's that all out the window as well. So definitely a lot of crazy stuff going on with this kind of concept. But interesting to see whether it's going to sort of throw any curveballs for us, whether we're going to get to see any like, super aggressive plays that are sort of just essentially try to go straight for the Queen, or if we're playing a little bit more passively, trying to play a little bit more protective, I suppose.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's in the name, Fight for the Queen. Whether it's Fight for the Queen or Protect the Queen, as you said, defense versus offense. Winner, chicken dinner, which is what WWCD, 10 points for the win. Queen survives, is an extra 10 points. I believe that's when the Queen gets a kill. It's 5 points per kill for the Queen, and when a pawn, which is what the name, I guess, is given to the male players, is 1 point. Again, I do just want to reiterate, this is not part of the actual competitive side. We've got those games coming up after this show match, so this is not included in those games. I just think we should probably just make sure we reiterate that, Jordan, for later on after this show match.
Look, I would just put it out there. I think it would be a bit unfair if Thailand and Vietnam got a bunch of extra points from the show match, so I'm glad to hear that, Xenox.
Yeah.
But as far as I understand, we're going to have a show match next week as well. I'm not sure if it's the same thing as the one tonight. Yes. Is it the same, or? I'm
not sure if it's the same. It might very well be, but you're right. We do have one more next week. So, of course, for the format, the PUBG format for PCS APAC is going to be, of course, tonight, which is the Thursday night, and then we've also got the Saturday. So it's technically 2 games in a week. So every quote week that we open up, there will be a show match to kick things off, I guess you could say. So hopefully this will hype it up.
One.
I don't know if you've heard that one from me.
That's what I've heard.
This is the players that are playing in it. You might recognize some of the names from the Southeast region. Duckman, for example. Everyone, I think, globally that watches competitive PUBG knows Duckman from both PUBG Nations Cup, PGC, of course. So he is on, I believe that's Thailand. Yeah, Thailand TH. Yep. Easy one, Xenox. Thailand Agon?
I'll go with Agon.
You got Blade Core and
Agon,
Dagger.
Blade Core, Dagger, yeah.
Like Agon Targaryen?
Axe, Blast, Cancel, and Dream for Vietnam. So it's like, I don't know, they've gone with like these cool names.
I like
Maybe
them.
They just made them up. But how does this work, right? Because these are like squads. I guess these are the squads within the teams, right? So I don't know if like maybe these are like mini teams and you're only able to talk to the guys that are in your squad. because like when you think about it, a 32 versus 32 is going to make for some pretty hectic comms.
Mm.
So maybe they've sort of put them into like different little squads, and they've sort of made it a little bit easier that way.
I mean, that would probably be the most logical point, Jordan. You are a smart man. That's why you're here. But as you can see on the screen, the two queens, one is Unicorn for Vietnam, and for Thailand, it's Newies. I believe that's how to pronounce the name. But
Yep.
yeah, you're right. It's going to be interesting because I would imagine there has to be a way, though, that the squads of Thailand don't fight the squads of Thailand, because I feel like that would defeat the purpose of this format. We haven't actually seen this format in action yet, so for those watching at home, we're all going to be going through the fun together, and that's what it's meant to be, a bit of fun, hype up the tournament a little bit, especially for, I guess, the pride of these two nations, Vietnam and Thailand. Obviously, there's a lot of players from both Vietnam and Thailand that are going to be participating within this tournament. Jordan, some streamers as well included in that. So for them, it's definitely a lot of pride on the line. I would imagine. I mean, from my own perspective, if this was like Australia versus New Zealand, I'm protecting that queen. Like we are going to win. You know.
Can I then ask you, if, in that analogy, if we're playing Australia and New Zealand, obviously you're on Team Australia. Who's your queen?
You put me on the spot there, Jordan. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure who
It
the
was a
queen would be.
perfect opportunity to say Nick 101.
Nick 101 would be my queen. Well, I mean, for his sake, I'd hope he would be participating. If he's the queen, it means he did something really bad in the qualifiers.
Yeah. But okay, so let's think about this from maybe like a tactical standpoint, Xenox, as to how you might play this game out, right? So you've got these 4 squads on your team, right? And one of them has the queen in that squad. So theoretically, if you have that squad be the protect the queen squad, what are you doing with the other 3 teams, right? Surely they're the ones that are kind of going out and looking to try and find the frags and fight the other team.
I mean, you could make a decision to either keep, say, an extra squad, so you kind of split half and half, is what I'm going with here. So you have 16 basically huddling around the queen, form a perimeter around the queen, and have the other 16 go and find information on the other queen. Because there are incentives in this format to go and get those kills, but also for the queen to get kills too, Jordan. So in the mind of Thailand, maybe if they realize Vietnam's playing super defensive, maybe just send the queen with like this perimeter of players around her and just let her just mow everyone down.
I think that's way too high risk, though. Like in reality, when you think about how easy it can be to get picked in a game like PUBG, particularly if you're in a game where there's 32 other people on the enemy team trying to shoot you. Like imagine how difficult that's going to be to survive if you're actually in the thick of the engagement. Like I think the way that we're going to see these teams play is that the queen is going to play very, very safely. They're going to kind of hide in a house, or they're going to hide, somewhere that you would never expect to see them from. And then you're going to basically see everyone else trying to go and hunt around for their opposition. Quite frankly, I think this is actually going to go quite late game. Like I think we're going to get a very passive start. Everyone's just going to be looting up, same as what you would normally see in competitive PUBG. But I would say that you'll definitely see a very slow start, and then from there, once the circle actually starts to shift and once that circle starts to get smaller, that's when you're eventually going to see these teams actually end up fighting. Because as far as I'm concerned, if I'm trying to protect one individual, I probably want to keep as many of my forces alive into that final circle, which is where that one individual is going to be most susceptible. I want to keep people alive up to that point, because if you're in like a 10-on-5, say, for example, right in that final circle, you just don't win that.
You've really put a lot of thought into this, Jordan. I'm questioning whether or not maybe you've played this format before somewhere along the lines. You've seemingly got a playbook written up, ready to go. Maybe you should offer some coaching services for fight for the queen. I agree with you, though. I mean,
more than happy.
Whenever you've got something such as this and it's never been played before, there is no, I guess, right or wrong way. It's just sort of play it out, have a bit of fun. Whether you want to be aggressive or not, it just goes down to that risk versus reward. You see it in any sort of competitive game, right? PUBG's got its own risk versus rewards in the competitive side of things. Some teams play a bit more defensive, some teams play a bit more aggressive. And I think that this is probably something that we'll see between the two of them. Hey, maybe they will just, both nations will just sort of just run at each other and it'll be a slaughter fest. Who knows? Or we could have a turtle and they both sort of just huddle on the opposite ends of the map and no one does anything.
Yeah, look, it's going to be
hopefully
case,
there's a mix between the two.
Yeah, I mean, but like there could also be a thing where you kind of have your maybe your weaker players. Like as you've said, it's more of like a split between professional players and content creators and community figures and whatever. So maybe you have
Mm,
your community figures and your streamers and what have you being the quote unquote defenders, because in reality they don't necessarily have to do as much as if you were maybe on the aggressive. And you have your pro players for whatever respective side you're on being the ones that are kind of trying to get a little bit aggressive, trying to sort of thin out the numbers a little bit and find the queen and finish her off. Because like I think it's probably a little bit easier to sit in a building and try and play a little bit defensively rather than to try and play offensively, where you might actually need some of those fundamentals of the game, of like how to push and when to push and where to push,
mm.
and you just kind of need to be relying on your aim there as well if you're playing a little bit more aggressively, right?
The other thing to note as well, of course, is that doing the home broadcast, we don't us as casters don't quite have as much information from everything that's being set up. So we are kind of just playing ear by ear. It does seem like we're about a minute away or so, Jordan. So I mean, I don't want to generally at this portion, when I say we've got about a minute to get into the game, I ask you for your predictions, at least in our usual broadcasts.
Okay.
Back in the studio, back from last year when everything was normal. But it's kind of hard to ask you that question here. What I'll ask you is, what do you think we're going to see here? You threw up all of the analogies, you threw up your playbook, you thought about how this game is going to be played out. What are you really expecting, though? Just chaos
Um,
incarnate?
if I'm being honest, I've actually always looked at the Thai region in FPS in first person shooters as quite a strong region. So if
Yep.
I had to like actually throw out a prediction here, I probably would go with the Thai region. I feel like they've got quite solid teams in not only in PUBG but in a bunch of other games as well. So I don't know. I just feel like they have this good, solid sort of ground, just in FPSs in general, that might be able to get them over the line here today. So look, I'm going to throw the ball in with the Thailand court. I know that some of the Vietnamese teams that have actually managed to make their way through here to PCS are actually quite good as well. And some
Mm.
of them have actually outperformed some of those Thai teams in some of the sort of Southeast Asia competitions that we've been
Yeah.
lately. So it's kind of a bit of a toss up, but yeah, I'm throwing my hat in with the Thai teams.
And of course, obviously, we'll talk more about those teams from the competitive side of things as we move forward with the night. But for now, we're going to be getting into the show match here for the PCS Charity Showdown APAC region, Vietnam versus Thailand, 32 versus 32, Jordan. And as we said before, one of those for both 32s is our queen that must be protected at all costs,
Yeah.
or if she wants, she can be aggressive and 5 kills. 5 points per kill, of course, if she elects to do so.
Honestly, we're already starting to see a bit of a difference in how these two teams are going to approach the game. You can see the Thai roster, the Thai team have kind of gone for two separate splits, two teams of 16, I suppose. Whereas the Vietnamese squad, the Vietnamese gang have gone essentially all together in toward Pachinki at the moment. And they're sort of spreading a little bit further across the southern part of the map. But yeah, very interesting to see both different sort of analogies and ideas. And I guess for the Thai squad, when they do go for this kind of a strategy, they do need to kind of be careful that they don't get sort of overwhelmed in a way.
I think it's also fair to point out this. While there is a bit of competitive nature to this, it is also, I think, just a really nice, fun way to sort of kickstart PCS, something a little bit more lighthearted, Jordan. While there is that competitive drive, especially for those who are from Thailand and Vietnam, they're going to want to win this and have a bit of fun, and potentially also it's a bit of decent warm up for the games to come after this. As we see Duckman on your screen, he's going to be the one that I know more than anyone, and I think that's fair
Yeah.
considering what he's been able to achieve overseas. As we will be getting our first circle over the Gatka Fields, and gives us a nice little split of the overview between the teams from Thailand and Vietnam. And I will say, Jordan, right now, Vietnam very much centralized, whereas Thailand's spreading out.
Yeah, definitely. And I actually wonder, like in Pachinki, given there's so many players there from Vietnam, is there actually going to be enough loot for all of these guys? Like, I wonder if they've sort of
I
increased the
actually
loot
don't know the
even
loot
further
setting.
than normal.
I mean, you would think that
Weird,
they would have had to have increased the loot setting, right? Because you're right.
surely.
Actually, no.
And not
I
only
mean,
that,
if
but
you spread out
also
well
how many
enough,
vehicles
if
are
you
there?
spread out well enough, I think it's fine.
Maybe.
Well, there'll probably be a lot of running on foot, I would imagine, or you'll have to really fill up those vehicles. You can't just take one for yourself, that's for sure. If you find a Darcy,
Right.
you can't just take one and sort of let everyone else run. You got to fill it up. But yeah, the loot settings, obviously, I would imagine it might be comp settings. That's just a complete guess. but we'll see how that, of course, plays out. So a lot of Armory Gaming, it seems, on this roster of 8, which again, I would imagine they're just 8. From the looks of the way that they've dropped, even though they're 8 in game, they're still connected as a 32 to
Yeah, definitely.
sort of confirm that.
But that's where my question then sort of comes, like, are they playing as like mini squads, or are they all just running around as a big team of 32? Because I do feel like there is some merit in the idea of trying to sort of strategize it a little bit by putting your individual sort of squads, I guess maybe IGL'd or in-game led by like an individual in one of their squads, and sort of trying to work it that way, like how you might actually really set up a battalion or something like that. I mean, I'm not so up there with my military terminology or anything like that, but you'd have your like squad leaders, and they'd sort of all interact with each other, and then from there you'd get the hierarchy down to the squad, and obviously the queen would be at the top, sort of overseeing all of the strategy and that kind of thing. So I think could be bit of an interesting thing if we were to see like more of this kind of concept in the future. Obviously, as a one-off, you're probably not going to go that deep into the thought process. But actually, as we see on our screen for the moment, Unicorn here from Vietnam that's the queen for Team Vietnam. She's still sitting in Pachinki.
I was about to say, I wonder if you'll see sort of like always at all times a bodyguard on each shoulder of the queen, like the CIA. Like they've just got like always at all times there's 2 people that are on top of the queen, making sure that if for whatever reason someone starts shooting at her, I know it's pretty early on, but they can sort of just take the bullets. So they dive
definitely
in, take those bullets while the queen gets out.
I reckon you'd want to have a little dedicated couple of players. Yeah, like I said, maybe a dedicated whole squad, 7 other players that are sort of in the same vicinity of the queen, maybe just in the same town or something like that. But I guess again, we have to wait and see once we do get further on into the game. Now, if I'm being honest here, like based on what I'm seeing on the map and what I actually saw, and I think what the teams would have seen as well when they dropped, is that the Vietnamese roster right now should probably know that the Thai team kind of dropped a little bit more to the north and a little bit more to the east of them. So if you're really wanting to play safe with your queen, you want to drop her all the way down into the southern part of the map, and it's unlikely that there's going to be anyone from Thailand down there.
Yeah, potentially. I think also if you're Vietnam, you want to make sure that you don't get wrapped on. If Thailand continue to sort of just envelop Vietnam, cause them to stay within Gakka fields, and then sort of just corral them from all 4 directions, I think you might see Vietnam start to lose their way a little bit. Bad guy's going to find a crate, MK14. Now, is he the bad guy or is he the good guy, Jordan, depending on who your allegiances are to, Vietnam or Thailand? Watertown flooded with Thailand players as they continue to loot up. And I'd imagine really that's what this first phase and probably even the second phase is going to be all about. Or potentially the second phase will be when we start to see teams, squads, countries start to rotate and make their move, I guess.
It looks like everyone's actually fairly looted up. I've just been having a look while you've been sort of having a bit of a chit chat there and seeing what kind of utility and loot and weapons in particular everyone's got. And, we're seeing a lot of decent weapons. We're not really seeing anyone running around with any like Mac 10s or anything like that. Everyone seems to have armor. Everyone seems to have head armor. It looks like is team damage off?
I don't know, but shouldn't have that done damage? I swear that hit him.
I mean, it must be, right? It must be. If that happened, team damage must be off.
Is that just to stop someone from running over the queen accidentally throughout the madness of 32 people all surrounded by each other, or potential nade splash damage?
I guess when you're in a team of 32, right, there would be a very high likelihood that you might be shooting some of your teammates by accident. So it wouldn't actually be the worst of ideas to have turned the team damage off.
Duckman has to be careful, but no surprise to see him on the front foot early for Thailand. He has spotted a few of the contingency of Vietnam. Oh, shots, Duckman on the Subang. And that's a good way to open it up. Of course, sort of the international star from Thailand picks up the first knock, although easily falls off the roof, gets the revive from Mazino. Oh, that was quick too. Did you see how quick that revive was?
Definitely some crazy stuff going on. Some different settings, that's for sure. I do like to see Duckman's trying to get a bit aggressive here, but you know what? I actually do feel as though you might need to be a little careful. Like if you're one of these pro players, I guess there are a large majority of pro players on both sides, but if you're a pro player, you might want to be a little bit careful with your life as well. Like you don't want to throw it away in the first 10 minutes of the game, and then have it come down to the queen sort of fending for herself toward the late game. So maybe if you're a little bit more of one of these established pros, it does pay to be maybe a little bit more passive than you might have been in some previous games.
Yeah, potentially. I think you're right. But at the same time, you also need players like Duckman sort of leading the front, getting those initial knocks, turning them into frags and being aggressive, leading the way, and potentially even making those calls as to where to rotate, where to position, and how best to protect the queen. Neotica just looking for information around Everest. And, well, considering how many people, of course, are on Team Vietnam, it is littered with players already. Neotica has to be careful if he continues to drive up there.
So far, so good. No one's actually fallen yet. Certainly a lot more engagements actually in the early game than I thought we would get, as JS cops a couple of bullets. Like I said, I thought we would actually get a fairly passive sort of style to start this game off, but that certainly does not seem to be the case. Well, I do like what I'm seeing here, though, from the Vietnamese roster, in that they've taken control of Everest, which is actually, not going to be a bad idea, right? Because you're going to be able to get a lot of information there for the ground troops, I suppose. You can take this as a bit of a scouting post and comm that to the rest of your squads.
And I will say, Jordan, in terms of doing something similar to this, in terms of this format, I only just remembered, but we did actually, for the Australian region, have a State of Origin, which was about 2 years ago. And while it wasn't 32 versus 32, it was about 10v10 times 5. And it was actually quite interesting to play out towards the end, where high ground did, in fact, become very much what you wanted more than anything. You've got so many players that you're potentially looking at, 32 from Thailand. So for Vietnam, getting that high ground, you're going to have a much higher chance of being able to find those Thailand players around the map. Minute 27 or minute 24 now until we go into phase number 2, which is when I expect to probably see a bit more rotations come out. Looting's done now, Jordan. Now it's time to move around.
Already, the Thai squad does seem to be a little bit more aggressive just in general than the Vietnamese roster. So I think when you're talking about moving around looking for some opponents to fight, it definitely seems like the Thai squad are keen on doing that.
Oh, he hits these.
Not bad. Not a bad couple of shots. Again, it's going to be very difficult to kind of flush early on in the piece when there's 32 players. There's always going to be someone that's going to be looking for that res.
So there's Unicorn for Vietnam. The Queen has got Lynx and PNG Hung close by in the Gakka fields, still looting up. You definitely also probably want to feed gear to Unicorn. You find, I'm not sure, find a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, all those sort of really big important items. You might as well just hand it over to her. Say, come over here, or you pick it up and bring it to her. 10 seconds till phase number 2. And you can start to see Vietnam really spreading out over the Gakka fields and Everest taking control, the center of this phase 1 circle. But now we go phase 2. Do we go north or south?
Ooh.
More central, more onto the Gakka fields. But fortunately for Thailand, Jordan, there's a contingency coming in from the south.
Yeah, there is. I mean, look at where DMG, right? He's so far away. You talk about contingencies, he may not even be able to get back into the circle. We'll see what ended up happening for him. But yeah, it's weird, really, isn't it, here for Thailand? Because if that sort of squad toward the south doesn't actually manage to get anything done, if they get traded down effectively by the Vietnamese rosters, then could be very difficult, I think, for the Thai squads up towards the northern part of the map to come over Everest and get into the zone. But it's going to be important, I think, yeah, for these guys down here to the south that we're having a look at right now to actually get some good, solid work done. And they might just be able to do it as well if they can sort of catch the Vietnamese teams off guard.
Still no kills yet from either nation. Thanawat played, if I remember correctly, for Thailand in the Nations Cup. That was a while ago now. Shots towards Vietnam. But definitely, Jordan, it's going to be phase 3 where we really start to see the full firefights between these two nations take hold. The question is, obviously, numbers are going to matter. If you've got, say, a squad of 8 holding up a position, and then maybe 2 full squads of Vietnam come crashing in, it's going to be really hard to hold that compound if you don't have the numbers with you. Vietnam look like they've got 2 full squads here together versus just the 1 squad of Thailand. They push down. Thanawat finds a knockdown onto Nikki, though, as we come back to him. Just the 1 nade. I do wonder, though, nades are going to be a very impactful resource as well for this sort of exchange. Probably more so towards the end, though.
Well, I think for now, Vietnamese squads are actually taking a bit of a beating, and I do wonder how many medical supplies there are to go around. We've got a glider out in here as well. Love to see it. This is going to be great for scouting too. You know, I am really starting to draw some parallels between like real life military warfare and this 32 versus 32 PUBG game, right? Because you have aerial superiority, which is going to be very important in gaining information.
Isn't he just going to get shot out of the sky, though, Jordan? If he flies anywhere remotely close to Vietnam, he's going to have like 10 people looking at him and firing.
Look, that's information in itself, Xenox.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but you might die for it as well. Greedy having a shot for Vietnam. How much take in that glider? I love to see it, though. It's certainly interesting, and as you said, the amount of information he's going to be able to find. Look at everything below. He can just literally call all of this out and say it's all free. That's insane. Especially if the circle continues to come down south. Thailand might be able to pinch Vietnam here in the Gatka Fields. Back down to the ground troops, though. And in some way, Jordan, it feels like you've sort of got the Marines, you've got the Air Force. I wonder if at any point we might have some Navy coming in as well.
Well, I'm not so sure we're going to get too much luck in that respect when we're sitting in Gatka Fields, but perhaps something for, you know, like if, for example, we were on Sanok or something like that, where there's a lot of like, rivers through the middle of the map, you know, you have a naval squad as well. Could be interesting. I still got to say, though, I think the Vietnamese team have actually been pretty lucky with the way that the circle has shifted. I assume we'll get to have a look at the map fairly shortly, but it just does seem like they have got a really, really good control of like all of these premium compounds in the center of the circle. And it's Thailand that's going to have to cross this massive field to kind of try and get into that position. So unless the Thai players kind of frag out, I think the Vietnamese squad are going to win by virtue of the fact that they've gotten better positioning right now.
It's time to push up. It's time for some moments to arise. Just moments, though. Only walks inside to be met by JJ Leo's headshot. Knocks him down. Yonggao's got the nades for the entryman from Thailand. Scott is going to be knocked. Boston is not far behind either. And the ringing of the nades rings out at this compound in Gatka. Both sides are just throwing everything at this, literally and figuratively. And with the M249 on Gunsun Fair, that's going to make it so much easier for Thailand. They're literally, Jordan, just throwing numbers at this compound. That's how they're going to win it. And that's what I said before. If there's 8 people holding a compound, just throw 16 at it.
Exactly. They actually need to take some of these compounds, the Thai squad. And I really love the decisiveness that they've pushed in there with. I mean, you've got Vietnam in control of chopsticks, but in reality, what does that matter when they're completely surrounded? And now we see the circle shift going back up to the north, right onto where the large majority, the large portion of the Thai team is. So this has actually worked out perfectly for Thailand.
They're like military strategy incarnate. What? They've completely pinched Vietnam. They've got the high ground towards Everest side. They got it from both sides now. And that initial push got them 4 kills to the 1. Only losing 1 player throughout that entire exchange, Jordan, which was ex-Scots. But the M249 did so much damage. Now we're about to see some more action here, but I don't think it's going to go the way of Vietnam if they pull up, which it looks like they're going to be able to only achieve here. There's nowhere else to go. Time to make their own push, see if they can wipe out any of the players from Thailand inside of the compound.
Unicorn.
And it looks like, again, though, it's still going
push as well.
It is just carnage. Vietnam are now throwing their weight behind this push. They're throwing the numbers here. Nui's... Oh, the Queen is in this push, Jordan. This could be disastrous for Thailand. If she goes down, the nade's thrown in, she runs out. 7-4-L1 got the damage. She sprays back and she does get a kill. She gets the knockdown. That'll be 5 extra points compared to the 1 point from a pawn. This might work out. Unicorns here, though, for Vietnam as well. Nui's is knocked. She's knocked down. The Queen is down. Oh, Thailand, it was looking so good. Unicorn Can she find some kills here, Jordan? The nade is thrown.
I think that Newies is just about to get flushed fairly shortly. The rest of the Thai cavalry are starting to arrive, those Xenox. Have a look at that minimap. They are rolling in hot. The Vietnamese team are
Unicorn's
set up
down.
pretty powerfully.
Dead.
Unicorn is dead, but I think Newies might be as well, although maybe the Thai roster has arrived just in time to save her. Holy cow, look at that kill feed.
They have come to the rescue. They didn't, I don't think Vietnam realized when Newies was knocked down, and they have just literally done everything they can, Thailand, to get over to her as soon as they can. The quick revive, obviously part of this game mode, only 3 seconds for the revive. Thailand are slaughtering Vietnam. Literally, Jordan, this is just one-way traffic between these two teams. 20 kills now for Thailand, 27 to 11 remaining, and of course with Unicorn down, the Queen is down as well for Vietnam. The rest of them are all just huddled up in this house. This is ridiculous how one-sided this is. Thailand are going to just win this by obliteration. This is
all you have to do is throw nades, and they are going to be absolutely cooked. There's going to be nowhere to go. Look, the fire's in there, and the Thai roster are just charging in as well. Like I said, I think the team damage is off here. So you just throw your mollies in, you throw your nades in, and you follow up with that by just throwing numbers at the enemy, and that is just utter decimation.
Wow.
27-0 left alive, and I guess we know who won that one, Xenox.
Well, no question, no debate. Winner chicken dinner. It's certainly going to go the way of Thailand, both for the game and for the show match. There is no head count required, no kill count required. We know the winner. Thailand by an absolute length of the Flemington Straight, that's for sure, Jordan. If you don't know what that is, it's a very long racetrack. That was so interesting to see from Thailand, though, that they were able to pinch them, rotate more accordingly, whereas Vietnam sort of just huddled in the middle of Gatka Fields. That got them into a lot of trouble towards the end. But how quick that sort of went from maybe 4 kills in 15 minutes to the game over by the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to me like whatever the Thai team had done in the lead up to that, you know, as far as preparation is concerned, was a little bit better than what we saw from the Vietnamese roster. You know, it did seem like the Thai team had very established communication and very, very good calling, right? As soon as the call was made, everyone was in there. They were sort of all on the same page. I felt like for Vietnam, it was a little bit more sporadic, a little bit more all over the place with individuals sort of doing their own thing a little more so than going with the team. And for the Thai squad, it really seemed like all for one and one for all, whereas for Vietnam, it was, very much more individualistic.
It's more like none for all for Vietnam. They just got slaughtered. What was interesting, though, was they were actually the ones who got the knockdown onto Newies, beginning what would turn out to be the final exchange. They couldn't capitalize on that. They couldn't actually eliminate her. And then Unicorn was, of course, part of all of that. And as soon as Unicorn was down, Thailand just swarmed her, got the kill. And from there, at that point, they just called everyone over and said, hey, time to finish off Vietnam. I think they ended up surviving with 27. So they only lost 5 people in the end, did Thailand. 5 people to 32. And a large portion for that was just also the fact that for Vietnam, they're all stuck inside of the house, getting literally burned to death with the Molotovs and the explosions from the grenades too. So look, that was quite fascinating, Jordan. I won't lie, that was entertaining for me. I mean, I hope that for maybe those Thailand players now going into the competitive matches to come later on in this broadcast, it might just hype them up that little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got some really solid teams from Thailand as well. So, you know, I think that can be a little bit of a prelude as to what we might actually get when we do get into these legit esports matches, Xenox.
Yes, the legit esports matches. Well, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, on the other side will be those legit esports matches.
Get a kill here, shall we? Oh, I would love to see it, Memo. Do it. Do it. No way!
폭감 3킬.
복감은 3킬! 폭이 없죠 근데? 자, 하지만 나는 근접 최고의 스페셜리스트 언더다! 간다! 와! 우와! 1라! 와! 오지엔의 투수!
É contra o seu parceiro de equipe Memel, Nandinho.
A granadinha.
Olha a granadinha do mistério. Tacou. O quê? Lá em cima. O quê?
little bit more time to develop here in El Azhar than the one did in Monteviejo, but KJ
Great angle for KJ to hold, knowing full well that over to his west, he's gonna get another big plays here coming from Sadie's to Noardra, but they are absolutely dominating. They get another one.
さあこちらはエレメント36移動中ではありますがどうだ
Hello.
どうだ
와! 김건희! 90픽! 설마요? 와! 김건희! 자, 일단 HVZ já avistou o primeiro, tá metendo. Toma cuidado, avistou o primeiro, meteu bala, já conectou. Acertou o MG1, tá quase pegando o Magnata. Nossa, que balaça. Pegou o Magnata e agora são 2 jogadores somente da equipe 14. O HVZ agora aqui. Olha, o Senna tá metendo bala ali. Foi pra bala. Quem que ia cabecear a bala, Nandinho? Era ele mesmo. Era ele? Então tá aí, HVZ. HVZ! O squad. Double kill!
No need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex. They can ride my Wonder Wheel. That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro. Yum, yum. Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster. Oh, no. Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing, you would rather go extinct than to ever leave.
yet been able to find their entry into this circle wildcard. Oh, sharp shot! You see swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞춰거든요.
자, 기절을 못 시켰는데 고각수류탄 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각수류탄.
자 위로. 오우. NN. 자 이제 하나 더. 와! 슈퍼 플레이 나오네요.
진짜 울트라.
You guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company as vehicles just come rolling. No, not Pudgy! What? He lived somehow, some way. It's a world shot. This is chaos incarnate. Microphone gets taken down his
厉害！这个厕所里面有人，但是他不知道一
哎呦，打了个
飞身
屁股。
进去。
哎呀，好痛！这种角度真的很痛。
关键是他还是背着进去的，这是倒车入库。
背刺达人国良，
最后他
兄弟又来一个补吗？
补
一手扔到底，
补的话
没子弹了，还有12发，哇！
啊，第三个人呢？
你在干什么呀？
여욱 선수가 좀 혼자 남아있고 여기 살리고 연막 쪽으로 소리 들렸죠 방금? 여기 있나요? 지금 불편한 동거를 가든 아니 몰랐어요.
Have the numbers, which is starting to come back on the side. Stacy's just holding the angle. He does go down from some good shots from McCoy. He jumps out of the building. His grenades go through. He spins back around on this angle. Steps around back behind him. Picks up another one. All right, McCoy. I see what you're working with. Happy birthday to you. And he picks up a fourth.
I'm trying to throw the pan. They're trying to pan him. They're actually trying to pan him. They got him! H3 got him!
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through and he'll find himself getting knocked from
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Hygwin. Hygwin, the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不免推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第一支、第二支、第二支、第三支，连串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar's in the boom. Oh my god, he might go down.
Let's see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini Fuzz in. Oh my word.
とそしてリラックス取り特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンです下手投げグレネード一旦効果出て当たってるセドポロダウン裏回って降りて外側2人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目全部取れるか倒したカバーマリア
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to him. He's gonna fly.
Welcome back, everybody, for the PCS Charity Showdown for the APAC region. My name is Jake Brown, also known as Xenox, joined by Jordan Mays, also known as Elfish Guy. The show match is done, and as Jordan liked to so put it, the legit esports will begin now. We've got 5 games coming up tonight to kickstart what is going to be hopefully a lot of fun, Jordan, over the next 2 weeks between all of these teams in the APAC region: Thailand, Vietnam, rest of SEA, and Oceania.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be fun to see. You know, it might be a bit of a taste test of what we might get in the future as well from what's going on in PUBG here in APAC. But definitely looking forward to seeing how some of these Aussie teams, obviously not being a biased cast or anything like that, do go against some of these teams from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite biased that you already mentioned that, so good on you, Jordan. Lovely to have you here. But what we have seen, I guess, in recent times is a league called the Onslaught League, which did at least give us a preview of quite a few of the teams that play tonight. And, of course, in this tournament for PCS, I believe in season 3 of that, there was about 10 of the 16 teams. So a really good preview. And we had 2 of the Oceania teams participating in that. One did really well and won the whole event, and the other not so well. But one thing that we sort of realized in a lot of the preparation for this event, Jordan, is a lot of the teams in this region haven't quite been so stable over the last 2-3 months. Basically, since maybe PGS, there's been a lot of downward trends and a lot of upward trends in terms of some of the teams performing well and poor coming into this event. So I'm excited. This is a free-for-all, essentially, in terms of who can come out winner. It's hard to sit here and say, we'll do our best to say who's going to win this. I think we'll have more of an idea by the end of Saturday night.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that kind of makes sense when there's been sort of a lack of anything but really sort of domestic competitions to take a look at and to compete in as well for these teams. So, you know, when you look at some of these matches in the past, you think, okay, well, there's a real chance that some of these teams are able to kind of put similar results on the board to what we've seen in the past. But I think with a lot of the roster changes that we've been seeing coming through as well, you know, it's quite difficult to predict indeed.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the schedule and some of the teams as well that are going to be participating here for PCS APAC. Of course, the regions themselves, Jordan, Vietnam, Thailand, making up a large portion of the teams that are going to be playing in this tournament, which is why we had the Vietnam-Thailand Showdown. Oceania, or Australia, however you want to call it, also part of it, along with Philippines and Indonesia. Hope I got that right. My flag knowledge there, Jordan?
Yeah, I think you're pretty on the money there. Vietnam, Thailand, Australia, Philippines, Indonesia. Yeah, sounds right to me.
Yes.
Definitely overweight, of course, with the teams from Vietnam and Thailand. So there's a lot of representation from those 2 regions. But we've definitely got some really solid teams from those 2 regions in particular. I think outside of them, you know, you'd probably be looking at some of the Australian teams maybe to perform. For the guys from the Philippines and Indonesia, you know, they have had some reasonable performances of late within this sort of domestic kind of competition. But I wouldn't be saying I think either of those 2 would be running away with the victory if you had asked me that, Xenox.
No, certainly not. And obviously, I think needs to be said, but, you know, this is, of course, Asia Pacific rather than Asia. There is another category which has the likes of Korea, for example. So just in case anyone's wondering, where's Korea? You know, this is Asia Pacific. Generally known as Southeast Asia, usually in its own right, but obviously a combination of a couple of new nations joining, most notably, of course, Australia. And as for how these teams qualified, Jordan, the Australian teams, of course, they are directly invited as they had qualified for the Americas LAN for PGS. That was subsequently, of course, cancelled due to the coronavirus. And for the other regions, some of the teams actually qualified directly to PGS Berlin, whereas the others then were, say, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good sort of spread, how we've gotten the teams from, you know, each respective region. So definitely looking forward to seeing how some of these teams, you know, again, in respect to the fact that they mostly don't tend to play against each other all that much, do go against each other today.
Exactly right. We're going to have a look at the prize breakdown as well for PCS APAC. And it is a little bit different than usual. $200,000, but $100,000 is going to be donated to charity based off, of course, the winning team's choice in the name of all the participants. And, of course, then $100,000 is what has been left to then play for the rest of these teams, Jordan. So $100,000 for the players. The winner then, of course, gets to donate an extra $100,000 to charity.
Yeah, definitely think that that's a fun way to sort of split things. You know, either way, you come out of it with something, and then you also feel good about giving money to charity. So you know, it's a little bit of a departure from like some of the previous charity tournaments that we've seen. Not necessarily in PUBG, but oftentimes it's just money for charity or it's just money for the teams. But this is kind of the best of both worlds, I think. So that's pretty fun to see. And I would be interested to know what actually all of these teams will be marking as their charity of choice should they win the competition. I wonder if we'll get some more information on that perhaps later on down the track.
Hopefully we will get more information on that later on the track, as you said. It is going to be a 2-week event. Obviously, we've got 2 nights per week. And it's not just the Asia-Pacific region, it's a multitude of regions. North America, Europe, Asia are all going to be playing their various PUBG Continental Series tournament over the next coming weeks. So it's going to be interesting to see sort of everyone playing at once, just at different time slots. So that I'm very much happy with. But going back just slightly to the charity thing, you mentioned that it's usually either, a full-blown charity event or a full-blown competitive event. I think having this best of both worlds scenario, the players' sake, of course, they're playing for themselves, but then also that extra notion that if we do win this event, not only do we get a bit more money, but we also get to donate to charity, which is always nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good for the players, when you consider that they are also giving up their time and they're sort of putting their efforts in to get something out of this as well. I'm kind of totally on board with that. I don't see any reason why anyone wouldn't be on board with that as well. So I think it's really good to see from a player's perspective, particularly given that there has been a bit of a lack of PUBG events lately for some of the teams in this region. To be able to have something to play for again, sort of just builds that competitive drive rather up once again. So I think that's really great to see.
Yeah, certainly. And I think now, as we just sort of, before we get into our first game of the night, maybe just sort of go over some of the teams, some of the notable teams that we have here. I think one of them that definitely sort of caught my eye is Fury Australia. I know that obviously, a bit biased in this, but they did win Onslaught Season 3, which, as I mentioned earlier on, was something that had about 10 of the 16 teams participate in it. To win that event, was good signs. They didn't then play in Season 4, but they had themselves a really nice run there. And I think that for a lot of people who don't know, the Australian teams are actually quite stable and are able to bring form from one tournament to another. Whereas what we've seen from some of these Southeast Asian teams, Jordan, is, as I said before, upwards, downwards in the various tournaments that they have been playing prior to this PCS event.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, I guess to touch on the Australian teams before we do dive much further in, I guess it is a little difficult to get an idea of how they will end up playing in relation to some of the teams from Thailand and some of the teams from Vietnam, because we really don't get to see them play against these kinds of teams all that often. Obviously, noting that Atletico is probably the biggest name of any of the teams that have come here, obviously, with the performances that they were able to put in last year in 2019, going internationally a few times. I think most people will kind of recognize them and sort of expect them to have a pretty good performance in this particular event. But for Fury, you mentioned how they performed in Season 3 of Onslaught. I do have the caveat there that they were playing with Luke 12. So that's, I guess, a little bit of a question mark then as to how things are going to go once they revert back to their new roster, because we know how good of a player and as an individual Luke 12 normally is. And obviously they didn't end up playing in Season 4 either. So it's definitely quite difficult to get an idea in more recent times of how they've gone against some of these teams from Thailand and from Vietnam as well. So I guess really it's just the start of many kind of competitions that we hope to get to see these teams playing against each other in.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. I have had word that we're not quite there just yet, but we'll continue to just sort of go through the list, podcast style for now, Jordan, until we get into the first game. So bear with us here as we continue to wait for game 1. But I think rather than go to a break, we should just continue to just go down this list of teams, and have a look and see where we kind of sit. Made in Thailand, I wanted to sort of touch on, of course, from Thailand. Now, they were specially invited for the PCS APAC event here for the Charity Showdown, Jordan. They finished 11th in the regional series qualification for PGS Berlin. From there, they added Homboya, which was part of Purple Mood Esports, if I remember that one correctly. So decent addition there. They've got Duckman on their team. You can never really count them out, but yet, even with Duckman on the team, they underperformed in their qualification. With the rest of Thailand, they've got some decent teams there now. Q confirmed, Golden Cat from a couple that I've seen doing well in previous tournaments. But Made in Thailand is sort of the big name in Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of these Thai teams, when they did play in OSL Season 4, performed really, really well. You have already mentioned Q Confirm, who came first in that particular event in the grand finals. Day Trade came first in the group stages of that and third in the finals. So, we've got some consistent performers there. Not to mention Golden Cat, who also had pretty good performances back in Season 3, but seem to have sort of fallen off a little bit now that we've headed into Season 4 of OSL. I think one of the interesting things here is Q Confirm have made that roster change. They've taken Job Jab out and they brought Jowman in around
That's the
April,
name, Job Jab.
middle of April. Yeah, it is around mid-April, and since then, they've gone from sort of 16th, 15th in the OSL Season 3 to first and second in OSL Season 3 during groups and finals. So I'm not really sure whether or not it's just down to this one roster change or what's happened. They've definitely done something pretty good. So definitely seems like it's working for them recently.
I mean, it's interesting you bring that up because the team that Jowman left was Day Trade Gaming, and while they didn't play in Season 3 of Onslaught, they did have a pretty important season in Season 4, where, as you said, finished first in the group, placing in a third overall in the finals, and that was the team he left. They picked up Mighty. I'm going to have to go with that one there. But that is interesting that while he's left that team, they've actually improved. So both teams really coming out on top with those changes. Over to Vietnam, though, Jordan, Division X Gaming were the special invite. We don't have a whole lot of information on them. Apologies for those watching from Vietnam, but they didn't play in any Onslaught League, so they definitely have no experience against these teams besides any potential scrims that have taken place in the last couple of days. But we don't have much information about them other than they were specially invited. But for the rest of the Vietnamese teams, a couple of first places and second and third places throughout this roster, but it seems to be Cerberus Esports. While they did slightly underperform in Season 4 of Onslaught League, they have probably been the best performing team from Vietnam over the last couple of months. That includes the Vietnam series where they finished first and they qualified to go to PGS Berlin.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking like a solid contender. I guess some of those results in Onslaught Season 4 probably a bit more interesting. Does sort of lend it to maybe looking towards some of the other teams from Vietnam as well. Good stuff from Divine and DIC Gaming as well. They sort of struggled. Phoenix Gaming did pretty well in Season 4. So I think there's a few names here in the Vietnamese region that you can kind of look to have a pretty good performance, but Cerberus rather up the top of that, I would say. It is again, kind of difficult to say given the fact that we don't see too much from these teams of late, and again, a lot of the roster changes have come through before this event. So I don't know, kind of what we saw from the show match does lend me to believe that maybe the Thai region is going to be just a little bit stronger and kind of outperform Vietnam, but that's maybe just a little bit of an assumption, and sometimes that is going to be incorrect.
I mean, that's half of your job sometimes, Jordan. This is a human thing, so that's all right. We'll forgive you. Down to the Philippines team, Archangel Predator. They come in as the only Philippines team. A little bit of experience playing in both of the Onslaught tournaments that were played out. Now, this was part of the rest of SEA series that was originally for, again, PGS, Berlin. They qualified, they won that, and they actually were going to be heading off to Berlin as well. And in second place for that rest of SEA was the team from Indonesia, which was Victim FTF, or was it From the Future, I believe. I remember seeing that's what it's called. And they also played in both of those Onslaught leagues as well, actually doing rather okay, 7th and 11th in those two. So I think we're going to get some competition out of those two from Philippines and Indonesia as well. They probably won't just be sort of left in the dust. They're not going to be forgotten about. I think we'll see them definitely try and play up to the Vietnam and Thailand and Australian teams.
Definitely looking toward Victim FTF, I would say, between the two to be the more competitive. I think we've seen some pretty consistent results from them. If not towards the top of things, we probably see them sort of sitting in the middle of the pack. So, I guess the fact that it is only a 4-day competition, there is a possibility that they have 1 or 2 really, really good days. And we could potentially see them sort of run away with an interesting result. But if I had to make a guess, I'd be saying I think they probably sit in towards the middle of the pack. Obviously, there's quite a few teams that you'd probably put in that category, but for being the only team in this competition from Indonesia, I think it's pretty respectable, you know, if they're able to compete quite solidly.
Right, well, we are going to go to that break. When we come back, hopefully we're going to have match 1 of the PCS Charity Showdown APAC region for you.
The car is going to be coming right here, and we are just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up 2. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the 3rd. What a hell! Oversprayed. Dropped over the roof. It's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the 3rd kill.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, here for PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. We are very, very close to getting into our first match of the series. Thank you all for bearing with us here. Jordan, I'm very much excited to get into the game. It feels like it has been forever, but we're going to get there in what hopefully is seconds.
Yeah, I mean that'd be awesome, Xenox. I love to see some PUBG coming out here, and looking forward to it. We've been waiting a little while, and I guess the sooner we get in, the better for all of the viewers who would, I'm sure, much rather be watching the game than us. But I think you've been asking me a lot of questions, Xenox. Right, all right. So now it's my turn. Okay. Before we get into this, how are you feeling about this matchup? Obviously, because I know you're from the Aussie region, same as me. How do you feel about the Aussie teams going into this one? Do you think they're going to compete, or do you think it's going to be all the teams from Thailand and Vietnam kind of taking the cake?
I mean, I definitely think we're going to see a lot of competition coming out from the Aussie boys. I don't want to harp on them too much. We are, of course, an unbiased stream, Jordan. And we'll do our very, very best to do the unbiased things. But look, we do still have to speak about them. They are still part of this series. I think they'll do very well, especially Atletico. Look, we haven't really actually spoken too much about Atletico, but they've added in a very, very good player, very experienced player in Linksy as well to this roster. And while he's not quite Luke 12, he's probably the closest thing you're going to get. He's also not Australian, he's New Zealand, so I can talk about him. And here is the other Australian team, Sweet Soul, getting the Australian region off to a perfect start with a nice flip of the UAZ. But we are finally into match one, Jordan, here for the PUBG Continental Series Charity Showdown APAC edition. We're going south early. Of course, we get a nice, delicious circle. The driving skills, leaving a little bit to be desired.
Well, I think in that instance, Basil was trying to run someone over, so you can kind of forgive him for driving straight into a tree. Just trying to put some early points on the board. You know, we are into the important matches now. All of the show matches are done and dusted, so it's time to get serious and time to put some of those big points on the board. But either way, we did just see that first circle shift all the way down south, so I'd imagine a lot of teams going to be looking to get over to the military island fairly quickly here.
So, Cerberus Esports, Haisaki, Subang, Bad Guy, Basil. We spoke about them in the pre-show. Well, it was a very long pre-show, but it was a pre-show. And certainly want to keep your eye on for Vietnam. If you've noticed, of course, all of the teams do have the little flag icon as well in the lower corner of your screen, lower left, just to give you a bit of an idea as well for those at home. What region that these teams are participating from? Duckman going to make the early push for Myth, which is, of course, made in Thailand. Homboya has joined this roster with Minoru and Esquilusha. I think we've got that one nailed down, Jordan.
Yeah, I think you nailed that. I was just trying to figure out how I would say that if I had to, and I think you've got it in one. But Duckman's obviously a very well-known player. We've seen him a lot in the past, and we've seen him playing internationally as well. I know you're a big fan, Xenox.
I mean, I think if you're a PUBG fan, you're a Duckman's fan, that's for sure. We've got some interesting, I won't say action, but a predicament down in the military base for Creatori Esports. And unfortunately for just 1405, he has got an unexpected visitor, 6 sacks from Gold Cat. I love the pictures, by the way, Jordan. I've got to say, they are awesome. The pose from 6 sacks, I'll give that a 6 out of 10. And I'm sure he's going to find this kill here.
Well, he's definitely being very sneaky. He certainly does not want to give away his position. 1405 seems to be having some troubles walking straight, but he's getting along, getting some of that looting going on. Maybe changing one of his settings or something like that. 6 sacks definitely very aware that he is here, and I'd say 1405 right now, no idea what's going on. You can see Tong K has come over as well to help 6 sacks out as well. So I can only imagine this is going to go poorly for 1405.
I love the tongue twister, though, that's embedded in that name as well. Tong K is going to pick up the skill onto 1405. He just seems like oblivious to this as well. Tong K gets the kill.
Well, I guess that's
6 sacks did most of the work, though.
Yeah, he did. But like when you consider the fact that this is day one of this tournament, a lot of these teams probably don't play against each other all that often. And so they probably aren't too, aware of where everyone's drop locations are and how they rotate through the map and where they loot and that kind of thing. I would say it's not too surprising to be seeing teams run into each other early on in the piece. in game one.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you've got a lot of teams that haven't played against each other, as you've reiterated, and because of that, you're going to have drop locations that might cut away from where you usually drop. There were some scrims for this, though, so, I mean, typically
That's
you don't
true.
get too many games, but the idea is that you can kind of just get a bit of an idea as to where you're going to be dropping. Divine Esports going to be pushing into the military base. Of course, we do have the South Circle. And imagine the SEA teams are going to be feeling that this is going to eventually shift back over the military base, even though it is out to the western side of Sosnovka Island. Tonkay is just going to vacate the area with 6 stacks. And luckily for these guys, it's not 32 men running at them. Or 31, I should say. From the show match earlier. I gotta say, if you did miss the show match, guys, go back and give it a watch. It was quite entertaining, especially towards the end. Thailand coming out on top, 27 alive to 0. They won that convincingly. As we look at DIC Gaming, 74R1, JJ Leo, Tony, and Anquan. They also had a recent roster change with Smell leaving the team.
They did. And I believe he actually ended up on one of the other teams that is in this competition. I can't remember the name of the team, but he's in there somewhere. I saw him in the in that show match. Tony gets taken down. Gems to pick up the frag there for QC. And Q Confirm, as they would actually be known, is one of the, I'd say one of the more interesting teams coming into this competition. It looks like they might actually have a little bit more of an engagement here as well. Svit and JJ Leo very close by. But yeah, Q Confirm, they did pretty well in the most recent Onslaught tournament, so they could actually be a fairly solid contender here.
And a fairly solid chance they'll find the frag onto JJ Leo from DIC, unless they just leave this compound alone. Svit might end up doing that. He's actually going to just rotate away, group up with Gelman and Gems. I don't dare think JJ Leo's going to take the shots. He'll play it quiet, sit still, make sure he doesn't make any noise. That's the only play he's got right now for DIC. It's a decent compound to have, though, and I suggest he's probably going to have Q Confirm around this compound for at least the next 10 minutes or so, Jordan, so he better get comfortable in that position.
Yeah, definitely not a fun position to be in either for DIC, not only because they've lost Tony, but because JJ Leo is fairly isolated now as well. And it's unlikely that he is going to be able to get out of there. You think about that as probably a one and done kind of a position, a one and done kind of a player, really. Depends, I guess, how well some of those compounds are cleared. Looks like Zoidmate here might be doing a bit of scouting. I'm not sure if he's actually spotted out AAP there, but I think he's kind of got a bit of an idea. That is, of course, Archangel Predator, the team from the Philippines. That's a great photo of Zoidmate as well, I might say, while we're just having a bit of a pause.
He's got a lot of good photos, doesn't he? Poochie's going to play the knockdown onto Flood over in the kill feed. I love the different poses. You've got Killer with the thumbs down. I'm not sure if you saw before, but JJ Leo actually had his cat in his profile picture. They trade with Vanotica. 19 cent. Just pushing down this coastline here. Has to be careful. And with Flash there as well, at least for backup, it's 2-on-1 here. Division X Gaming, the invite team for Vietnam. Sapao, MBK, Long K. Sapao, a big player for PUBG Nations Cup. Can't quite recall off the top of my head if he played in PGC, though. And as for Burium United Esports, this is a team I've got my eye on. 2-3 months ago, Jordan, they were probably the best team that would have been coming into this tournament. But unfortunately, that was 2-3 months ago. Noradra was the MVP in the Thailand series. And unfortunately, just in the recent, we'll say within the last 2 months, they've kind of dipped in form. We'll see if they can regain the form here, though, for PCS Charity Showdown as we head into Phase 2. We get our second circle. It goes up north, and that is going to cause the chaos that we like to see. And for those teams that committed to Sosnovka Island early in Phase 1, they're going to be regretting that choice and make their way back to the mainland.
Well, that is quite an interesting circle shift indeed. We'll take now a look at Day Trade Gaming, another fairly reasonable competitor, I'd say, based on what I've had a look at in the lead up to this event. So far looking okay. They've got 1 kill on the board there for Poochius. It's an interesting name to pronounce, but I guess we'll figure it out as we go. Division X Gaming rotating out of Primorsk, though, will not be getting into too many engagements with those guys. And you spoke about keeping your eye on some of the teams, and I think Fury was keeping an eye on things there down towards Milta as well, but they've decided to rotate back on out. Here we go for JJ Leo.
Oh no! Fortunately, the M16 is not really what you want in this situation, although it does still get the elimination onto Jayers. Smokes will come out, but he's obviously got the rest of Q Confirm making their way over. You can actually see in the background DRC getting into their vehicles. Anquan. Just wonder if they're just going to send it over here.
Help.
Yeah. Gems is on that high ground, though, going to get the immediate knockdown. Molotov and Smoke to delay the push. Unfortunately, though, for JJ Leo, his team has been delayed in making their way over. I believe it's only 74R1 remaining. It is. Time is running out, and it looks like Q Confirm will eventually confirm JJ Leo. Although he does have the M416 now, that's going to be a lot better than the M16. They've got to be careful here, Q Confirm.
Buying him some time. He's actually managed to get some healing off here. The bandages and the Red Bull. He's just going to try and put a smoke down for himself, a nade down for himself as well. Keep these guys at bay. I'm not sure how long that is going to last. Surely he runs out of utility sooner or later, and QC is just going to try and breach him.
Well, doesn't need any words in the end. That was always going to be a hopeless effort for JJ Leo. Did everything he really could. I've got to give him credit. Used all of the utility that he had, all of the utility that was available in that building as well. Wasn't enough, and they also lost Anquan technically in that exchange as well to Gems from Q Confirm. So they confirmed 2 in the end. As we look over towards Fury Australia, for those who aren't aware, it's actually the former Incognito roster from all the way back in 2019. For those who maybe remembered the Face It Global Summit. It is the exact same roster. Juxi had a bit of time spent on Atletico. Insight on Team Immunity. There's been a split. They're back together. It's like a boy band, Jordan.
Yep. And they're performing pretty well as well since they've come back together. You know, we talked about some of their previous results in some of the matches that they've been playing. They were actually the first place qualifier from Australia, from Oceania, I guess, for the PGS Berlin finals, or the OS finals at least. So, you know, not bad to see them coming back together, and not bad to see them having the results again, as you would probably expect from a team with pedigree such as theirs. Ferox looks like they're getting into a little bit of an engagement here. That'll be Buriram United Esports that are trying to rotate past them, and it looks like that's gone okay for now.
Lighthouse Circle for Phase 3. I've got to say, it's a bit of a mix right now in terms of, you know, we've picked up 6 kills so far within the first 12 minutes. It's not quite as quiet as I would have expected the first round to be here for PCS APAC, but I guess in hindsight, Jordan, you know, we touched on it at the start. You got teams that are dropping in different locations than they usually would. And it was a pretty rough first circle, then say second phase. I mean, Creatory Esports telling the story right now in terms of how the circles have been shifting. They got the short end of the stick.
Definitely going to be a long rotation for them. Saki might have a chance to find himself an early kill here as he sees a team rotating past him, in front of him. Looks like no luck there. The spray just not quite on point, but I think he's got some teammates. Yeah, Bad Guy actually on the opposite side of this ridge. So they've actually rotated essentially into a bit of a flank here, and CES is surrounding everyone at the moment.
The Esports, see if they can pick up any knockdowns. Buriram United Esports was the team that was being shot at by Saki. Divine have pushed in 3 teams over at Yellows, although they are no longer yellow. Basil's going to get Noadra. There goes the MVP from Thailand. And Buriram, unfortunately, unable to turn their form around here, at least for match 1. Luckily, there are 20 games overall over the next 2 weeks. And Esports, though, mixing things up. Bad Guy is in the precarious position. Fury Australia, though, Jordan, on the horizon. You can see to the top right of your screen, they're going to probably get in the fold as well soon. This is not looking good for, Victim FTF. They've lost entry fragger. He's definitely not going to be getting any entry frags in this game.
Yeah, they've got a few players headed in that direction. I think that's Phoenix Gaming that is pushing in on top of them. It is indeed Hungvo Ditch. And he's found himself actually in a bit of a ditch, interestingly enough. Needs to keep his head
you would say
down
that.
because man is keeping an eye on his position. But in reality, the last player alive for his team, and he's got a couple of Phoenix Gaming players pushing in that direction. As soon as these smokes fade, he is going to be in trouble. A 1-on-2 for him to try and salvage it. He does manage to get the knock early, and now it's a 1-on-1.
They've botched this up here, Phoenix Gaming. Man holding on for Victim. We'll see whether or not... I believe that's meant to be FTF, by the way, not VTF. Seems like that might be a mistake there. And we're just seeing Team Ferox have been completely decimated. Bit of friendly fire there because they had Extreme and Lynxy picking up 2 kills for Atletico onto Ferox. Mishka's not going to be happy. You'll have to start putting the big 0 on the Photoshop.
That's BM Xenox. I don't know if you can go ahead and say that thing about our good friend Mishka. But yes, indeed, he might be a little bit disappointed to see how this circle has shifted as well, because it's gone right on top of Atletico, the team that has knocked his team out. So they'll be happy, that is for sure. DV hanging around. I mean, there's a lot of teams here nearby to them, so it's really a case of who's going to sit tight. Uh-oh.
Well, unfortunately for Hong Vo Ditch, he'll be buried in the ditch. 14 teams remaining, 16 minutes gone. Time for Fury Australia's Waka Gamuk out to join the fray, push up towards the woods. You confirm, of course, have held that compound, but they've also given up the higher ground as well. Fury should be able to take this for themselves. It's a decent push in here for Phase 4. 47 alive, and I probably would say, Jordan, it's going as I expected for at least match 1. A mixed bag between some aggressive plays and some teams that are just looking to play for position, play a little bit safer, a little bit slower, get a feel, see where everyone's dropping, see where everyone's moving. Nice shots from 19 Cent. He's on target, and he takes out Reality. First kill of the game for Division X Gaming. And really, what should be 2 more free kills to follow. Creatoria Esports have definitely not had the start they would have liked. The circle shifted away from them, and as they've sort of landed on the beach, well, they're just going to get taken out, you'd have to think. IQ 500, we'll see if he has got 500 IQ and somehow avoids Division X.
It's going to be pretty tough. The blue is at his back, and he isn't going to be able to sit where he's hiding behind that one rock for too much longer. Now, Division X don't seem to know exactly where he is, but he's got a long run on in, as we see very much the same situation for Made in Thailand, who have rocked up on a boat underneath the bridge, underneath the lighthouse, but actually not going to elect to go underneath the bridge and up through the easier route. They're going for a bit of a swim here.
Hi, Saki. Bye, Saki. Good Meow's going to pick up the kill. And for Cerberus Esports, we kind of gave them a bit of a prop-up early on, Jordan, in the pre-show, and they're falling to pieces here. Bad guy, Basil Remain, inside of the blue. Barium Esports, they've made light of a bad situation after losing a player earlier. Nikki's going to take some pot shots as well. Third party comes in from Divine Esports. That's going to be the knockdown. So much for that good situation. I completely jinxed them there. I feel horrible. Barium Esports down to 1 player remaining. It's Konaxi. At least he's not inside of the blue. It's not looking good still, though, for Basil. Divine Esports, the cream of the crop right now, out of yellows. They're going to be able to push forward.
Well, you always want to be that team that's managing to kind of gatekeep everyone else, because there's a bunch of points on offer, not only from the kills, but the placements once you do get out as well. Bad guy is being a bit of a bad guy as well. He's sitting inside the blue here. He's causing problems for all of the other teams that are trying to rotate on out. And I guess it's the analogy of if I can't make it out, neither can you. For now, CES still sitting in the blue.
Gonna root fight attack onto Levi's, though. This is actually pretty decent for Made in Thailand. Duckman's inside the blue, struggling to make his way in. You can see how low he is actually getting in the bottom left. He's going to die. He's going to drown, or he's just going to go out to the blue. So Myth lose their star player here. Still only into Phase 5. We've still got at least another 10, 12 minutes or so in this first match of the day. Bad guy continues to be that bad guy. Finds a double knockdown onto MC and Levi's, although he's going to be traded out by Turtle, who picks up the elimination after 74-1 from DIC. Actually got the knock. It's stolen, though. Turtle and Nikki The last two alive for Divine Esports. Not inside of the next circle, though, for Phase 5. They will have to move eventually, and Basil's on their back. Over to the other side of the map, where we actually haven't seen too much action. Daytrade Gaming, close by to Atletico. And we've got the rankings as well, Jordan, to our left, so that's always nice to have for what is the current rankings.
Yeah, a few of the teams having lost a large majority of their members. Only 4 teams actually with 4 players left alive here, but taking a look at the positioning here, Atletico seem to be in a nice spot. Extreme, right behind the tree, is going to be able to deal with that rotation on in. He was backed up by Zoidmate. Linksy out on the flank as well, up to the north inside the field. It's a bit of an awkward position for Atletico to play from.
Jordan, that I've got confirmation that it's actually Puchills, or Puchills. I don't know how you get chills from that, but yeah.
There you go. The more you know. It might be something to do with the language.
The W.
Sometimes letters sound different in a different language.
Well, he does go out, so we won't have to say his name at least for this match. Gems gets a knockdown onto Teddy. Linksy from the blue, though, steals man. And there goes Victim FTF from Indonesia. CJ just spraying into the smoke, seeing what it can find. It's actually Killer, though, from Archangel Predator, who gets the knockdown onto Venetica inside of that smoke. CJ just spots Mighty pushing from one smoke to the other. The nade is out. It's the only one he's got, though. 2 kills for Archangel Predator. Can he find any more? Mighty's able to push back, but if he keeps going any further, he's going to run straight into Atletico. Extreme with the barrel, the 3 times. Mighty gets the knockdown onto Zoid, but Extreme is able to get the trade. Question is, can they get the revive on Zoid? Atletico getting pushed on here by Archangel Predator from the Philippines. Jordan, this is not looking good for the boys in yellow.
No, definitely not. Mad Dog and Killer are certainly headed in the direction of Extreme and Zoidmate, but that's a nice one to pick up for Extreme. Unfortunately, at least for him, he's getting shot from a different direction. Third parties everywhere. Archangel Predator will just slow down the engagement and look to get those revives. Extreme did get picked up, but he got knocked back down straight away, and then Zoidmate fell as well. That's the end of Atletico, out in 9th place. And Archangel Predator have actually set themselves up with a fairly nice rotate in, given that they're out on the western side of this map, and there's not a whole lot going on there for them.
Well, in terms of a team who's pretty happy with this Phase 6 circle, it's got to be Fury Australia. The Ferox went out in last place. Atletico just went out there in 9th. Only one Australian team remains. Made in Thailand. Well, just holding out, hiding for now. They'll make their appearance soon. Eagerly awaiting to see when they pop out towards GC. It does seem like Tonkay knows that they're in that position, though, Jordan. MBK, wow, Max Sonus has just lit him up. Can he get the second onto Long K? No. But they've at least got the information that they know they're inside of that shack. It should be pretty easy for them to confirm them at some point.
That said, they're going to have to turn around and they're going to have to be aware of Made in Thailand, who are starting to, I guess, telegraph their intentions. It is going to be a tunnel of smokes that they'll try to use to get into this compound. They're taking fire from Fury Australia, who are very well established in the center of the circle right now and really looking to frag out. And that's something that we see this team really do very, very well. Toward the late stages of every given round, Fury is a team that does like to go aggressive and does like to look for those frags. So you could be very careful, I think, if you're in an engagement with them in a position like this.
On Boyet, just pushing up to the shack. Max Sotis, though, watching the right-hand side angle. Tonkay's on top. Has to be careful, though, playing that sort of position. Any teams with eyes on the location might be able to spot him. Minera's been finished off by Jukesy. And he's going to be thrown out. But Tino's going to send Homeboy out of the game. 7th place for Miss. Sapow's going to be spotted by CJ, pushing down the hill. Now falls back for safety. Gets what he wanted, which was the initial knock. Didn't want to return fire from 19 Cent. CJ does have Killer above him as well for extra help. And now they're going to get into that 1v1. 19 Cent is going to be able to get the knockdown onto CJ18. Tonkay from a long way. He's going to be able to get a tag back.
Smoke's fading.
Just force out the first aid kit.
Not sure how much longer 19 Cent has got here, to be honest. That smoke's faded. He's got players right on top of him as well. But for now, he seems to be okay. Archangel Predator have given up that chase. Although, Calb's turning around and 19 Cent has been spotted. So they are still aware that there's a player on their back line. The blue pushing at his back does mean that he now has to start to make his way forward and will be knocked by Golden Cat. Maxonus from the other side of the map. It was always going to be a tough rotate in for 19 Cent, but luckily, he's still got a couple of teammates that are alive inside the safe zone.
Golden Cat, G confirmed from Thailand, doing well so far in the first match of the day. And we go south with our phase 7 zone. Fury still in. The Golden Cat, now it's just time to flush out 74L1 from DIC, who had a horrible start to this match. If you can find anything here, even just one kill, they'll be happy with that. They've already got the placement points at least confirmed, as they're going to finish top 6. Molotov just to deny entry for now, but it's a matter of when rather than if, you'd have to think here, Jordan.
Certainly seems that way. Going to try and put down as much utility as he can, the Molotovs, just to try and deny any push here for Golden Cat. But if they can get rid of him, they can take control of this warehouse, and that's going to give them actually some pretty good cover into the late stages of this game. See if 74L1 can cause too many problems, though. If he can find maybe 1 or 2. The flashes, though, are good, and they're already in. There's absolutely nothing that he's going to be able to do about that. And a great take from QC.
5 kills as we move over to the other exchange that was happening in the meantime while Golden Cat were cleaning out 74L1. Fury on the top on the northern side. Golden Cat still with 4 alive. Remember Division X Gaming, the 2 members sitting inside of that shack, they're not really a threat. You can see on the rankings how many players are alive per team. Golden Cat, the only one with 4 up. Fury have got 3. The other 2 teams with 2 subsequently alive as well. Fury with that north advantage will have the height advantage as well. But they've got to clear out QC first here, Jordan. That's going to be their primary target first.
Yeah, I think Division X Gaming right now are quite happy to hear all of this fighting going on around them, as long as they are not involved in it. You can see them sitting inside of that shack, hiding away. They're really just going for some placement points at the moment. But Fury are sort of working their way around the northern part of this circle, looking for information, looking for positioning, and they actually don't have a terrible position where they are. A lot of defilade to play with for them. But I think now that the numbers advantages are starting to stack on up, GC looking like they're in a pretty decent position. We'll see where the circle shift does end up going, and it's fairly central. So Division X Gaming, pretty happy with where they found themselves. 4 Horsemen. Also spotted out Fury Australia here as well. So Gems and Jowman trying to put some damage into the Australian boys.
Well, Jowman gets more than just damage. He gets the knockdown onto Jukesy. Gems from a distance, even with the red dot, landing tags. Both Gems and Jowman playing extremely well right now for QC, and this is their time to push up. If they're going to have any sort of time to push away from the blue, now is that time. But it also looks like Golden Cat are going to collapse onto Fury as well. They're going to get it from both sides here. Unfortunate. Both of the Thailand teams are going to push straight onto Fury. The smokes are up, but it's not going to be enough to stop Jowman. He's already picked up 5 kills. He wants to make it 7. Once these are confirmed, it will be just that, and he's got them in a pinch. Only 1 standing for Fury. Jowman gets 1. He gets only 1, though. Well, actually, in the end, he gets 2. But Maxonus is the one who picks up for Golden Cat. They've arrived, and for QC, it goes from Fury to now GC. Unfortunately, it's a 2 versus 4 disadvantage, but that's one way to start it to try and get it back into your favor. Gems gets Maxonus. Jowman gets Tonkei. All of a sudden, Jordan, it's a 2 versus 2.
Well, we might be starting to get a bit of an idea as to why they performed so well in Season 4 of OSL, because they have actually put some big numbers on top of GC right now, and there might be one more. Can't quite tell who it is. 6Sax that dives into that smoke, and he's going to survive for now. Of course, no one can see him, but my goodness. Golden Cats have just been really demolished by these 2 players from QC. Division X Gaming, who have been sitting quite idle for the moment, have decided now is the time to strike, and it's the perfect time to strike as well, as they find themselves in a 2-on-2 for the win.
Oh no. 6Sax has been completely bailed out from MBK and Division X Gaming, and now Tino gets MBK, so only Long K remains. All of a sudden, Golden Cat looked like they were going to come second. It looked like Q Confirm were going to win this game. Jowman did everything right. But some 2 snaky boys from the shack come and play spoil. Golden Cat come away with the win. 8-kill win. A deserved win in the end as well. But Q Confirm would be feeling dirty in that 3rd place, thanks to MBK and Division X Gaming. Jordan, what a match to kickstart PCS APAC there in the end. Thailand, or at least a team from Thailand, coming away with the first game. They did well in the show match. They did well in the real game.
Yeah, definitely a good solid performance from the Thai teams. But, I think, you talk about how maybe some of those teams are feeling a bit disappointed not to get into first place. I'd probably throw Fury into the ring there as well. Getting sandwiched in between a couple of teams, never going to be a fun time either for anyone really late game in that situation. So I thought they were in a pretty good position circle-wise, but obviously couldn't hang on to it in the end. Some big names dropping early on in the piece as well, but like you said, there's always a bunch more days. There's 3 more days of competition, and we're barely even into day 1. So I guess you could kind of consider the fact that there is still 4 days really of competition. So yeah, you're right. A good game to start things off, but I think we're going to have to wait and see how things go throughout the rest of today before we get a really good, solid understanding of how this is going to end up finishing off.
Yeah, long way to go, Jordan. I don't think you can really draw on conclusions already after just one game. But hey, at the end of the day, you always want to start well, right? Starting well is super important. As we look at the match leaderboard from our very first game, seems like there's a couple of logos that are misplaced, but hey, you get the idea. Q Confirm still end up in first place, tied with Golden Cat. I think that's probably fair in the end that these two teams, both on 18 points after match number 1, they were the 2 sublime teams. Obviously, Q Confirm sort of confirming those kills a lot more regularly than Golden Cat. Golden Cat playing well as a team. They had 4 up towards the end, and then obviously that sort of gave them the opportunity to then lose 2 in a really bad situation, but then have 2 left alive to finish off Division X Gaming, who I got to say, Jordan, did well to at least just keep 2 alive in that shack. They picked up those placement points, 2 extra kills for staying alive as well at the end, get them 5 in total, and a good game 1.
Yeah, I think I've got to give a shout out to Archangel Predator, the team from the Philippines, who, coming into this probably weren't expected to be a super solid contender towards the top end of things, right? Some of their results recently have been towards the middle or lower end of the pack when they've been playing against a lot of the competition that we see here. But they've actually finished off in 3rd place after game 1, so that's definitely not a bad shout at all. Fury and Athletico as well, flying the flag for the Australians pretty comfortably, pretty respectively, 5th and 6th. And you sort of had your little joke about Mishka down there as well. 16th place for Team Ferox, not a good start. Same for Creatori Esports, they didn't get any points on the board, so always a bit rough to start off with 0 points. But I guess otherwise, I'm sure there are more opportunities for these teams to kind of kick things off into the next few matches.
Yeah, certainly agree. And look, we talked about Q Confirmed Golden Cat first match. You don't want to get too complacent though. Same can be also then said for a team like Ferox and Creatori Esports. Yes, donuts in the first game, not really great. They went out very early. Ferox never even got going. A couple of them dying on rotation. In the end, though, it's only match 1. You got to go into that second game, put that behind you, and just look forward to just trying to basically go into this next match and almost try and make it your game 1 now. And just say, okay, we got nothing from that. Scrap it. Let's just reboot and go into the next game and hopefully do a little bit better, Jordan. So we are going to go to a break. When we come back on the other side, we'll be airing goal once again for match number 2. Welcome back, everybody, for PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. We have concluded match number 1. Match number 2, hopefully not too far away. Joined once again, of course, by the very lovely Jordan Mays, also known as Alphish Guy. Jordan, match 1 in the books. Match 2 coming up shortly. Give us your thoughts and expressions as to how that all played out.
Yeah, look, I mean, Q confirmed they pick up a lot of kills in that game, so they're definitely looking like one of the contenders for this whole tournament. You know, early days, saying that out of one game, but the fact that, you know, they do come third and yet they're still on top of the standings, I think speaks volumes. Golden Cat as well, rotating pretty nicely, did a pretty good job picking up the victory. I thought they were definitely quite solid. And I was actually really positive, you know, about Archangel before he went into that break as well. Archangel Predator coming from the Philippines. I didn't really know necessarily what to expect from them, and I was, if I'm being honest, maybe not expecting a whole lot, but to finish off 4th place after we've kicked off game 1, I think is definitely the kind of start that they want. But there's plenty of teams, you know, if we were to go down the list, that you might have expected to see have a better performance than what they did. I think Atletico, you know, in 6th, we'll probably see them jump up the standings a little bit. Cerberus in 7th, the same can probably be said for them. And Day Trade is another one of those teams that I'd probably keep an eye on as we head into the next few games for today, because they're sitting down in 10th as well. And, you know, I think they've had some pretty good results recently within the Southeast Asia region. So those 3 teams, I think, are the ones for me that I'd keep an eye on outside of the ones that did a pretty good performance in game 1.
Now, of course, while there is prize money for the players, there's also charity that will be donated, $100,000 from the winning team. We do have a couple of teams sort of coming through with some of their charity choices. Jordan, if you want to take us through 2 of them. Of course, they're both Australian. That's where we get the information from.
Much easier for us to get the info from the players that we talk to quite a lot. But Ferox has gone for Royal Children's Hospital, which is obviously a children's hospital here in Australia. So you love to see that. And Fury Australia are putting the money towards Save the Children. So again, you know, they're really putting that money towards the children, which is always good. You know, you want to help the kids out.
Of course, they've got to win, though, to contribute to that. But if you guys at home want to contribute as well, go to geekevents.asia/PCS. PCSCS donate. Hopefully there's a link in the chat at some point, but you can, of course, contribute as well. Once you get to the site, there's literally a big button that says I want to donate. So that would be very much appreciated. We're very close to getting into, though, our second match of the night here for the PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. As, of course, it is going to be Erangel once again. Jordan, game 1 in the books, over to game 2 now. And let's see if there's any differences here in terms of how these teams play it out.
Yeah, definitely a big fan of Erangel. I think for a few teams, Creatory, Ferox, Myth, you know, these guys down toward the bottom of things, Buriram, United Esports, they probably are going to be looking to change things up after what we saw from them in game number 1. You know, getting 1 or 2 points out of the first game of the day is probably not ideal at all. But I think for, in particular for Made in Thailand, you know, they did end up in 7th place, so it's not like that's a terrible placing. They only managed to get that 1 kill, though, so they definitely have, you know, could be looking to play a little bit more aggressively, maybe looking to frag out a little bit more than what they did end up doing. Either way, still early days, and I think for everyone sort of trying to get their feet a little bit here in this competition is going to be probably not too bad of an idea in the first few games.
Can I just say, Jordan, as well, for everyone in chat asking where Luke 12 is, you're very lucky he's not in this tournament, because he'd probably walk away with 60 kills each match. He's just that good on ping. Have you ever seen him play on ping? It's incredible. Someone has to put this guy on LAN and see if he can actually do anything on LAN. Shaking my head. But coming into match 2 now, look, we've got ourselves a situation now where a couple of teams need to bounce back. Ferox is one of them. Also, the other one is Creatory Esports, who, well, not going to be bouncing back with 1405 on the roster, that's for sure, because he's about to die to Turtle. And, well, I guess that also ruins with what I was going to say, in the hopes that they have a better game 2. Look, you've still got 3 players alive, but not a good start.
Well, it's good news for Divine Esports from from Vietnam. They haven't had the greatest of starts. They only managed to pick up 3 points in game number 1, so we'll be hoping to see them do a little bit better here in game 2, and they've already started off nicely with that early kill. Going to be looting in and around Milta, so, you know, not a bad place to start things off. Pretty decent rotations in from Milta to most areas of the map, particularly if we go down to to the military island. They can get across that bridge relatively early on in the piece. They have a pretty straightforward run in towards the center of the map. I guess things do get a little bit awkward if the circle were to shift all the way over to the west. But aside from that, Divine shouldn't be feeling too bad about themselves. And Duckman's here for Made in Thailand. Another one of the fan favorites, I would say, is on the scout a little earlier, as it seems that Made in Thailand are looking to move early on in the piece in this game.
Well, one of the favorites, that's for sure. Not the best game one, though, from Dockman and Made in Thailand. Had a couple of kills. They are okay. In saying that, though, I mean, the team itself, while there is the addition of Homboya, prior to this PCS event, they actually hadn't been performing all that well. 11th in the Thailand series, even with Duckman, was very much a surprise, and not a good surprise as we look over towards Ferox, making their way through the Yazzie fields. Look at that picture of Nicholas. He looks like he's 14.
It's definitely a very flattering picture. I actually saw one with all of the Ferox boys earlier on tonight, and I thought it was a fantastic picture. They seemed very pleased. I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased with their performances after this competition as well. I think Ferox is definitely not a bad squad. Be interesting to see how they do go. Obviously got off to a pretty bad start there, coming last in game one, but still early days and plenty of work to be done over the next 3 or 4 days, depending on which way you want to look at things.
I feel like we've got the Made in Thailand show at the moment as we look at Midaru now, rotating past Cerberus' Esports' Basil. Over to Lynxie, though, or Victim from the Future. Dream and Lynxie both trying to get that exact same angle on RDK, and they're both going to connect. Man's going to return fire, but not enough to get the knockdown onto Lynxie. We touched on Lynxie a little bit at the start, Jordan. Not much other than that, though. And a massive addition for Atletico, originally having Nick 101 on the roster. He was since removed for underperforming. They added in Lynxie, who, of course, for those who aren't aware, actually played on the very first Atletico roster that originated all the way back in 2018, played in PUBG Zimo, won that tournament, and played with even PUBG employee McClutch.
Wow, what that's fantastic. Love to hear it. I actually think it's not a bad pickup here for Atletico because, they've been sort of trying to cycle through a bunch of different players over the past year or so, and they never really seem to have found that solid fourth. And I think when Lynxie was added to that Justice roster that we saw, I think in Season 2 of the ANZ Champs, he really was a phenomenal performer. So I do wonder whether or not, this is going to be the roster that they do end up sort of sticking with for the better part of, 2020, or where things are going to go from here. But it seems like, it should be a match made in heaven, right?
Yeah, it's the Phil they've been looking for ever since Luke 12 went on to bigger and better things, leaving behind his comrades to participate in North America. But the reality, though, for Creatora Esports, the reality was they had a horrible match one, and I think it's much more imperative that they get this phase 1 rotation to go their way, Jordan.
Yeah, big rotation coming from Made in Thailand. They definitely seem like the kind of team that likes to move early. QC have spotted them out. Q Confirm, of course, currently leading first place on the standings, although they did only come in 3rd place in game number 1. Jay is locking down a solid position in the center of the map. You do see a lot of teams like to take these sort of defilades and play from them.
Just under 2 minutes until phase 2. Bit of a quiet start compared to match 1. In saying that, though, I mean, in match 1, we had a much more hectic circle to kick things off, going down south, confusing a lot of teams. Do we push Sosnovka Island? Do we go over to Lighthouse? More simplistic here for match 2. Obviously, for Q Confirm. Oh, nice headshot from Jayers. He landed a few shots in the first match as well with that SLR, putting to use as he puts Duckman's under pressure. Fortunately, has got the safety of the vehicle and, well, the safety into Rollsock as well for Duckman. Does need to find a new helmet, though, but still has his life intact. 1 minute till phase 2. Firm looking to back up their game 1 and have a second game just as equally impressive.
Divine Esports on the rotate in as well. Bit of turtle action. They seem to be running away from the blue at the moment, so they will have a fairly long transition, I'd say, before we do get to see them into much of an engagement. Golden Cats, however, center of the circle. We get to see where they've come from, and North Georgia Pole, and rotating up to the north, and situated now just south of the shooting range in these compounds.
A bit of Watertown for Archangel Predator. There is the map. 5 more seconds till phase to give you all a bit of an idea as to where everyone is situated. The Northern Circle probably pleases a few, but it's going to be over School, Rosehawk Apartments, Biro Esports, and a few others. Probably even Cerberus down south are pretty happy with this phase 2 circle. You confirm just south of Watertown now going to make their way out. Not going to exchange with Archangel Predator. And again, sort of confirming what I said before, much quieter match 2. Usually it's the other way around. Usually the match 1 is where everyone is quite cautious of each other, plays it safe, slow and passive. But match 2 is seemingly where we're going to see a slower play style from pretty much everyone right now, almost the 10-minute mark. And I mean, besides that initial frag at the very, very beginning, Jordan, onto Creatory Esports, nothing else has really happened. Most teams pretty comfortable with where they've been located, but indeed, Lynxie's being crashed. Although Poochills and the rest of Day Trade are just going to continue on by. Flood's now going to take the shots. And they don't probably have the information that Lynxie was even then. Quite frankly, they probably didn't even want that position. They did look, though, for a second that Atletico were going to get pushed on.
I wonder if Lynxie actually held on to his shots a little bit too long there, expecting them to crash his position. You know, if he stays there and doesn't fire and they do crash into that building, he's in a solid spot. But the fact that they've driven past, I think he might have been able to get a few more shots off earlier, because it actually ended up being Flood that fired the first shots across there, and Lynxie was, I would say, in a better position. Either way, I think Atletico are pretty happy just to see them go past. There was certainly some heart-stopping moments for Lynxie as they're headed in the direction of his building.
Back tire popped. Always got to be careful with where you place your vehicles. I'd imagine that probably phase 4 is when we're going to really see this pick up, Jordan. Most teams pretty confident just to take position over phase 2, phase 3. Vision X Gaming, who had a rough start in match 1, but pulled through towards the end thanks to some, well, special tactics of just literally sitting inside of a shack for 10 minutes. But hey, what works, Jordan. You can not complain with the results. They're sitting in 3rd coming into this game. Golden Cat tied for 1st. They did it the more glamorous way, of course, picking up quite a few kills in the win.
Creatory Esports, on the other hand, are at the other side of the scale. They're quite far down the bottom. In fact, they didn't pick up any points from game 1, so they are equal last place with Team Ferox. We've already lost a player in this game. The first player to be lost was 1405. So it's going to be another tough game here for Creatory Esports. Looks like they're going to have to play from the edge. Unlikely to get a center position. Gems does get the knock onto Bad Guys. We keep an eye on Ferox. Jump over to Gems and see if he can finish that kill off. Doesn't look like that is going to happen.
I'm not necessarily surprised with what we're seeing, though, Jordan. I think, we both touched on this so far throughout the broadcast, probably more so around the pre-match and pre-game 1, as Poo Chills, somehow it's Chills, does find a frag onto 74L1 from DIC, but, this notion that when you have a whole bunch of teams who don't necessarily play against each other, your first couple of games are going to be quite slow. They're going to be quite passive. Everyone just sort of tries to feel each other out. And that's what we're definitely now seeing in match 2. Phase 3, though, it's going to be Rosehawk, and that split with the River does make things interesting going into this next phase 4 circle. So expect to see things pick up a little bit here, Jordan.
Yeah, Fury on the rotate in, but they've spotted VTF in front of them on the bridge, so they elect better of it. They're going to have a stop here at the servo, look for an ice cream maybe. Don't know about you, Xenox, but back in my day when I was a young lad, I used to go to the petrol station, pick up an ice cream with my mum. Maybe Fury doing something the same.
Awesome. Didn't really need to know that, Jordan. I'm joking.
Wow, that's so BM.
That is BM.
Just thought the masses would like to know about my ice cream adventures as a child.
Retro Esports aren't quite as ambitious as you, Jordan, going out and getting your ice cream. They're going to hold steady at the edge of the blue, but close by to them. Golden Cats, not the team you probably want to go up against this early on, considering what they've shown us in the first game. Eric's got to be careful as they rotate past Division X Gaming. Long K with a bit of help from 19 Cent. Sweet Soul going to go down early. Again, 2 matches in a row. Ferox is just having a horrid start here for the PCS Charity Showdown.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. I mean, he just got absolutely decked out of his buggy. Not much you can do about that, I guess, but either way, Ferox is going to have to deal with it, and they're now sort of stuck in a massive crossfire. Blue at the back of Division X Gaming, though, so they do actually need to get rid of Nikus, who is out in the middle of no man's land. He's definitely a goner. So it falls to Kozzy and Grums to try and salvage the situation here, maybe try and get a few more points on the board, but I think they might just be cooked, Fenox.
Yeah, I'd have to tend to agree with you in this situation. I mean, they're surrounded. They're only down to 2 players remaining. Grump's going to be knocked down by MBK for what we've seen in the kill feed, and that's probably going to be Ferox going out in last place once again. And to be truth to it, I mean, while we're not trying to be biased here, I think we've both agreed coming into this that Ferox definitely was the weakest of the Australian teams. They didn't perform that very good in Onslaught League when they did participate in it. So I'm not too surprised by this. I think at some point, obviously, over the next 18 games after this, they will find a bit more of a rhythm, maybe get off the bottom. But hey, someone's going to be last, and right now it's Ferox. And 15 minutes gone here into match 2. Someone else is going to be joining them soon. Who's it going to be, though? Is it going to be Divine Esports or Cerberus Esports? Considering they're both trying to share this compound.
Well, I think a lot is going to be dictated by where this next circle does end up shifting to as well, as we'll get a quick look and see where that's going to go, north or south. And it does end up going south. So luckily for Cerberus and for Divine, that probably now makes them feel a little more comfortable in that they're not going to have to necessarily push this engagement if they don't want to. Grenade is going to get thrown in there by Turtle. Doesn't look like it's gone deep enough. But at the very least, they're not going to have that pressure of the blue at their backs. They can just slow things down here in this engagement. It's the likes of Atletico, Fury, VTF, Division X Gaming as well, up towards the northern side of the map, that are going to have to really get a bit of a wriggle on now.
I mean, there's no rush in this exchange between Divine and Cerberus, though. Both inside of the circle, obviously, since they're only inches apart. Smoke from Subang. This is where you have got to rush, though. If you're Golden Cat, you've got to take this fight. Blue Zone's going to start moving in 7 seconds. At the top of this hill, Tino's going to spot Reality. Headshot with the spray through the grass. Spots him even prone. Tino is insane. Only IQ 500 remaining in front of him. And for Creatory Esports, they're essentially partnered up with Ferox at the moment as the 2 teams that are just getting bullied here at the PCS APAC Charity Showdown. But over to Atletico Jordan, and they're going to get flashed down, immediately traded back by Mighty. Vanatic is going to push up at the backside. He's got Extreme just to his right now, spots him. Look at the control from Vanatica. Extreme had no idea what just hit him. Atletico take it out in 14th. And just for reference, we did see Creatory Esports take it out in 15th position just prior to that. So there's 2 teams. Hung Kwan. Double tap headshot, sits down Vanatica. The 2 teams that went out in the bottom 2 in the first game, once again, Jordan, go out in match 2 in the bottom 2.
Yeah, definitely pretty rough. You know, we've been saying like there are plenty more days to play, but you can't be affording to go out in last 2 games in a row and expect to have a good solid performance. So really time for those 2 to sort of turn things around once we get into our 3rd game. For now, keeping an eye on DIC, who will actually have to push into day trade as they're all running away from the circle. It's not a fun situation to be in. Looks like some of the vehicles have been left behind here. Maybe DIC can Try to pick one or two of those up and rotate off. I don't think they want to be running straight into day trade now that they've got that hard cover in that compound.
Oh man, talk about sending it into the water here from Victim from the future. They've got no choice. 3-man squad in the Dacia. They're going to go splash. They lost RDK at the very beginning. And, well, I mean, this is not horrible. You can play this bridge. It's inside of the circle. They can hold there for now. Almost like trolls under the bridge. Basil, just makes it into the smoke. Levi's doesn't hit the shots. Divine all huddled up in the garage section. Basil over to crates. 35 seconds till phase 5.
Oh, that's not fun. JJ Leo is just in a massive crossfire. It's not just him, it's the rest of Day Trade as well. They're going to have to run right into this. And that circle pushing at their back. Métis has got a couple of kills. This team's got a few, actually. So it's not going to be the end of the world for them. They'll still pick up some points off of this game, but running right into Division X Gaming. And you can tell that this is not going to go too well for them. I'm sure Division X Gaming are going to pick up 1 or 2 more frags here. Although Métis perhaps might be unspotted up on that defilade. I spoke too soon. Straight away, Long K takes him down as soon as he walks over the ridge, and that'll be that. It's a good position, actually, for Division X Gaming. They do have a nice rotation in, Long K and 19 Cent, because they've gone for this 2-2 split. Their teammates are already in at the circle.
Well, phase 5 has entered the game. I got to say, in terms of anticipating what's going to be happening here, Divine and Cerberus are probably going to have to fight it out on the south side of this next zone. So Pow has accidentally ran over his teammate 19 Cents as they start to push out of the Wizzy Tower. Over to Rollsock, the edge of Rollsock on the eastern side. On Boya, just holding at the concrete walls. Mad Dog just ever so slowly and cautiously pushes up. 416 in hand, but an 8 in hand for Escalasia. Gonna throw it towards the impending car, and well, Homboya, that's how you do it. Blows up Colbs. Mad Dog wants to return fire with a nade of his own. Trying to throw it inside. We'll see what he can find. Right window, makes it inside, gets knocked out. I mean, what else do you want? That's an A+ throw from Mad Dog. I'm not sure whether or not he's going to be able to confirm it, though. Yeah, exactly right.
Definitely not working out for him. QC, I was going to say, look like they're having another good game here, but they have just lost gems. Duckman's picking that kill up. AAP being bailed out just momentarily by Made in Thailand, but I'm not sure how long that is going to last. Jayers gets on the inside flank. He's actually just about inside the safe zone, whereas Made in Thailand are going to have to rotate their way in.
Bang gone. Now time for Divine Esports to see what they've got. Well, they got nothing. Bad Guy cleans them up. He picks up a 3K. 4 for Cerberus Esports. They win the battle of the South. 9 teams remaining still, actually, with 21 minutes to go. No placement points have been awarded just yet. Still one more team to be knocked out before they can get into the top 8. And this is where it probably slows down a little bit. We saw quite a slaughterfest over the last 5 to 6 minutes. And since then, now you probably think so many players have been wiped out. Well, a couple more will go. It should slow down. Made in Thailand making the push out of Rollsockers, prone for Duckman. So Power's got him covered, though. This is a decent spot here for Division X Gaming.
It is. That really depends on how the circle does shift in 14 seconds. They're right up on the northern edge of it. And if it shifts anywhere south, they're going to be cooked. Can I just say, I love how Anquan has been sitting in that river for the better part of like 5 minutes now, and no one has spotted him yet. He's just been swimming around, doing his thing. We do see that southern shift, of course, moving away from the water. That's going to be good news for Fury because their side of the map is fairly open. Division X Gaming are going to have to send it into the water, and I don't know how they get out of this one alive, Xenox. I mean, they're going to come out underneath the bridge, which is where VTF is holding at the moment, and Made in Thailand on the other side. So they've just walked into a crossfire, or rather, driven into a crossfire. Finally, Anquan has been spotted as well. This is not going to be an easy game for Division X to get out of.
Certainly not. They've ran into the 3 trolls underneath the bridge, but Sapao finds a double kill onto Man and Tede, and all of a sudden, Jordan, what you were saying now might not be the case. Never mind, and Trufraga gets MVK. That just makes it that little bit harder. Stolen by Homboya and Duckman, both combining 6 kills now for Myth. Sapao still on the edge of this bridge, but it's actually going to be Q confirmed that goes out at 9th. wiped out by Made in Thailand. And the team that performed arguably the best in match 1, eliminated now here in match 2, just outside of the placement points. Nade's not going to confirm Sapal. And Drew Fragger probably wants to try and get this revive. Minoru just spotting the butt cheeks of Sapal. Now spots Anquan in the water, as you said. He's been swimming in there for ages. Time to get out of the pool, says Sapal. And there goes DIC.
Fury's come in as well from the other side, and they've started to throw a couple of shots in the direction of VTF and Division X as well. It is in the end Division X Gaming that actually come out of that engagement the better off, but it's not so good. They've only got 1 player left alive. That said, 11 kills you can't be disappointed with, as we do see Made in Thailand now pushing in the direction of Phoenix Gaming, who have been in the center of the circle for the longest of times. And here's where we really get to see whether Phoenix Gaming deserve to be towards the top end of things or not. They've had a circle gift. They haven't managed to find any frags from it yet. And they're going up against Made in Thailand, who have been fragging out in this game. So I think for Made in Thailand, might be a bit of a rude awakening. But for Phoenix, definitely some important points available for them in the near future. They don't want to go, go down without too much on the board at the very least here in terms of kills.
Fury Australia have been very passive up north, not really looking to take much ground space. You can see everyone's playing on the edge of this circle because there's really nothing in the center. So power spotted by Waiki Kamukau. He gets on the board for Fury Australia. 5 teams remain as the observer starts to unveil the location here for Phase 7 coming up in 10 seconds time. You can see there's nothing in the center of this circle. Fury on the north, Berium United Esports. Out to the east, down south is Cerberus Esports, and Made in Thailand and PNG. Sitting in the only compound that remains, it does get fed for Phase 7. Ooh. Crucial for both of these 2 teams, Jordan. Now you'd think that they're favorites, either one of those 2, to win this game. And for Made in Thailand, 8 kills already. You add in a couple more, maybe 4 or 5 kills plus the win. And that's a huge amount of points to get them back potentially into the top 3. You see the live rankings, the top 3, all on 20 points at the moment plus.
Yeah, Phoenix Gaming also struggling in game number 1. They only got a couple of points out of that. They're definitely on the way to getting some more points out of it. Now this is going to be what's interesting, though. Fury, obviously the team that's going to have to rotate in. They've got a very, very difficult rotate as well. There's not that much cover for them. So we'll see whether or not they're actually going to be able to get in safely. They're going to crash Made in Thailand, and that is never going to work out. Boya starts off well. It's Ronan down early. Insight cops a shot from Phoenix Gaming. And it was really just a rock and a hard place for Fury, wasn't it? They kind of had to go. But in reality, what are you going to be able to do when you're running into a crossfire between 2 teams? Waiki Kamukau might be able to show us something a little interesting here because he is still alive and unaccounted for.
So is Jukesy. He stayed behind. He was an anchor. So they sent 3 forward, 2 died. Waiki Kamukau stays alive in the concrete wall. And as I finished saying my sentence, Esquilugia will get the knockdown onto Waiki Kamukau, and that's going to make it incredibly tough now for Jukesy. Only the 1 kill as well for Fury Australia. They've gone into this very passively. They didn't really have much in front of them, though, I've got to say. They didn't have a whole lot they could really do. In the end, the breach was their only option.
Jukesy,
as you said, nowhere to go.
He needs to start getting a bit of a wriggle on that. Zone is pushing at his back. I think Made in Thailand know exactly where he is as well. So he'll pop his head up and, yeah, he's going to get finished off very quickly indeed. A rough one for Fury Australia. They definitely needed a bit more of a favorable shift to come out of that one okay. But what's good news is that Buriram United Esports have got themselves a bit of a better placement here as well. They also struggled in game 1. So we're seeing quite a few teams that didn't have a great finish in game 1, having a much better game 2.
I mean, that certainly opens up the possibilities in terms of teams being able to move up the rankings easy going into the next match. A spread of points, as you can see on the rankings, besides, well, Creatory Esports and Ferox down the bottom. Ferox, the only team still yet to find a point after these 2 matches now have been played out. Obviously, we've still got to finish this one off, but Made in Thailand obviously have a chance to catch up to QC, GC, and Division X Gaming. Ironically, the 3 teams that finished in the top 3 in match 1 both did okay here in match 2. Not quite as good, obviously. But now this is the time for Cerberus Esports and Made in Thailand to sort of catch up to those 2, make it a bit of a top 5 going into match 3. Phoenix Gaming, they've been quiet, 2 kills, and they're soon to be in an exchange with Made in Thailand, who have been the aggressors. They've got 10. They're looking to now make it 14.
Well, Phoenix Gaming definitely have the better position here than Made in Thailand. Greeny watching out of the window, elects not to throw the grenade out just yet. So they are going to give Made in Thailand at least a little bit of positioning here. The closer that Made in Thailand get, the more difficult this will be for Phoenix Gaming. The one linchpin, though, is Kush, who is just sort of that anchor player, flanking a little bit, waiting and watching for Made in Thailand to actually end up making this push. In the meanwhile, a bit of movement being made on the other side of the map. As BRU get themselves safe in a center circle position. Now the engagement starts between Made in Thailand and Phoenix. Right now, 1-for-1. Honboya will try to hold on to that spray, but he'll have to back on up. Greeny has got so many ways to look, and Kush will fall in front of his eyes to a grenade. This is still just absolute madness. Really anyone's game, but I think Minoru might be in a pretty of a spot of bother here, stuck inside that blue.
2 left for Made in Thailand, Minoru and Honboya, but in the end, they come out on top against Phoenix Gaming. Not as clean as they would have liked. That blue's going to continue because they are now into phase 9. It's not going to stop. That exchange lasted a little bit longer than they would have liked. 5 health left for Minoru. He's able to at least collect some goodies on the way from that dead body. Honboya is going to just quickly follow him from behind. 3 teams remain. Birium Esports, Made in Thailand, Cerberus Esports. And you'd have to say, coming into this open field, Jordan, it's anyone's game. There's only 2 alive for Made in Thailand. There's 4 up for Birium United. And only 2 up for Cerberus Esports. Haisaki, bad guy. But as I said, open field.
I mean, I think there's definitely Burarams to lose. They're 4-on-2-on-2. So unless for some reason they get sandwiched in between the 2 opposing teams, they should be okay here just by virtue of their numbers advantage. Made in Thailand, though, being pretty sneaky. Crawling their way forward. And so is Cerberus. So there is always that chance that, you know, maybe one of these 2 duos gets the information early, gets an early knock and turns it into maybe a 3-on-2-on-2. I actually don't mind the position of Honboya. He's kind of got forward onto that road a little bit ahead of everyone else. So he should spot anyone that crawls in his direction first.
I think the other thing as well is it comes down to whether or not Cerberus, Made in Thailand, take the fight against each other, or if they both cooperate and take the fight to Birium United Esports. But it seems like it's going to be a mix of both. The flash on a Haisaki makes it difficult. Goes down to the blue, but it's God now who's going to pick up the elimination, and Konaxi finds bad guy. There goes Cerberus in 3rd, and wow, quickly to follow. Honboya's position make no impact in the end for Made in Thailand. It was the numbers of Birium United Esports. They take out match number 2, and look how quick that graphic came up, Jordan. I think that's the fastest I've seen us go to a match leaderboard.
That is fantastic. You love to see it. No waiting around. They've done well for themselves there, Made in Thailand. Definitely getting a lot of points on the board. Big amount of kills coming from them, but obviously Buriram being able to pick up the victory do keep themselves in that discussion as well. I was talking about Phoenix, you know, I was saying they probably need to get some decent points out of this one, and I'm not sure that 8 is really enough, you know, given the position that they were in, center circle, for a very, very long time. Only picking up 4 kills is maybe a little bit disappointing for them, but look, overall, definitely a better performance than what we saw from them in Game 1. Can't say the same for a couple of the other teams, though. Team Ferox, again, number 16th, so definitely struggling. 16th. And 0 kill points 2 games in a row. Archangel Predator, who did actually pretty well in Game 1, have fallen down towards the bottom of the standings this time as well. And Athletico, the same. You know, they were 5th, 6th going into this game, but that is not going to be lasting if they keep themselves down towards the bottom end of the scoreboard. So definitely seems like Game 2 has shaken things up quite substantially. We're sort of sitting in the position where every single game seems to bring everyone back into, you know, maybe a little bit of an equilibrium, right? Where some of the games or some of the teams that we didn't expect to perform kind of performed in Game 1. And then now some of the other teams are starting to perform in Game 2. So we're sort of equalizing a little bit, balancing things out, and sets us up for a nice few final games of today.
I mean, I certainly agree with you, Jordan. I think, you know, for a team like very RAM.
It's a very hard one to pronounce.
Look, it is. I won't lie, but this is a team that has been struggling for form coming into this tournament after, just a few months ago, actually being one of the highly regarded teams from Thailand. This is potentially a confidence booster for them, getting that chicken dinner and getting the amount of points that obviously now keeps them in the race early on. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're playing 20 games over the 2 weeks. It's in that ballpark where it's not a lot, but it's not like 6 games or 10 games, for example. You can afford to have a slip up, I'd say about 5 slip ups maximum, depending on how your other 15 games go, of course. But, if you're a team like Ferox, where you've gotten 0 points, you're the only team, in fact, that's gotten 0 points from the first 2 games, you cannot afford to have 0 again going into match 3. It's as simple as that. For teams like Q Confirm, Golden Cat, great match 1, lesser in game 2. Which one are we going to see in match 3? It has to be one or the other, doesn't it? Right? Are we going to get their match 1 performance to come back again, or are they going to maybe go on a downward spiral? Like, this is the thing where we're going to now start getting these answers. Can maybe Thailand do it 2 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row? Like, can they keep this up and sort of maybe run away with this after starting it slow and then having an amazing match 2? So, looking forward to really the entirety of the competition. Long way to go. But in terms of tonight, you kind of get that feeling that match 3 is going to maybe dictate how the night's going to play out.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that I will be looking for in match 3 is going to be whether or not Fury can kind of convert one of these games, because twice now we've actually seen them get into the top 5 and had a pretty good positioning, but just not been able to convert it into a top 3 or even a victory, right? And I feel like they've been positioning themselves relatively well. That last game, I feel like they did kind of get the worst end of the stick when it came to a circle shift, and it was very, very rough for them. But had that circle gone in their direction, that was very much a game that someone like Fury could have won. I feel like their rotations into circles have been actually pretty solid so far. So for me, actually, they look like the best performer from ANZ so far today. And just to touch on some of the other teams down towards the bottom end of the standings, right? We've talked about Ferox, but Creatori definitely need to be doing something in game 3 or 4. VTF the same, right? We're seeing a few teams now start to really fall quite substantially behind. It's Atletico Divine, VTF, Creatori, and Ferox that are all sitting at 5 or less points out of 2 games, which is just not good enough in a 20-game tournament when, some teams are going to probably be sitting on an average of something like 10 or 11 points out of every game. And so that just gives you so much more that you kind of have to catch up on.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the top kills and damage so far over the first 2 matches. Overall, as Jowman has 8, and Waikiki Mukau with the most damage, Jordan, but not translating to kills for Fury Australia over these first 2 matches. Of course, this is match 1 and match 2 combined. Sapao in 2nd place in terms of kills, Homboya 3rd, Tino is in 6th, and Gems in 5th for kills, and of course the damage on the right-hand side.
Yeah, definitely not too surprising to see a couple of Q-confirmed players up in the top 5 for both categories. They've been fighting a lot. They've been performing pretty well, and they've had a couple of pretty decent placements. I think a lot of these kills are coming from game 1, where they did pick 13 up overall. But, they picked a few kills up in round 2 as well. And to touch on Waikiki Mukau, I'm not too surprised, actually, to see him up towards the top of the damage charts. He has traditionally been an individual that has been very, very damage heavy in some of the ANZ leagues that we got to watch last year. And the fact that, like I said, Fury have been positioning themselves pretty well, but they've inevitably found themselves in some pretty awkward fights toward the late stages of these games. So they've been getting a lot of sort of chip damage while the rotations have been happening, and then they've had that big fight towards the end of their round. And so it's not too surprising to see Waikiki Mukau putting a bit of work in that respect as well.
No, I certainly agree with you. And I mean, look, I think at the end of the day for Fury Australia, it's pretty simple. Start to confirm a lot of that damage that, Waikiki Mukau is putting out. Start turning and translating those into kills. I know he's got a couple, obviously, but I think for Fury, in the end, the hand that they were dealt in that last game wasn't ideal. A lot of open space. It's hard to then confirm kills as well when you're quite a distance away. But we are going to go to a break. When we come back, on the other side, it's going to be match number 3. Well, we are halfway through tonight's show for the PCS Charity Showdown APAC Edition. Match 2 done. Jordan, welcome back. We are going to be heading into match 3 very shortly, which will, of course, then be our final Aragal map as well, after which we'll then have 2 matches on Miramar.
Indeed. You're absolutely correct, Xenox. It's great to be back as well. Thank you for welcoming me back. Looking forward to seeing how game number 3 does go. It's obviously our last one on Erangel for tonight. Been some pretty solid performances from a couple of the teams. I'll say QC's looking like maybe the pick of the bunch for me if I had to pull one name out of the hat. What about you?
I mean, I think Made in Thailand are just going to continue to steamroll at this point. They've built up a lot of momentum. The Homboya and Darkman combo is just looking nasty, really, for a lot of these teams, and they're going to have to deal with them. But I think that, yes, they'll continue to steamroll through. Let's go and have a look at the leaderboard, though, to see where we currently lay after our 2 matches. And no surprise, really, with that top 4 and really top 5, I guess you could say, Jordan, because the top 5 as a whole were the 5 teams that performed exceptionally well for matches 1 and 2. Of course, the top 3 from match 1, and then Made in Thailand and Buriram United Esports coming in, getting the win in match number 2.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually pretty impressed with the fact that Division X have managed to top the standings. I probably wouldn't have guessed that they would be the one to sit at the top, but without picking up a chicken dinner, they've done a fairly good job in the last couple of games. They had a 2nd place in game 1, so that's definitely giving them some nice points, and 11 kills in the 2nd game as well, so they're definitely finding a lot of points from the kills. Looking further on down the list, it's been a bit of a rougher day for some of the Australian teams. Archangel Predator as well from the Philippines, and Victim VTF from Indonesia, all struggling at the moment. The exception, of course, being Fury. But aside from those, aside from Fury, really, it kind of has felt like the Vietnam and Thailand show up to this point so far.
Yeah, certainly agree. And obviously for Team Ferox down the bottom, still the only team to have not found a point yet. I really hope the boys can turn it around. I know they're definitely capable of doing that, Jordan. They're a good bunch of players, but unfortunately, when you have a bad night in PUBG, you have a bad night. We've seen it both over the years that we both casted PUBG. Even the best of teams have off nights, and in this case for Team Ferox, when you're coming into a lobby of these 16 teams of caliber, like from the entire APAC region, it's not going to be easy. You can't take it for granted. And we're also seeing teams like Atletico and Fury kind of struggle a little bit at the moment. Now, look, we're only 2 games in. Still, by the end of tonight, you can sort of turn your season, or say season really, turn this league around. But there is time. So if you're Ferox, don't give up just yet.
No, definitely not. And it's not even a case of, like today is the be all end all, right? And in fact, probably this week is not even the be all end all. You could get to the end of Saturday and you probably still have some good chances to come back in the 2nd week. But of course, we are now heading into game number 3, and it's the final one on Erangel. So far, been good performances from Division X, Made in Thailand, and Q Confirmed. Those are our top 3 for the moment. But waiting to see whether any of the teams from outside of Vietnam or Thailand can cause many inroads today.
Well, now's the time to do it, especially if you are a team that prefers playing on Erangel compared to Miramar. Although I will say by this point, you've got no choice. You've got to have played both maps to a good degree. And I remember our many moons ago, back in 2019, the spreadsheets that you created, Jordan, with the difference between teams, how they played on Erangel and how they played on Miramar. It is substantial. The evidence backs it up. There is a difference. And obviously going into the last 2 games tonight, we will see at least a guarantee one team will perform better on Miramar than they did on Erangel. So we'll see how this final map of Erangel plays out. Anything wacky? We'll find out right now with the circle. And, well, I guess we're just going to play... we're just going to play game 1 all over again.
Definitely seems that way. I guess things can change if we do end up down on the military island, but so far looking like we should still end up north somewhere towards Gatka Fields, or maybe just a little bit south of Gatka Fields. Actually, one thing to note on what you were saying just previously, I think for Incognito, if I remember correctly, they were a far better team on Miramar than what they were on Erangel. From memory, it was something like 65% of their points came from Miramar as opposed to Erangel. So that's obviously Team Fury, or Fury as we're now calling them. So maybe something for those guys to kind of take heart in that, you know, they've been performing relatively well so far here in Erangel. They're sitting in somewhere around 6th or 7th place, something like that. They've had a couple of decent placements. As unfortunately for CJ, he does get picked up by Heisaki. Yeah, they've been doing okay for themselves. And I think, you know, going out of Erangel, sorry, into Miramar, they should be feeling fairly confident. Either way, a big rotation coming across from a large majority of teams, one of them, of course, being Cerberus, because that circle shift, interestingly enough, actually shifts very far away from the majority of the teams. I'm having a look at the map stream right now, which is on PCS_map for anyone that's interested in watching, if you haven't found it yet. And where everyone dropped was like very far over toward the eastern side of the map, Xenox. And so now there's a huge majority of teams that have to move all the way over to the west. In fact, there was like almost no teams in this initial circle. So everyone's starting to get on their rotate pretty early on in the piece.
Yeah, and a lot of the reason for that was because the plane path was basically from like Kameshki to Novo, so it really did cut out a lot of the western side of Erangel for this game. Oh, Bad Guy's going to be knocked down by JJ Leo. Bad Guy's actually been a performer for Cerberus Esports so far tonight. To lose him early is going to be detrimental for his team. I don't know if they're going to have someone swing back, maybe go for the revive. Doesn't look like it, and definitely no chance now. Anquan's profile picture, by the way, is quite interesting as we get some stats here of Fury Australia as well over to the right-hand side. Insight.
I mean, I got to say, I really like Insight's jersey there. It's just premium.
Why is that?
I mean, Jukesy's got a good-looking jersey as well.
Ronan's jersey. I mean, I'm not sure what they've tried to do here, but hey, good for
I'll
them.
tell you after. Don't worry about it.
Have they just slapped the Fury Australia logo on the old Incog jersey?
I believe that may be what has happened, Xenox.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Archangel Predator have already lost CJ. So 2 players have already died this game, actually, for match 3. One from Cerberus Esports, one from Archangel. I guess Killer... Oh, no, there's his profile pic. Bit of a slide-in PowerPoint presentation transition and then the thumbs down. I like it.
It's like Julius Caesar, you know, in the Colosseum. Kill him.
Yeah. Colb's like the happiest person I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was going to say, these guys from the Philippines do like to have a bit of fun with their profile pictures, and that is quite evident from the last 2 that we've seen. I wonder if we're going to get an eye on Mad Dog. Doesn't look like it. So we do go back over to Q Confirm, and they seem to have started off nicely as well, getting themselves on that rotate in, and maybe an early kill here, and Gems double tap to Carbs. That is going to be the end of him, and that's not a great start at all here for the boys from the Philippines, unfortunately, now having lost a couple of players.
I just got an interesting tweet, Jordan, that I'll bring up here. Oh no, never mind. Apparently it's been deleted. Well, that's a shame.
Who was it from?
From Fury Australia, actually. But hey, if you're watching Fury Australia, send it back and I'll give it a read. I was literally about to read it. I was intrigued. In the meantime, though, Divine Esports going to make their way over the bridge of the Novo side. IQ 500, bit of spray, but always going to be difficult to land those sort of shots, Jordan. It's more of a hope and pray than anything. Levi's going to push through. It does take a couple attacks, not too much. He's fine. 1405 as well. They love their numbers on this team.
Yep. IQ 500. Big fan. Either way, most of the teams have rotated on into their position. And actually, speaking of Fury, they're still up in Yasnaya. So they've still got a big, long rotate. They're actually the last team that's going to make it into the circle. Interesting position here as well for Creatori, who probably have one of the more difficult rotates, actually, considering this is likely to shift off of Sosnovka Island. They're
got to
get on. Well, yeah, it may not. But they do have to get across to the western side of the island, and then assuming it shifts north off of the island, they have to go and get off the island there as well. So they're going to be having a very, very tough rotate in, which is obviously going to make their day a little bit more difficult.
They already had it difficult for match one. We do have the tweet in now, by the way, actually, from Fury Australia, the organization in, you guessed it, Australia. It says, hey, Xenox, it's great to hear that you like our do-it-yourself jersey designed by Fico. Would you be interested in receiving one? I
Would you?
mean, I'll take a real jersey. I don't know about the do-it-yourself one from Fico, though. So if you want to send one, sure.
There you go.
But I appreciate the
Getting on that
concern.
merch.
Yeah.
By the way, we're taking a little bit of a look at the rotations here from Buriram United Esports, looting around in the Milton Power era. But they're going to have a big, long rotation, and they're already on the way. God Meow on the bike. I think Ferox might be hearing this rotation coming in shortly, although, no, they're back towards Pachinki, so it's probably still a little while yet for them. Have to be aware of those teams that are around them, though. QC definitely been a strong contender so far today, doing well for themselves.
I've got to say, though, Jordan, I think there's no bias in saying everyone in chat should be hoping that Team Ferox gets a kill this game. Come on. At this point, you don't want them to go forever on 0. They've got to find at least a kill, or at some point maybe even a placement point or two. But I think as a player, you would want to get off the board in terms of kills first. Placement points will follow later on, as we see Fury Australia on the move with their do-it-yourself jerseys.
Inside the
slow roller.
scout. Yeah, he's really just keeping an eye on what's going on, calling the shots for the rest of the team. But are they aware there's still a couple of players actually behind them as we turn our attention to DIC and Atletico, who seem to have run into each other. Inside does manage to get a knock and a kill onto RDK Boss. Not a bad start for Fury in this game once again. They've been performing well today, and that seems like it will continue. Keeping an eye on them. It was that late rotation that was coming in from BTF that's been picked off, and you can really see where this one is going, Xenox. It seems to be, again, the same old story for Ferox. Sweet Soul trying to rotate in, gets knocked down early. Made in Thailand are going to secure that kill. There's no chance Sweet Soul survives, and the rest of the boys are out of here. Not interested at all. And it just seems like the woes continue for Ferox tonight.
I was about to say Sweetie and the Secret Agents, but we're going back a little bit there.
Yeah.
For Sweet Soul, unfortunately, he's taken out. His agents will have to do the work from here on out for phase 2. We did see that circle shift over to Cliffs at Yellows. Made in Thailand have got the Yellows in their control. And again, interestingly enough, similar to game number 1, like a Kamuka. Oh, the sweet swap! No, it was Juxi. I don't know how much of that. I'm going to give a little bit of credit to Waikika. He'll say he hit a few shots and a few tags, but Juxi gets the knockdown. Saves Waikika Kamuka. There goes Teddy. You said Fury have been performing probably the best of the bunch from the Australian teams, and they continue to do that. Match 3 now with 3 kills. Keeps them ticking upwards on that rankings leaderboard into 7th now. I'm still going to just give some credit there to Waikika, Jordan. I don't care what you say.
Yep. I'm not going to say anything. I'm all for the seat swaps. I know everyone hates them, but I love to see it. Juxi under a bit of pressure right now from Q Confirm, but he should be okay. He's got some smokes up and has a bit of deflate there as well. I do want to point out that before we get too far into this discussion, there is still a possibility that this circle does shift south. Unlikely, but there is still a possibility. I don't know if you've got the map stream up, Xenox, but I'm watching it.
I do.
And there's probably about 25% down in Sosnovka Island that's still inside the circle. And there's only 2 or 3 teams down there, so that could be a big hard feed for them if it does end up going south. Keep our attention turned on the teams toward the northern side of the map, though, and that, of course, being Fury, who's already picked up 3 kills and starting to rotate into this garage right next to Shinky. Well, you wouldn't want to be day traders here if this does end up going south, because they're already halfway across to the northern side.
That is some PTSD flashbacks to game one when it was Creatory Esports, Jordan. They were the swimmers pushing over Ferry PL. Cerberus
Division X
Esports
are
are in
rotating
Ferry
in, by the
PL.
way.
Yeah, I was about to say Division X pushing in from Primorsk. Cerberus have got some company here. Basil's got to be careful. You'll hear them start to push up around the pier. Long K, 19%. Just going to fall short. Not going to push into Ferry immediately yet. Not all the way. Still, we have all 16 teams alive. In 20 seconds' time, you mentioned there's a possibility we could still go to Sosnovka Island. Obviously, due to the fact that it's phase 3, water circle setting, not in play. The odds of it happening, though, are slim. We will say that. But it could also just say, for example, Jordan, say a central circle. 5 seconds' time, though, as we now find out phase 3, it is probably going north. And it does go north, indeed, to the Chinky Fields. And as we turn our attention to Saki, who's being pushed on now by the swimmers. Day trade.
Yeah, but he's done actually a pretty good job. He's already managed to knock one of those day trade players. Now, the res does come out there, but getting helped out by Subang. Basil's on the roof. Day trade gaming was always going to be rough for them coming out of the water, and this is exactly why Cerberus essentially gatekeeping even them on the way in. So that'll be a couple of nice points on the board here for Cerberus. Where's the rest of the day trade players ended up, actually? Are they all dead? No, 2 of them are still alive. Actually, they've gotten into the petrol station just north of the bridge. So I don't know how they managed. They must have had to have driven across the bridge earlier.
Well, speaking of going across the bridge, Creatory Esports making their way either on the bridge or below the bridge, either way. Not sure. It looks like from the view here from Turtle or Divine Esports, it is indeed below the bridge for Reality, and the rest of Creatory, you can see them just in the distance there. Turtle's going to give a bit of a pickup for Nikki and Namsi as they both were still on Sosnovka Island. Now, this little pickup crew, Jordan, came from the cliffs. So they've got this under control. There is the 4th member, Levi's, at the double farmhouse here. He was taking some shots, half health, but the reinforcements are coming. And that's a nice little exit strategy for Divine. They actually held a 2-2 split, mainland and Sosnovka Island. It's going to pay off for them as they can now regroup as 4 pretty comfortably. Division X Gaming on the rotate into the Pachinki Fields. They're going in very early. They're going to be a prime target for a lot of these teams. Close by to Phoenix Gaming. And there goes the rest of Creatory Esports.
I don't know where they're going to end up here, Division X Gaming. Like, I don't think they're going to have a good time there at all, as we do keep an eye on Cerberus trying to get across the bridge. It's Golden Cat that is trying to gatekeep them, but this may change relatively quickly if Reality can actually get inside of this Wizzy. And now not being able to because he's being covered off by some of those extra Golden Cat players that may go on through. 6 stacks will be okay to hide in the room, and Maxonus is, I guess, the MVP here for Golden Cat because he's really the one that's stopping Creatory from actually pushing into this Wizard Hut. And now Flash does go on in. Reality cops a little bit of damage from that grenade. 6 stacks surely going to push this.
Well, he doesn't have to push it. He can just hold it if he really wants to. Although reinforcements very slowly arriving for Creatory Esports in 1405. He's not going to be able to get there in time. 6 stacks. Well, 6 sacks, I should say. And Maxonus both going to be able to take out those members of Creatory Esports that pushed into that Wizzy Tower. In fact, now 1405, at least from what I can see in the mini-map, has been spotted, found, and annihilated. And for Creatory Esports, they continue to finish in the bottom 2. Every game we've seen so far, only the 2 points. They, at least Ferox, though, no longer can finish last for the 3rd time in a row. That's a positive. Can they find a point, though? That's the next question.
Definitely. Well, speaking of Division X Gaming, who we did watch rotate into the circle through the fields just before that engagement started, they managed to find themselves a couple of huts to hide up in. And in fact, these don't look too bad. You know, they're the only established cover actually towards the center of the circle. So could have definitely done worse with that rotation that they did take. Now it's Atletico's turn. They're the ones that are rotating in from the western side of the map as we turn our attention back over there. And Extreme and Zoid may end up finding themselves in a hut as well. It seems like hut gaming is the name of the game here for a lot of those teams that are rotating early into the fields.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see Atletico play like this. You know, this passive rush into a Shack playstyle. A guy like Linksy, you know, who was playing over in Europe for Razor Edge Gaming, he's got the experience to hold that just slightly north position, see what he can find, play by himself. It's such a risky spot to play because if you get knocked down, that's it. You're not getting back up again. Fury looking to put the pain into Ferox though. Australia here. Niku's holding up to the top left. This is not a fight Ferox probably want to take, even though they've got that high ground. Fury is a team that you'd have to think, Jordan, have got an advantage over them just in general in how they've been performing as a team, which has been much better. Maybe a pinch though. They've got them on either side just about, unless Ronan continues to hold that anchor position. Grumps is spotted by Gems from Q Confirm. He might just confirm his head if Grumps even stays still for a split second here.
I got to say, I don't think either of these teams are going to be particularly keen on taking this fight, but Fury will certainly be happier too, as long as they don't end up getting third-partied by Q Confirm. Grumps and Cozzy, though, they're going to run into each other 100%. It's just a case of who spots who first, and it's Waikika Mukau who's going to put some more damage numbers on the board. Once again, being a top performer for this Fury roster, and there is no reason to imagine that that is going to stop today.
Oh, that's not good. Gems finds a knockdown into Waikika Mukau, though. There is actually still a chance, as even though Nikos goes down, if for whatever reason Insight somehow bleeds out, that would be a kill for Ferox. I don't think it's going to happen, though. A smoke and a res is probably going to come out. They do lose Waikika Mukau. Well, 5 early kills for Fury Australia. Even if, Jordan, they go out before the placement points, they've already picked up enough kills in this game that they can at least say, okay, match 3 wasn't so bad. We got something out of it, move on to the next one. But for Ferox, again, nothing. 3 games in a row, they're still stuck on 0. At this point, Mishka's going to have no work to do on the end game graphic that he's going to put up on Twitter. Might as well just take a picture of a donut and just put it up there.
That's a pretty rough situation to be in, I guess, for Ferox. But either way, maybe Miramar will result in some.
I do hope it changes, though, for the record. I'm not that top. I love Ferox. Hopefully they can change it around on Miramar.
Cerberus, though, under a bit of pressure right now from Golden Cat, who do have 3 players alive, but 6 sacks out of the fight for a moment as he was medding on up. Circle does shift into the center. Golden Cat just absolutely deletes Cerberus. There's a few nice points picked up for them. Division X Gaming will be happy with the way that this circle has ended up shifting because it's put them in, again, you know, just another position where they can sit safely. I was going to mention earlier on that Insight and the rest of Fury do have to be aware of AAP behind them. That is a perfect grenade. Mad Dog is dead. Insight does get traded back on down, but he should be okay. He wasn't flushed, just knocked. And so again, Fury finding another engagement and winning another engagement.
Well, I mean, they've been winning these engagements, and also now, after this is their 2nd or 3rd one this game, they're not really losing too many players in each engagement. I mean, even Waikika Mukau didn't technically die from the engagement with Ferox. He was just unfortunately third-partied at a very inopportune time. Sleepmate's knocked down. Looks like Extreme should be able to get the revive. Flood's going to grip up with Blinksy. Phoenix Gaming still hold the broken shack. Made in Thailand, and now going to make their way over this shack. Boya, the entry frag onto 19 cent. Minoru now gets Sabao. The shack is now ours, just made in Thailand. Just as easy as that. They want it, they get it. There's nothing Division X Gaming are going to be able to do to stop them. There is a tag, though, from Dr. Logi, who's going to knock down Duckman. Not sure whether or not he's actually safe. Insight finds Fury's 8th kill. Jukes is going to knock down onto Levi's. As the fight with Divine now begins from Fury. Insight's knocked down. Ronan's going to be finished off by Man. VTF with a 3rd party. And Fury's good fortunes maybe just coming to an end here, Jordan, for Game 3. 8 kills, a lot of exchanges. But you take all these fights early on, you're not always going to be able to come out ahead.
Yeah, it's just one too many engagements, you know. They feel like they've really been winning them all, and they might end up actually getting another kill there onto Man. I thought that'll be finished off by Q Confirmed, but Jukesy, the last man standing here for Fury, has a bit of a rough rotation in, and I'm not really sure where he's going to end up. DIC looking to breach one of these huts, and they seem to have done so relatively okay. They are getting third-partied. Levi's should get picked up here by Turtle as they drop a smoke down to cover their position. And it's Atletico now that are on the move, and this is what you'd like to see a little bit more of from Atletico, I'm sure. Xenox. Yeah. On the move, aggressive into Phoenix Gaming, and a great grenade from Zoidmate, not to mention a knock from the N24 of Flood.
I mean, whether or not they had the option doesn't really matter. You've got to play like this. You've got to play like this. The Blue's going to force it, but you've got to be able to capitalize. They now lose Extreme and Flood, though. Zoid links two very powerful players with a lot of veteranship behind them and experience. Push on 1 HP finally goes down. And there's all but now certainly a chance that Extreme can get revived for Atletico. 5 teams remain. Atletico pick up the kills. They'll have 3 up, provided they can get this revive. And it looks like they will be able to. No one's looking in their direction. Circle for phase 6 over towards Made in Thailand. Division X in the center of it as well. And it's time for all 4 members of the 4 Horsemen, Jordan, from QC to make their way into this phase 6 circle. Do you sense a crash, a breach, maybe onto Made in Thailand, or potentially just pull up short, go to one of the hay bales, play safe, slowly push in?
I think they're going to go slow and play safe. There's no reason for QC right now to do anything overly aggressive. They're already having a good day. No need to throw it away. And, you know, there's always a potential for another circle shift that goes north and favors them a little bit. No real need to get too over.
Jordan, it's a lot harder to probably butt in online. I apologize. But the last time we saw Division X Gaming, with 2 players alive inside of a shack, they went on to come second place and pick up quite a few more kills. Don't count them out just yet from this position. Shaq, definitely number 1 player in this game. I agree with everyone there.
They need to be a little aware of DIC to the south of them, but quite frankly, if I'm Division X Gaming right now, I'm feeling like that's another potential couple of kills for us. Made in Thailand are farming right now, though, as they find themselves another one, courtesy of Duckmans. Long K, though, getting involved in the discussion as JJ Leo is finished off by him. I think this will be the end for DIC. I don't really see the way that they can get out of here. They've probably run out of smokes already, and they've got 2, potentially even 3 teams if Atletico turns around as well. Teams kind of just looking in their direction. So in reality, it might even be smarter for them to just give these points up to the Blue, which may in the end be what they elect to do.
Wow, 74-1 now into the Blue. Just gets off the first aid kit, but as soon as he steps outside, Duckman puts him down. And while Tony makes the smart decision for DIC, denies at least 1 point there, Duckman does get 74-1. 4 teams remaining, Atletico, QC, Division X Gaming, and Made in Thailand. And Jordan, the questions we asked in the pregame here for match 3, were we going to see more of match 2 or match 1? In this case, it's a bit of both. Both have answered the call here. Made in Thailand, for 2 games in a row now, are going to perform really well. Division X and QC from match 1 have returned after a poor performance in match 2. And we've also got a new challenger potentially here at Atletico, 3 up in the final 4 teams, although it's not going to be easy from here because there's 2 teams in Made in Thailand and Q confirmed that have both got 4 alive, and all the way out to the west is little old Atletico. We'll see what they can make of it. Next circle push, and it's going to go to the north. 4 Q confirmed. Made in Thailand in there as well. And I sense for those 2 teams, DXG and Atletico, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Atletico really just want to ensure at this point that they score at least a 3rd place here. Outlasting Division X Gaming would probably be where they'd be looking for right now. And you got to say, like, for Atletico, this is a much better game. So either way, they've already started off on the right foot here in game 3 and will hope to do so for game 4 and 5. They have been spotted by Q confirmed. Extreme is going to send it early into mid in a Dacia, which actually might not be a bad decision at all. He's managed to get inside of the circle. Has set himself up some cover with the Dacia there as well, popping the tires.
This is actually perfect from Extreme, by the way. Yeah, and the fact that the Dacia is still moving, it's moving in the right direction. It's giving him a bit more breathing room going into the circle. So he has popped the tire. He probably does want it to stop moving just so he can stay prone. Linksy going to be knocked down by Jowman, but in the end, it did work out. Division X, though, MBK steals the kill away from Jowman. Zoid, though, does get MBK. 1 more to get with. Atletico Zoid, mate, cannot hit it. And Extreme, who played for position as the nade from Minoru, is going to be a... I mean, it says Extreme and Zoid got the kills, though.
I think Extreme must have fired a couple of shots in there.
He must have.
At some point.
Because now his position is given away as well. QC kind of have an idea as to where he is. Either way, 3 teams remain. Made in Thailand and QC. Your money's got to be on them to win this game, though, Jordan.
Absolutely. But you think about that in the context for Extreme. It's like, okay, I'm definitely going to get rid of Division X Gaming and probably come third, or I don't get rid of Division X Gaming and there's a chance that I get picked up before that last player for Division X and, potentially end up in fourth. I think it's fine. There's not really much of a chance that he ends up in second or first either way, even if he doesn't give away his position. So I think to ensure those extra points for Atletico's a pretty smart move in the end. Now really all that he has to do is hope that QC and Myth kind of forget about him and end up in a big engagement that he can potentially third party and maybe pick up 1 or 2 more kills. It'd be unreal to see Extremes win this game from here. But yeah, definitely looking great for Made in Thailand and Q confirmed.
Not just for this game, but for really the tournament as a whole. The amount of points that they're getting now from these first 3 games, the separation is beginning. The rankings sort of highlight that with the amount of teams that are still on single digits, and now with Myth and QC pushing into the 30-point mark already with DXG, who of course went out in 4th. This is big for Atletico to sort of just stay with them as well. 5th place Fury on 20 points sort of did their work early on in this game, but they, to a degree, Jordan, as well, should be probably noted for this game in particular because they picked up like 8 kills or something. While they went out early, they did all of the work early. But Made in Thailand have got work to do here. Phase 8 not going into their favor. It goes over to Q confirmed. And Jowmans has been the standout in general, but in this game, it's Gems.
4 kills on the board for him. But a few more potentially here for Q confirmed as they try to scope out the positions of Made in Thailand. So far, seems like it is going the way of Q confirmed. Gems firing a few shots there into Naru. Jayers will finish him off. That's a good knock. That's a good start to the engagement, but an even better response. Duckman's a very strong player and someone that you cannot be underestimating in these late game fights.
Oh, Extreme pops up. He gets Gems. Can he confirm it, though? That's the crucial part. At least get 1 for it. If you're going to pop up out of the grass, you got to find something. Oh, Extreme. He's nutty with the spray. He gets Jowman 2 down for Q confirmed. This is perfect for Made in Thailand. The solo player spots Q confirmed. Made in Thailand realize what has happened. They're going to make their way straight over to Jayers and Sphere. They can't even respond to Extreme. He's got the 2 knocks, but can he confirm them? Jayers. It's also crucial for Extreme if he can stay alive in this scenario and get top 2. He gets 2 kills and 2nd place for Atletico. Made in Thailand are probably going to get the win, but I'm not going to count anything just yet. It's Extreme 2G. The 2G stands for too good. It's a 1v3 against Myth. Phase 9 Blue's not going to stop moving. Jordan, you can't count him out, surely.
No, absolutely not. And the form that he's in after hitting those sprays, you got to think maybe Extreme can pull something special off here. He's already managed to get into 2nd place, get another couple of points on the board for Atletico. That's a huge result for Extreme. But can he find any more? Can he get a 1-on-3? I mean, he's got a hay bale to play with, but he is not near the center of the circle, so he's going to have to move first. Duckmans will be the primary target. That's the one that Extreme will look to find first. And he's really trying to bide his time and last as long as possible here. Find a 1-on-1. Not really being given it. And now gives away his position. Duckmans will keep an eye on that. And Boya in the vehicle. Here we go, Xenox.
I've seen something like this before. It happened at PUBG Nations Cup with Brazil and Thailand. Didn't work out for the team that had 3 alive and someone was in a car. But I will say, Duckman is involved. They should pick up the win eventually, and they do. Esquilusia picks up Extreme, picks up kill number 10 for Made in Thailand, and they pick up their first chicken dinner of the evening. 20 points in total as well for Made in Thailand. Look, Extreme made it juicy towards the end. Jordan, did he not? But Atletico are going to have to settle for 2nd place, 14 points. They won't be too dismayed by that, though. A huge effort considering the situation. In the end, though, goes down not in a blaze of glory, but in a 3v1 situation where it was always going to be proven to be difficult. You said it, he was on the edge of the blue. The hay bale was also the worst position out of all of them. And in the end, he's just got to be happy with what he was able to achieve before that situation.
Yeah, definitely good performance from Atletico, getting basically 3 times as many points as what they did in the first 2 games in game number 3. Made in Thailand, though, on an absolute roll right now. 2nd place in the last game, 1st place in this game. 20 points out of that one as well, and they are starting to put themselves in a very, very solid position here. Q confirm, you got to say, maybe a little disappointing in the end, actually, to only grab 10 points out of that game. But either way, I'm sure they'll be happy with how things have panned out for them so far today. They're putting a good sort of fight in. And, Xenox, we have to talk about it. Creatori Esports and Team Ferox once again getting 0 points out of another game. At least for Creatori, they managed to get a couple points in the last game, but that is the third game in a row for Ferox that is a 0-point game.
I think they actually got their 2 points in game 1, from what I recall for Creatori Esports, if I'm correct in that regard. But it was one or the other, right, as you mentioned. And for Team Ferox, well, none so far in 3 games. This is very unlike, say, a team at this level to have not picked up anything after 3 games, especially a team like Team Ferox. A lot of time still remaining, of course. And look, all it takes is one really good game. You saw it, say, from Atletico. If Ferox can have a performance like that, they go from last to like 9th in just one game. But what I will say is, for a lot of these teams that are in the bottom half of the standings already, I know we're only 3 out of 20 games in, but Made in Thailand is running away with this. Q confirmed, Golden Cat, these teams, and Division X Gaming, I should add as well, can't forget about them, are all starting to be the teams we've got our eyes on. They're the ones that are performing. They're picking up the kills, the wins, and right now, Division X, their best player is probably the Shack. They've done it 2 games now out of 3. It's worked for them. Can't deny with what works.
Yeah, definitely. Solid performances from Division X. I mean, I guess they haven't been the flashiest of games, but as long as they're getting those kinds of points on the board, they're doing a pretty good job for themselves. Sitting at above 12 points on average. They're sitting actually above 11 points on average a game, which is a really, really solid amount to be getting per game. I think I'm looking to see a little bit more out of the likes of Cerberus and Buriram United Esports. These teams that we sort of talked about a lot in the lead up to this tournament haven't quite popped off, despite the fact that they both had one decent game so far. And again, a decent one from Atletico, decent enough, I guess, from Fury, although that's probably their worst game of the day so far. I do feel like they're sort of fragging well and they're sort of performing well in these fights. It's just sometimes they're not getting into the right fights, I guess, and they're sort of being choked by a lot of teams at one point in time. So I think for Fury, keep sort of grinding along and doing what they're doing, because I think it'll eventually work out at some point over the course of tonight. Although, to be fair, they are running out of time since we only have 2 more games left.
Yeah, you're not right. You're not wrong, obviously. And obviously, coming into now these last 2 games, we're going to be switching up to Miramar. I mean, brought it up a little bit before, and something that we both have sort of a bit of an interest in terms of the statistics behind it, in performing better or worse on either Erangel or Miramar. Not going to lie, we don't really have as much knowledge on the rest of SEA in terms of how they perform on Miramar. In terms of the Australian teams, or at least those 3, Fury is probably expected to perform a little bit better on Miramar. I'd say Atletico Esports is maybe 50-50 between the 2 maps, so I don't think you see too much of a difference there. And for Team Ferox, well, they have to do better on Miramar. They have to find a kill. Speaking of kill, we'll go and have a look at the top kills and damage so far after 3 matches. I don't think it'll be too much of a surprise, though. We saw it before Jordan after 2 matches. The only difference is Waikiki Mukau has lost that top spot. But in terms of the kills, Gems, Jowman, Homboya, Spao, and Esquilusia all taking that top 5 spot at the moment for kills. And QC with the top 2 positions for kills is incredible. They have been outstanding, those 2, Gems and Jowman, as a duo.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised to see that, honestly, because when we look at Made in Thailand, they've also picked up a huge amount of kills, but I think it seems to be a little bit more across the board. Honboya and Esquilusia, obviously in the top 5 for them. But either way, it's not too surprising to see a couple of Q confirmed players and a couple of Made in Thailand players up towards the top there. Division X obviously sitting in second place as well, so you pretty much expected to see one of their guys in there for the kills as well. So it's fairly representative of what we're seeing on the leaderboards. I guess the only real outlier here, of course, as we've touched on already, is Waikiki Mukau. His team is in 5th, and yet he's in second place for damage dealt. So I'm not sure what he's doing right now, but he's doing a lot of work. And I guess just needs to maybe either slow things down and get those placements up a little bit, or kick the rest of the boys into gear and say, hey, look at what I'm doing. Come on, keep up.
Well, you know what? You mentioned that, but I'm going to stick up for his teammates here. He actually went out pretty early on in that game and they were able to continue on and do very well in the fights without him. I know Insight was also knocked down early on in that fight, but Waikiki and Mukau did get third party. So as a team, Fury Australia all performing really well, but Waikiki had a pretty good first 2 games. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Miramar's going to be on the other side. Stay tuned.
Gonna be coming right here, and we're just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up 2. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third, what a hell! Oh, the spray. Dropped over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哇，这个起来了，被空寨了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno proživjeti. Kakav
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get this. Tried to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself, but now he jumps off. Catches Ace, he runs and healing and he gets him. 2v. straight on through. Full wide. I think. Valius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eye? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds 1. He's gonna go down and return, but at what?
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 김치.
숨은 쉬어야죠. 그쵸?
오심은 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
김치.
We are finished with Erangel onto Miramar. We traverse. Welcome back, everybody, here for the PCS charity Showdown. We have done 3 games, Jordan. Now we got 2 more to go. Miramar. Give us your thoughts as we head into the Dusty Desert.
I'm a fan of Miramar. Not as much of a fan of Miramar as I am of Erangel, but I am looking forward to seeing how it's going to go in tonight's matches. As I've already alluded to the fact that Fury probably feeling a little bit more comfortable, I'd say, going into Miramar, at least based on some of the stats that we talked a lot about in 2019. Obviously don't have any of those on hand for this event in particular, but maybe something that we can look at going into future events here for PUBG. I think they're definitely going to be a team that's happy to be moving off of Erangel. Creatory, Ferox, VTF, AAP, all these kind of teams sitting down toward the bottom. Day Trade, Divine, new map, new me. At least that is going to be the idea for them, because they have had a rough day so far, and moving into Miramar, it's going to be a nice sort of change of scene for them, I would like to expect.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the total leaderboard. It is really Thailand leading the way, except Division X Gaming sitting in that second place. They kind of disrupt that party in the top 4. You can see also the 3 teams that have picked up wins so far: Golden Cat, Buriram, United Esports, and Made in Thailand. And look at that gap, Jordan, from 1st to 8. That is huge already, 42 to 16. For those teams that are in the bottom half, there's a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, definitely. I've actually wanted to point out Buriram. It's quite surprising to see them, having picked up a victory, still be down in 7th place. So they've had really only 1 good game so far, Xenox, and every other game they had round 1 was a 13th place, and round 3 was a 13th place, both with 1 kill. So really, round number 2, where they got that 6-kill win, is where they're picking up the large majority of their points, 16 of them, in fact. So definitely been a rough run so far for Buriram, even though they are in 7th place.
Let's head into Miramar. Match number 4 of the night, 5 in total, for those who maybe missed the beginning. We've got just 1 more game to come after this. 20 games in total over 2 weeks, so we've got more games coming on Saturday for the APAC region, and then of course we do it all again next week. But for those who aren't aware, all of the regions, North America, Europe, Asia, and of course along with APAC, are going to be displayed here on the Play Battlegrounds channel, along with also on YouTube. So, Made in Thailand, we watched them drop down at Power Grid, but they got some company. It's DIC. DIC's been a little bit MIA in the last couple of games. Duckman, well, he's not going to miss his shots. Tony goes down, and that's going to be the first kill of the game already. Made in Thailand, besides match 1, Jordan, have just not stopped their domination of this lobby.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure they will like to continue that as well. That said, the fact that they are in a close engagement with DIC right now doesn't make you feel too confident that this is going to be a great game for them, because things can always go wrong, even though they're in a 3-on-4, even though they've started off this engagement well. There is a world in which DIC comes out of this with maybe a couple of kills here or there, and that could potentially still ruin Made in Thailand's game from here on out. So I wouldn't want to get too overly engaged in this fight as Made in Thailand, particularly given the weaponry that it seems like they've got at the moment isn't too ideal. I think DIC is very much on the same page. They want to get back out as well. They've already given up this compound.
There's no reason at all that you want to contest with Made in Thailand this early on. DIC has been, like many Vietnam teams, struggling so far. A lot of them in the bottom half of the standings, more so than the first half of the standings. Thailand, notably, has got more teams in that first half of the leaderboard. Australia with 2 of those teams as well taking up position there, but obviously have one that's in dead last with 0 points. And we look at QC, Q confirmed, 4 Horsemen. They got technically 3 names, Jordan. QC, Q confirmed, and 4 Horsemen. Third at the moment for Thailand. Jowman and Gems, though, have been so outstanding, as you can see also in the kill rankings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Q confirmed are having a great day, and so are those 2 individuals for that roster. It's not really too big of a surprise, given the performance that we saw from that roster into the Onslaught Season 4. They came second in the group stage. They won the finals there as well. So again, I'm not really sure exactly what the situation has been for Q Confirmed, because they came 16th in groups and 15th in finals in season 3 of OSL. And then they made that roster change. They removed Job Jab and they've added Jowman. And I guess when we're talking so much about Jowman, this seems to have been a massive upgrade in firepower, and it seems to have really worked out for this Q Confirmed roster. So got to give them credit for that. And it seems like the good performances that they put in OSL are continuing here in PUBG Continental Series.
Divine Esports, a team that had a couple of their players. I mean, Divine Esports went over for PGC, if I remember correctly, and well, they haven't quite been up there so far for PCS. See if they can turn their story around. Currently in 11th position, 8 kill points, 10 total points. So really, positioning hasn't been their strong suit so far. Turtle, Levi's, Nikki, and them. Looking at the map stream, though, we do have Birirami United Esports all the way down South Jordan. Another team that I wanted to sort of talk on. I know we're not really looking at them at the moment, but they were coming into this with very little form going their way, and they have very quickly turned it around.
Indeed, an interesting circle shift as well, a little bit more over toward the western side of the map rather than the eastern side. Made in Thailand, very much center of the circle. Day traders definitely not having a particularly great day today at all. Given they have lost another player early on in the piece. VTF have just run into Made in Thailand. At least 2 of them.
And there's that setup we saw before. Fury Australia were waiting for 1405, but going back to Made in Thailand, losing 2 very big players and just losing 2 players in general is never going to be ideal. Unfortunately for them, this might be where their tracks are just stopped a little bit here on Miramar, slowing them down. And really, that's a blessing for everybody. Not just Victim, not just for the teams down the bottom or the teams in second, third. As I'm saying, it's for everybody, Jordan. That team that's leading the way, that's dominating everyone, has now just been slowed down.
Yep. Love to see, everyone will love to see Made in Thailand just getting knocked back a peg or 2. Made in Thailand are currently the leaders of the lobby. Not by a huge margin. They're 8 points above Division X and 9 points above Q Confirm. But always a world where they could run away with things if they continue the performances that we saw in round 2 and 3. But they seem to have more or less been neutered here in game number 3. Although the 2 individuals that are still alive, which is Duckmans and Minoru, are still in the center of the circle. You're waiting to see Ferox's first kill, aren't you?
Well, I thought maybe for a second Grumps might have taken the shot onto RDK, but he probably doesn't want to give away the position, which is smart. Because he spots Duckman, who is still alive for Made in Thailand with Minoru. I mean, you can't really count them out yet, even with 2 players. I think for them, the job now is to just try and stay hidden for the next 15 minutes. Get to around that 20-minute mark, and then from there, you can make the move up. Cosy, lovely picture. Looks like he just woke up and put his sweat top on. Now they take some shots. They've got to be careful, though, because we did just see Victim from the future obviously win the fight against Made in Thailand. They're pumped right now. They've got 2 kills, but they did lose Teddy in that exchange earlier. Team Ferox just playing with them from now. They don't want to make the push. It's Miramar. It's deadly to sort of leave this position. They'll take the long-range fights, see if they can find some knocks and really just put a dent into the utility and the armor and healing supplies of Victim.
Looks like everyone has rotated into the circle okay, as you do generally tend to see a little bit more so on Miramar. It's much easier on this map to get into those first couple of circles. A lot of deflate to play with, a lot of hills around the place, so very often you can get in fairly comfortably. It'll be towards the late circles where we see things pick on up. That's a rather unfortunate vehicle without a tire.
It's left him for dead. Grumps just looks like he's about to explode in that picture if you tick him off the wrong way. I wouldn't want to mess with that man. Yeah. Touche, Jordan, touche. Phoenix Gaming hanging around as well. And ironically, you know, Miramar, which is a map that generally you can find knocks, but it's hard to convert them into kills. In that sort of position that Ferox is around, a knock probably would be confirmed into a kill because it's so open.
I guess I'll be hoping to avoid that just to turn things around today. There are a reasonable amount of sort of rocky outcrops that they could potentially play around here. Sweet Soul's on a bit of a scouting mission again. Looking to see whether or not there's any enemies hanging around. You can even see him there in the sort of the top left of the screen, continuing his progression across the map. Anyway, we'll get an idea of where this next circle does end up going in 5 seconds or so. And this one is the one that's going to really tell us exactly what is going to end up happening in this matchup. And that is a mean shift all the way over to the west. A big, hard shift.
Straight on to Monte Nuevo. Cerberus Esports, Divine. Oh, with Golden Cat. Golden Cat just a little bit quiet the last couple of games, but they're still up there. And obviously a lot of that came from their match 1 performance. And we spoke about who's going to perform here on Miramar. In terms of the teams around Monte Nuevo, you know, Cerberus Esports and Divine Esports potentially could lead a bit of a resurgence for these Vietnamese teams, Jordan, and they're in a good position right now, at least after phase 2. Long way to go, I know, but you got to start somewhere.
Definitely do. Fury starting to rotate in through the southern part of the map, but it's Division X Gaming. They've ended up across from Cerebus. Okay for now, and we do actually end up swapping over to Fury, who are hanging around near day traders. It's Fury that are kind of getting gate kept out of the circle at the moment by day traders, although they are both inside of the next circle. Fury definitely wants to get past day traders to get into somewhere closer to Monte Nuevo, get a little bit closer to the center of the zone. Not really going to be too easy for them though. Pushing up the hill into day trade gaming. Not sure that that's going to be a great idea for them at all. And Fury, 1 kill on the board already. True to the previous games that we've seen from them so far, are in the thick of things early.
It's going to be interesting to see how Fury play this out. 1 kill early on for Ronan. They're doing really well in terms of the overall leaderboard, so you don't want to play too aggressive, throw away a good thing. But at the same time, if you're really feeling it and it's like, this is our map and we're really solidified as this is our home, we want to play well. And there's Zoid, mate. The IGL for Atletico is going to be able to find Svet just peeking over the top. Gem's trying to just make himself to be a bit of a nuisance to help out his teammate, but he was never going to be able to save him. Atletico on the board. They continue to perform after match number 3. Massive performance from Extreme and the boys. But going back to Fury again, you know, making these rotations, they know how to play this map, but you don't want to overdo it. You don't want to try and play too aggressively. And I don't think that they're the type of team to do that.
Well, they have gotten their way fairly safely into the center of the circle. They've gone around.
Oh my God.
Next gaming. That's a roughie. They've been having a good day so far. They were in 2nd place going into this game, but I'm fairly certain that will be changing after what we've just seen. All 4 of them in the same vehicle, and they have just been lit up by the boys from the Philippines as Insight goes flying past day trade. Waikika here in an engagement with Flash as well. It seems very spread out right now for Fury, who, as I said, have rotated in. They sort of wrapped around. They're actually in front of day trade now as well. Waikika surely doesn't get out of this one alive, and he won't. That was a bit risque from him, and he has been punished for it. Now, he's not been finished off. I wonder if there's a world where he can crawl down and get res. Doesn't look like it, though. High ground for Matey, and that'll be the finish, I'm sure, onto Waikika. Touching on Atletico, though, I was going to say, very important for them to win that fight against Q Confirmed, because they did have to rotate in past Q Confirmed, and we're seeing that now come to a head.
Yeah, exactly right. Jayas and Jauman still alive. Better position compared to Lynxie, who's firing from the blue towards Cerberus. Jauman from above gets the knockdown onto Zoidmate. And this is not the fight that you want to be taking at this present time because of the blue. 30 seconds until it starts to move, but they don't have much time, though, to really play around here.
Yeah, I think Atletico just need to make sure that they get that res and start booking it into the circle. Q Confirmed should not be that much of a threat with only 2 players, but there are plenty more teams around that they're going to need to be aware of, although it seems Atletico are more or less going to have to take this fight, otherwise they're leaving Lynxy high and dry, because he's still sitting out in the blue. So I think they do actually need to end up getting rid of Q Confirmed. At least they need to get rid of Jayers. And Extreme goes down early. Not a good start to the fight here for Atletico. It's a rough one, again, because they have to fight uphill. Lynxy does have a lot of meds at least to play with. Zoidmate is going to leave Extreme for dead. He might even be leaving Flood here as well. This is a rough position for Atletico to get in. That's a nice spray, though, from Lynxy.
Oh, but it's stolen from Duckman. Duckman's actually picked up 2 or 3 kills this game. Jayers is not done just yet. Yeah. Lynxy knows where he is. Obviously got the information for the rest of his team. Got the nade already primed. He knows his rough area, just not the pinpoint location. Doesn't bounce enough. And Flood's been knocked down by Anquan from DIC. This has gone horrible for Atletico. Anquan's going to get the flush onto Flood. Lynxy probably isn't in much of a position where he's going to make much more from this game. If he can get Jayers, at least trades 1-for-1 in the end. QC, a thorn in the side for Atletico. Zoidmate, you can see on the map, the game, half health, but has moved forward. Jayers holds his position. This is vital for Lynxy. Every kill, every point matters as he scopes out the area.
Lynxy has still got a couple of med kits left here. I'm not sure how many Jayers has in his back pocket, but Lynxy can survive in this blue for a little while longer. And I think really right now it's just a case of get that kill into Jayers, get that 1 point, because in reality he's not getting back into the zone, although he has spotted that bike up to his right. So I wonder if that is now the option here for Lynxy. This is such an interesting dynamic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is. He's got 2 first aid kits here, Lynxy. He is so convinced that he's still around here. Lynxy has to be careful. If he wants to go for a heal, it might be the wrong time. Jayers goes for the heal, but now he gets sprayed. Lynxy from above gets the elimination. That will send QC 4 Horsemen out in 15th position. And Jordan, that's 2nd and 3rd on the rankings out, with Myth down to 1 player. The top 3 have been absolutely torn to shreds here on Miramar. Lynxy gets off the first aid kit at a crucial time onto the bike, but can he make it in time? I don't know, even if he sends it as fast as he can. Zoidmate's going to be knocked down by 7-4-1. Gets a knockdown onto Anquan, who is inside of the blue, may not be able to make it much further. Atletico are going to go out early here, but they have found some kills. Never mind, CJ steals it away. There goes Lynxy and Zoid. There goes Atletico. And really, all of the teams that did well in match 3 have perished. And there goes DIC as well. They didn't quite do as well in match 3, but you get the idea of what's happening here.
You say that, but made in Thailand, Duckmans, he's still alive. He's still kicking. He's a solo, but he is still alive. Golden Cats in an engagement with VTF. Victim, of course, the team from Indonesia have been having a pretty tough day so far. Not looking too good there for Cerberus either. They're stuck inside of the blue. Big rotation has to come in as well from a few more of these teams, particularly taking a look at Ram United Esports. Phoenix Gaming up on the northern side of the map as well. Definitely have a long way to go. Fury, somehow, for their own right, have managed to get a position in the center of the circle with losing only the 1 player. So they've been doing well for themselves. Monte Nuovo definitely seems like the name of the game. And here we have Ferox, who have been having the worst possible day so far. They have yet to pick up a point, but they have all 4 players alive. They have a good position here in the circle. Miramar, new map, new me. Seems like a better day for Ferox so far.
I don't even know if I could excuse them if they don't get a point. I'm just saying, even a point, let alone a kill from this position that they've got inside of the circle for Ferox. Archangel have improved, at least here on Miramar, 7 kills. Hi, Saki. Oh, he finds 1 for Cerberus. Doesn't find the 2nd. God, Meow's able to send him packing in 12th position. And it's really these teams that are in the bottom 4, bottom 5, bottom 6 really, because all of them in the bottom 6 are still alive here in Miramar, that are at least turning their fortunes around here for PCS APAC. Very Rem still need to make the way to the circle. Might have to exchange with Archangel Predator. 7 kills, Jordan. They're looking better, but they're going to have a fight soon, you'd think.
One would assume so. AAP probably need to be joining up with Mad Dog, but we'll have a look back at that later as we keep an eye on Monte Nuevo. Back to the Philippine squad. Killer and CJ locking down the warehouse, but they are the ones that are going to have to move on. For now, keeping an eye on this rotation in from the Thai team. BRU, Nordra has dropped. That's to Matey from Day Traders. And AAP getting involved in that discussion as well. It was always going to be a tough rotate in. And it's made worse by being in the crossfire between two teams. That is for sure. God, Mio, not going to last too long against Killer there. And it's just Konaxi left alive.
I mean, he's got a decent position, but just doesn't have any teammates to help him out. They've all been slaughtered. The headshot from Killer was on point as well. And while with the numbers, it was always going to be easy pickings. Archangel Predator, killing spree indeed. They've got 10 kills here on Miramar. They're up to the top 7 now with this performance. They only had single digits, Jordan, coming into this game. We speak about teams that can, well, turn it around on different maps. Duckmans has Cubs pushing onto him, though. A player from Archangel Predator. A very, very long way from the rest of his team. Duckman's got 4 kills. I cannot believe that I said at the start of the game, maybe this was going to be a game teams could catch up to made in Thailand. I've learnt my lesson. Duckman has set up a tent. He ain't going anywhere. Not anytime soon.
Yeah. He's in a great spot as well. If this circle shifts hard to the east, he's going to actually potentially be able to get a top 3 placing here. But that's obviously a fairly hefty call to make. We have yet to see where the circle is going to move. Day Traders have to get off the high ground now, and they'll be doing so in a vehicle in the little black. AAP on the rotation as well, and they may well look to deal with Duckmans because they clearly want to take control of his position. Now, he's covered from the west, but not from the east. Throwing some smokes down here. He's going to have to do a bit of work.
Oh,
charge!
no way.
Buggy.
Oh, he's able to get one. Are you serious, Mad Dog? Switching to the back seat. Well? Oh no, Killer's the last one alive for Archangel Predator. Here we were praising them just quite literally a minute ago. Duckman may not realize the scenario that has unfolded in his vicinity though. Ferox are going to get on the board surely. Maybe not though, because CJ might just get revived here from Killer. He took another tag, one more. Can Ferox get on the board? Duckman doesn't have a nade, otherwise he would have already primed it, thrown it, and probably gotten the double kill. They've both been healthy and survived now. They've both got the revive off. Killer and CJ are up. Cozzy. Oh, they're so desperate for this first kill for Ferox, but Duckman may just steal it. Oh, he found a nade on the body. It's going to be thrown in. Does Duckman pick up the double? No, he misses.
Nope. Just can't quite chuck it far enough. He's throwing a few more. AAP going to have trouble pushing in Duckman's position. There's a flash there. He actually needs the help from Ferox, that's for sure. If Duckman's is going to survive here, it's going to be because of Ferox.
I'm trying to count how many smokes are up right now. It's not going out really good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Maths is hard. Don't do it on stream. Here they go. AAP, they're running, and they do manage to catch Duckman's. Ferox
are on the board
early enough, and they have managed to find that kill onto Killer. CJ survives for now, though. So AAP, well, they do manage to take Duckman's position. It costs them 3 players.
And I mean, Duckman did everything he could. He doesn't get any placement points for Made in Thailand, but he picked up 4 or 5 extra points that they probably wouldn't have got. Ferox on the board, though. You love to see it. And now, hopefully, for their sake, they can build off this 1 point and try and double it and make it 2. I mean, they had the circle, no longer theirs for phase 6. It has moved away from them. Grumps is on the move. They've got a lot of work to do, actually, Jordan, to get more than just this 1 point. Besides the placement points that they're actually going to get given now. They're going to be in the center of the circle, but a lot of eyes on their location. And we have 1, 2, 3, about 4 or 5 teams inside of Monte Nuevo that will eventually have to push out going into phases 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, Ferox have gone very, very early. And the cover in this position, not perfect, not great. Grumps has at least got himself a shack to hide in. But for the other 2 that have come across, Sweet Soul and Nikus, they're hiding behind those hay bales, which we know sometimes do have some gaps in them, but teams will be able to exploit. For now, things are okay for Ferox. AAP, though. Team from the Philippines, Archangel Predator, relying on CJ, and he is going to have a tough rotate in. Phoenix Gaming, right above Cozzy, seem to be following in the footsteps of Ferox. They're going to go down to that compound that they came from. potentially rotate into the center of the circle. This will be a big fight for Ferox if they get crashed.
Underarm? I was just wondering if Levi's maybe thought someone was closer than they really were. There goes CJ. Archangel Predator certainly did a lot of their work early on in this game. Gets them up to 5th place as well. 21 points tied with Atletico. Fortunately for Atletico, speaking of them just then, a lot of that top 3 have all had a very poor Miramar game. So really for the teams in that top 6, not a lot of movement. This is now the game though for the bottom 4 and so forth around that region of the leaderboard to catch up, to get back up the standings. A team like Ferox, you know, maybe they pick up 5-6 kills and a win. All of a sudden, now they're in the top 10. That's how quick it can change. But as I'm saying that, Sweet Soul's knocked down by Turtle of Divine Esports. And while Turtle's able to get those shots for now, eventually they are going to have to start moving out of Monte Nuevo, along with 4 or 5 other teams.
Well, we'll see where this next circle does end up moving. What I think is going to happen is Ferox are going to cop the south hard shift right now. The game's going to get much harder for them. We'll see. Divine continuing to engage with a couple of teams. This is a much better performance for Creatori, who are surviving later in the game than they have so far in any of the previous ones on Erangel. That said, it might stop fairly shortly. Levi's does catch reality. Let's see where the circle shift is going to go. If this goes hard south, it would just be another one of those days for Ferox, but they're okay for now.
I mean, for Ferox, that's fine for now, but for everyone else, it really doesn't help them. They've still got to leave Monte Nuevo, especially Golden Cat. Victim from the future have to probably fight each other. Fury actually may be able to third party unless somehow Phoenix Gaming get the angle on them as they start to push in, but I would suspect that Ferox actually just wiped them out. You can see them now trying to lay out these smokes in front of them. The game plan as we do go over to that fight, as I said, between Golden Cat and Victim. Never mind, over to Creatori and seeing whether or not this send it into the field strategy does work out for them. Nam, the shots with the SLR does land onto IQ 500. I'm not sure if that was a 500 IQ play, but maybe it was their only play for Creatori Esports. 7th place finish, as you said, definitely better than what they were placing on Erangel. Dr. Logi for Phoenix Gaming has to start to throw out their final smokes because they have only just made it into the circle. They've actually got a crate as well in the middle of that. Now over to the fight in Monte Nuevo. Tonke opens it up with a nade, Jordan. It's not going to look good, though, I think, for Victim FTF.
No, definitely not at the moment. This has actually got to be farm time for Fury. I wanted to point that out because they actually have an okay position in the circle here. Everyone else has to cross this road. And if Fury is able to just set it up a crossfire, I think it's going to be very difficult for a lot of these teams to survive. RDK Boss does a good job onto Tinoy to keep his teammate alive, getting the res there. Levi from Divine on the other side of this fence, and Tonke is going to find that out. He was certainly unawares and now has that info, but not in the way that he would have liked to have gotten it. Fury do lose Juicy in the meanwhile here, but Levi's might end up getting a 2-on-1, and he will. Maximus goes on down. Levi's will just keep himself alive for as long as possible right now.
Played that so well, did Levi's for Divine. Didn't even need the rest of his team to really help out there. Rodin gets 6 sacks. That will actually be the end of Golden Cat because of that. 5 teams remain. RDK, I think, is about to become roadkill here. He does have the smoke to buy some time. Goes to the left-hand side, knocked down onto Turtle. Will eventually translate into a kill. Takes one with him to the grave as Victim from the future are going to be sent to the past now as Phoenix Gaming are in the center of this circle. Well, phase number 8. Ferox is still in at least 2 of their players. And for Fury Australia, I believe they're down to 2. Yes, they are. But in terms of the teams inside of the top 10, they're actually the only team that remains from the original top 10. 2 kills in sight, Ronan still up. Ferox, though, with 4. Phoenix with 4, but in the middle of all of this. And Divine with 3, who have played pretty well up until this point. Any of these teams you probably think could win it, depending on how it all plays out.
I think you've got to be happy with it as Fury, even though they do only have those 2 players left alive. They're, as you say, catching up on the top 4 because they are all out. Any points that Fury is able to get from here are like gold. Of course, the same can be said for Ferox, who's all the way down the bottom. They are the ones that are probably in one of the better positions here to actually win the game. They won't have to deal too much with Divine, who are really rotating in the direction of Phoenix Gaming. The issue is going to become once Ferox has to leave their compound. Is there much cover for them on the way forward? And it doesn't really look like it, at least not safe cover. So they do need to kind of get some knocks here and then move. Or at least see some knocks from someone else. A chance here for Nikus. Doesn't manage to land those connections. So I think it's really important for Ferox here to actually find a knock or two. Otherwise they might be high and dry. Unless Divine and Phoenix end up fighting each other. Fury's stuck in the middle.
I was going to say, the knock doesn't have to actually come from Ferox, though, although Nikus does find Nam. You mentioned that, you know, Fury, Divine, Phoenix all start fighting each other. Wow, mid-air spray. Kozzy's going to be able to get Levi's. Ferox pushing up and finding the frags. This is so much better. Now they can take the position away from Divine Esports as well. Insight's actually going to try and third-party this. He might end up picking two. If he's smart, he gets Nam first. He'll probably just spray whoever he sees first. Oh, never mind, he doesn't get anyone. Hong Von Ditch from Phoenix Gaming sends them packing along with Kozzy. And that will be the end of Fury Australia in 4th place. Never mind, it was actually Kozzy who'd get that initial kill. And Hong Von Ditch now holding behind this crate. Ferox, surely they win these, Jordan. You think they do from here. Grumps is knocked, but he has been revived. 5 kills. The nade towards Hong Von Ditch. Not enough to get the elimination, but then the frag as well from Nikus. He knocks him down. Dr. Logi, 3 teams, but they're all in tatters. Unless you're a team from Australia who have got 4 still up. Nikki, Nam, don't count them out for Divine. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, they've just been wiped out! Ferox had 4, now they've got none. And Divine are going to win this in a 2v1.
Well, are they? I don't know just yet. Dr. Logi, let's not count him out. 2-on-1. It is possible. He's got some HP to his name. He's got a weapon in hand, and 2-on-1 certainly not going to be impossible for him. He also has better positioning than Divine right now. They have to push into him inevitably. So he's going to work his way around this rock. Has been flashed on out. But Nam sees spotted out early. Dr. Logi fires a few shots and gives away his position. Doesn't manage to connect anything, and that's the rough situation. Now a flash attempted here by Dr. Logi, but Nam C and Nikki in a 2-on-1 Xenox.
And they are close to each other. Quick spray transfer can be completed, but usually numbers. Oh, peaked early though. Nikki's now in a 1v1. Nam C, I don't think realized Dr. Logi was that quick, but Nikki knows he's on the other side of this rock in a 1v1. Dr. Logi, can he win this one? He does! 2v1 for Phoenix Gaming for Vietnam. Dr. Logi, I counted him out. I'll take that one back as Divine Esports throw away the 2v1 opportunity. The chicken dinner going the way of Phoenix Gaming. Before that, the implosion of Ferox when they had 4 alive, Jordan. Man, this was a game of throws.
Yeah, definitely a tough one for Ferox, getting stuck in between Phoenix and Divine. But big points on the board there for actually all of those teams. I mean, Phoenix needed points, Divine needed points, Archangel needed points. Ferox definitely needed points. And Creatori, is it Creatori that ended in 5th or Ferox or Victim? I'm a little bit confused here.
Creatori were about 7th.
Either way, they all needed points. Made in Thailand. Did end up in 6th by the looks of things, which is actually not too bad of a shout there done by Duckman, surviving for such a long time. I'm not sure what's going on here because I feel like these standings are not 100% correct, Xenox. Either way, pretty happy with the performances there toward the end of things by Phoenix and Divine. I think you got to give a shout out to Ferox as well, who certainly had a better game than what we've been seeing from them so far. So hopefully that's them back on the horse. And we are ready to go, I guess, into game number 5. And hopefully for a few of those teams that did have a better performance towards the end there, things are going to be moving back on up in the world.
So for Phoenix Gaming, Divine Esports, for Vietnam, really, as well, Jordan, they are able to sort of turn the tide a little bit here on Miramar. And not just them, but a couple of other teams, you know, you mentioned as well for Team Ferox. But another one we probably didn't touch on towards the end here, made in Thailand, more like Duckman, you know, picking up 4-5 kills it was in that game when they lost 2 players at the very beginning, for those who maybe weren't here at the very beginning. Like, it was super early on, Jordan. They lost 2 straight away. And he was able to get them to 9th place and 4 or 5 kills from there. So it's something in a game where the top 3, top 4 sort of faltered.
Yeah, definitely. You want to see more of that from some of these teams. I think it's really important, again, as well, to be seeing teams like Made in Thailand having a couple of rougher games to give the opportunity over to a few more of these teams to kind of catch on up. AAP, Archangel Predator, good stuff, or at least better stuff from them as well. Team from the Philippines, and love to see
10
that sort
kills.
of representativeness from like they're the only team coming from the Philippines. The same for that team that's from Indonesia. So you kind of putting the hopes of the nation onto one team. It's definitely a pretty high pressure situation, I would say, for those teams.
It can be a daunting task, I guess. But I mean, for them personally, you're probably looking at it more from themselves rather than thinking they have to represent their entire country. Like, this is not like a Nations Cup scenario. So I don't think they probably think too much of it like that. In saying that, for Archangel Predators, 10 kills. They didn't get any placement point. They ended up sort of falling short to mostly Duckman in the end, and obviously a bit of Ferox too in that exchange. As we'll have a look at the top kills and the top damage for so far 4 games now, Jordan, that we've been able to have seen throughout. One more game to go. Just waiting for that graphic, and there we go. Duckman has made it to the top, along with Gems, Homboya, Jalman, and Dr. Logi. And for Dr. Logi, obviously really nice performance at the very end, picking up the 1v2. But it has certainly been Made in Thailand's duo, Homboya and Duckman's, and the duo from QC, Gems and Jalman. They've been the notable names. We've been seeing a lot of those two. Those 4, really.
Yeah, definitely. Duckman's has been great, excellent, in fact, for Made in Thailand. Waikiki slowly but surely falling down the damage charts as, again, Fury, they had an okay game, but they only managed to actually pick up a couple of kills there, so they weren't actually in the engagement quite as much as they have been in some of these previous. Again, you're pretty much just going to see these charts dominated by the teams that are sitting in first and second, and incidentally right now, well, it's actually Made in Thailand and Division X, but Made in Thailand and Q Confirm have certainly been the teams that have been fighting the most. Division X have been getting a lot of their points from placements, although in the last game they did end up coming in 16th place, given that they were all driving in that one vehicle, if you remember, Xenox. So a much worse game for Division X there. But yeah, Made in Thailand, Q Confirm, definitely putting in the numbers as far as the engagements are concerned.
Yeah, that kind of kickstarted that game, didn't it? Almost that 4-man death in the vehicle for those top teams. It was all a little bit downhill from there. But, it's always good to see for the teams that were in the bottom, now not so much in the bottom potentially, to have a game go their way. We spoke about that on Miramar. So one more game to go for the night. It is going to be on Miramar once again. We'll see if those trends do continue.
No need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex. They can ride my Wonder Wheel. That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro. Yum, yum. Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster. Oh, no. Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing, you would rather go extinct than to ever leave.
Well, one more game to go here for the PCS Charity Showdown for APAC. It's going to be Miramar. We've completed 4 games. Jordan, welcome back. Welcome back to everyone watching along at home. Of course, we're at home as well. It's all a little bit different for 2020 PUBG so far, but what I will say is what's not been different. The games have been quality, a lot of fun, and a lot of the domination coming from some of these Thailand teams, Made in Thailand leading the way.
Yeah, Made in Thailand leading the way, but it's not to say that the rosters from Vietnam aren't being able to put in some good performances as well. We've got Division X Gaming still in second place, even despite the fact that they got 0 points out of Game 4. Then you obviously look at a couple more Thai teams going into 3rd and 4th place. Phoenix comes in for Vietnam as well after picking up a victory there in game number 4. They had a much better performance there. Fury still kind of plugging away, and they're kind of the hopes of Australia and New Zealand at the moment, sitting in 6th. So there is a good variety of rosters up in, I'd say, probably the top 8. In fact, even as you sort of look at Archangel Predator coming in into 8th position as well from the Philippines. So it's not just Thai domination, although they are the strongest looking region at the moment in this competition. But what I will say about some of those discussions we had surrounding Erangel and Miramar and potentially changing things up is that it certainly has, right? You saw pretty much domination from Made in Thailand, Division X, Q Confirm in Erangel, and now that we've gone on to Miramar, it's Phoenix, Fury, Divine, the ones that are putting in good performances, and of course Ferox. You got to remember they did finish in 3rd place as well, so it's certainly changed things up for them as well, as they picked up 12 points off that game, and they've gotten themselves off the bottom of the leaderboard. So definitely a much better game for a few of those teams now that we're on to Miramar, and I guess we'll find out now when we head into game number 5 whether or not that will continue into round 5 of Miramar, or whether or not we go back to Made in Thailand domination.
Well, certainly some happier faces hopefully coming into this final game for those teams that performed better in match 4, and potentially look to then replicate that performance here for the final game of the night. It is our last one for tonight. We will be back for the APAC region on Saturday. I believe, if I'm correct, tomorrow kicks off the Asian region, Korea, China, and that's going to be exciting as well. All held, of course, here in the Play Battlegrounds channel, along with Europe and North America as well later on. Made in Thailand, though, they've certainly been the starlets tonight. Homboya, Duckman have been the awesome twosome. And Kwandong from DIC Gaming. This is not the first time we've seen this, but DIC a lot more committed this time, I think, to stopping Made in Thailand here at Power Grid as we go into phase number 1.
Well, they certainly should be more aware, but then again, so should Made in Thailand, as Anquan just gets absolutely obliterated. They must have known where he was, because that was a huge pre-fire. Duckman's has been knocked. It's an interesting little engagement coming out here between DIC and Made in Thailand again, because I'm actually surprised, that DIC continued to challenge that position after being pushed off by Made in Thailand in round number 4.
Whoopsie, Daisy. Made in Thailand might not be... 7-4L1, though. Yeah, it's 12k. You don't see it too often, Jordan, but hey, sometimes it calls to be used. Minoru is going to be taken out. Made in Thailand had a similar start into the last game, of course, turned things around. But as for, I thought he was about to peak that at the right time. Made in Thailand, this could go from bad to worse, though.
Yeah, definitely. 7-4L1. He's got the backup of JJ Leo right now. And it is actually only a couple of Made in Thailand players up against 3 of DIC. Because, again, Duckman's has been knocked. He's still bleeding out. A very passive play here from DIC, as they really should be doing. Made in Thailand are the ones that are feeling a little bit awkward right now. They have the numbers disadvantage. Duckman's definitely going to be bleeding out. You can see that in a moment. So this time the engagement goes the way of DIC, at least it seems to have so far, unless these 2 remaining Made in Thailand players are going to be able to pull off a miracle.
We saw something similar in the last round, but it went the way of Made in Thailand. We saw the remaining players, I believe it was maybe 2 for DIC, that sort of just ran away from Power Grid. But then after that, Made in Thailand then lost their 2 players in a rotation exchange. But look, it looks like Esquilusia has made it past the fence line. I think Homboya may be stuck inside this building. 7-4L1 covering one of the exit. Now he runs, so now they've got confirmation in terms of at least movement. So DIC still know that they're definitely around here. They don't know Escalusia's position. Oh, never mind. Tony's just spotted his head. And so now they basically know where both of them are. Made in Thailand may very well just go out in last place here, Jordan, as Homeboy trying to fight back. Does have actually a military vest equipped, but only 19,762 remaining. Oh, he just shot his own teammate! What are you
doing, son?
What are you doing? Oh, he's so confused. I think he just headshot Escalusia.
Yeah, that was a big damaging shot as well. He's down by like 50 HP. Oh, dearie me. This is not looking good at all for Made in Thailand. Honboya.
I've never seen that at this level. That's hilarious.
18 bullets. No helmet.
He dinked him too, Jordan. He dinked him.
Yeah. His teammates probably like, why should I help you now? Surely you just got a dip.
I mean, if you dip, if you somehow, I guess, maybe kill each other, you could deny the points away from DIC. Boya, I think, is waiting to see if they make a push over to Escalusia because he's holding that fence. That's what I was thinking maybe would happen. He doesn't have a lot of ammunition. Only gets JJ Leo. Escalusia is able to get Tony. This is actually not going so well for DIC. It's a 1v1 all of a sudden. Escalusia has half health. Oh, Kar98 with the iron sights. Oh, Jordan, this is incredible.
It's a Kar98 and the auto shoddy. The S12K. He's run out of ammo in the S12K. So he can't actually finish off Honboya because all he has is this Kar98. And if he peeks it, he gets sprayed by the AK.
I thought I just saw him. He's got 5...
They can't do anything right now. I mean, can Escalusia maybe finish these remaining 2 kills off? Honboya's gone scouting? I have no idea what's going on right now. Escalusia just has to wait for them to try and res.
Go for the revive.
Yeah,
I think this is the smart play.
Well. No, he's missed the kill on the cross and...
Only 22 bullets as well. I mean, it's not a lot if you have to start spraying 2 players. They're on full health. We'll leave that for now. I'm sure as soon as we leave it, we'll probably see it in the kill feed. Oh, literally called it. Tony does get Escalusia for DIC in the end. Man, they really hemorrhaged players for that, though. They lost JJ Leo and Anquan. I believe one of them was at the start of that. But hey, in the end, Made in Thailand, our lobby leaders do go out in last place. They take at least 2 points with them to close out the day. Bury Ram United Esports do make it past Fury.
Yeah, I mean, for Made in Thailand, that's 50 points in a day, 5 games, 10 points a game on average. You're really not too disappointed with that. Obviously, they haven't had the greatest of finishes here on Miramar, but overall, their day has been good enough. We haven't really talked about the circle shift so far. We weren't able to see that because we were too engaged in that fight. But for anyone that's not watching the map stream, this has actually moved over all the way to the eastern side, about as far to the eastern side as you can really expect it to have without going too far off of land. Most of the teams have managed to get across and are into a relatively safe position for now, but we're definitely going to see a different game than what we got to see in round number 4.
Here is the replay from Tony, I believe.
No way.
Jesus, no way. Duckman literally just got sacked.
Yeah. I don't know what you can really do about that as Duckmans. You can't really blame Made in Thailand for that, to be honest, because that is just a 1 in a million kind of a shot.
I mean, that was like flick turnaround with the Winnie. And he's just bonked him. That might be one of the best shots I've actually ever seen at this level. That's up there.
Oh. Entry frag, having a bit of fun with the buggy. Yeah, definitely a good shot. I'm sure we'll be seeing that in a few more montages later on down the track. Either way, VTF are on the rotate in. DIC, even despite the fact that they were able to get that engagement victory over Made in Thailand, are still kind of stuck at the moment. But they haven't actually rotated in, and I don't know how many vehicles they've got. They might actually be in a bit of trouble here, to be honest. Either way, we'll keep an eye on how they do end up going. Phoenix Gaming, a little bit more north, just south of El Azahar, actually. Are going to have to rotate their way down south, one would imagine, based on where the circle should end up.
Surely we go to.
But we'll see where we
Double
do end up
Islands.
going. Oh man, wouldn't that be the dream once again? Back in action. In fact, Phoenix Gaming might not have to do too much rotating because that's gone quite hard to the north, which is pretty bad for a lot of teams. Day Traders are down there in Los Leones, so is AAP, Atletico Fury. Golden Cats have to rotate on up, and
Hongvo ditch into the ditch.
Old boys Creatori. Long rotate up through the road.
Well, real-time tracking played out at Hacienda. And Hongvo Ditch has got himself out of the ditch. Moving forward for Phoenix Gaming. We're very ramp. I always feel like we're always watching those guys rotate a lot, moving a lot. I'd love to see the distance for some of these teams. Some teams seemingly moving a lot more. Wow, Tonke doesn't take the shot onto Extreme. Optimistically. I think he might have landed that if he had have taken it, but elects not to give away the position, of course. Smart place. If it's going to get out of Murado, actually take a few shots over towards Nawandra and Konaxi. Oh, Gems, though, just absolutely on point. All of tonight, he lands the double headshot. Gems. For Q, confirmed 4 horsemen. Quick double tap, 1-1 pow, and he'll pick up the double kill for QC. So, didn't actually realize that my good friend Jordan May, selfish guy, dropped out of the call. Sitting there in silence by myself. Feels bad, man. He'll be back soon, though. Feels like the old days of solo casting PUBG at the very beginning. Flightico on the rotation. The minivan in play for Zoid, mate. Extreme Linksy, or could have just pushed into the blue. Not much else you really can do, I guess, here for Atletico. It's been a bit of an up and down sort of night for them. Topsy-turvy, to say the least, but it's going to be a long, long rotation over the day trade. Just inside of the zone for Matey. Hello, Jordan.
Hello, Xenox. So kind of you to
Welcome
welcome
back.
me back. Like you were missing me or something. It's alright, we're back on in. Some small minor technical errors, but that's what happens, I guess. Either way, keeping an eye on how these rotations are coming in, and Day Trade probably not where they want to be. Creatori just behind them. Who Chills has managed to get away from that one okay, and it looks like the rest of Day Traders should be fine as well. They're actually further forward. Creatori that really are not feeling too happy about this.
Okay, with a long knockdown onto Kozi. It's been quiet since the first couple of minutes. DIC, of course, had a bit of a later rotation than others. 10 seconds till phase 3, though. This is where it's probably expected to pick up a little bit quicker. And see where this circle is going to go. Who's it going to favor? Well, around Divine, Cerebus, QC. QC started the day off strong, Jordan, potentially looking to finish the day off as well in a good position.
I would say so. I'm sure there's a few teams that are looking to finish strong, and probably the teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard will be looking for that a little bit harder than the ones at the top. Either way, Made in Thailand, having 2 poor games on Miramar, has given the opportunity to everyone else to kind of catch up. QC could take over them, take first place out of day 1, which would be nice. Ferox definitely looking better here on Miramar than what they were on Erangel, as Nikus fires a few shots in the direction of Métis, trying to keep him away from that knock that they've managed to get. Definitely feels like every point right now matters for Ferox, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to finish this one off against Venotica. Yeah, he's hiding behind the car.
I'm just looking at the rankings, you can see how much more it's now closer together for a lot of these teams, except for potentially Creatory Esports, as reality is actually going to be knocked down. As I've said, that they have probably been the one real constant throughout the 5 matches in terms of just not quite having the best of days. Really hope they turn it around. 1405 still up, along with IQ 500 down in Impala. They will have to eventually push through Archangel Predator. And we've been watching Ferox doing a little work here on the northeastern side of this circle, putting in some shots towards Day Trade. Team from Thailand, another one that has been quite quiet for 5 matches so far, Jordan. Second last at the moment, but a lot of time still to be played, a lot of games still to be played. If they can win this fight against Ferox, it'll at least get them up the standings a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely need to keep themselves in the discussion, though. You know, when you say that there's a lot of time left, yes, there is, but they are currently like 49 points behind Made in Thailand, give or take. Yeah, it is 49 points behind Made in Thailand. So you think about that being pretty much the 39, I should say. My maths is.
I was about to correct you.
Always bad. Yeah, this is why you don't do it on stream. Either way, yeah, you talk about that being potentially almost a day's worth of points when you're playing 5 games a day, and you gotta kind of keep yourself within maybe 20 or 30 points going into the final day to really have much of a chance. So if we continue to see that scoreline sort of balloon out for them over, you know, on Saturday, then I think we might start talking about them like they're probably out of the competition. But for now, yeah, definitely still early days. But they do just have to be wary of keeping themselves in that discussion. 10 seconds though before we will get to see where this next circle does end up shifting, and QC right in the center of it, so they should be okay. But for teams like VTF and Atletico up the north, they would be hoping for a northern shift, and they've kind of gotten it. Well, VTF have at least. Atletico now, though, do have some interesting decisions to make. Do they gate crash the party at Junkyard, or do they rotate into Zoidmate's position? They do like those 1-3 splits, and it seems to have worked out nicely for them here. Down on the southern end of the map, you see GC trying to cross in, Fury trying to cross in, AAP as well as Creatory. So quite a few teams that are going to have to make their way in from that southern part of the map as we do jump on board with Maximus from Golden Cats.
I think Fury Australia are probably spewing with how that circle turned out for Phase 4. They were primed to be getting a decent circle. Instead, they've lost their compound completely, and they're another team that has to sort of push out into this very open territory for Phase 4 onwards. Atletico have gone for like a 2-1-1 split, by the way. You mentioned it, where if they were going to join Zoid. Well, Extreme did join up with Zoid. Those two are up. Linksy anchored behind. He's near the blue, and he's got to be careful. DIC are close to him. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the kill feed for all the wrong reasons. Does seem to have changed his course, though. There is Extreme and Zoid looking towards Cerberus.
Yeah,
so if they can find... Yeah, I was going to say, seeing if they can find a way to gatekeep them, but they, I think, probably are going to need Flood and Linksy to do that.
Well, Flood is on the northern angle. He's kind of got a bit of a flank going on. If Linksy does continue moving, as we see him just on 74L1's POV there, going over the ridge, it does seem like Linksy is going to join the rest of the boys, and Flood is there as well. So this will be a tough rotation in for Cerberus if they do end up rotating in, although it does look like they might just be okay in some of those buildings. I'm trying to get a good look at it on the map. I actually, in hindsight, don't think that they will. I think they're going to have to move here, Cerberus. So I guess the ideal world here for Cerberus is that DIC does spot Atletico and starts firing a few shots in there. And that'll be the time where Cerberus can start to move on in.
Minute and 13 seconds until phase number 5 as teams start to make their way and confirm their positions in this phase 4 circle. Magnus, nice shots onto Cubs from Archangel Predator. A lot of teams on the south side of this circle. Ferox actually quite comfortable out east. Out west, of course, Atletico and Cerberus are going to probably do battle soon. And up north, DIC pushing into Junkyard against Victim from the Future. Waika Kamuka knocked down by CJ, but it's Subang who's pushing up for Cerberus towards Atletico's position. As Extreme's going to be knocked down. Flood, that's a plant, that's not a player. Kind of sometimes see why you can get that mixed up. That's okay. Move on, see if you can click some heads instead. Linksy's under so much pressure behind that rock. Basil and Cerberus Esports are doing very well pushing onto Atletico here, Jordan. It's not looking good for the boys in green
BTF
and gold,
heard
and
this as
well, in this
well.
case, yellow.
Look at Teddy, he's coming up behind as well. This is very bad news for Atletico. They're once again now in a sandwich. Cerberus, though, they have spotted out Teddy, so maybe all's well okay for Atletico at the moment. Looks he does need to be careful of that car, and Tweed, mate, doesn't quite land the spray onto that player that was peeking him. That was Subang. Extreme goes for the repeak, and he'll fall as well. Linksy, at the very least, does manage to find himself a knock onto Bad Guy. So 1 for 1 at the moment, as far as Atletico and Cerberus are concerned on those knocks. Cerberus, though, have done a good job of at least even getting to this position, but surely they start to get third-partied by QC, and that will be the end of the day for Cerberus.
Not just from Atletico's perspective, but Vine Esports, along with DXG as well, all putting pressure onto Cerberus. I haven't quite been eliminated just yet. Still holding on is actually Subang, who was the sort of entry fragger for the team, pushing up close by to Zoidmate. So he hasn't been eliminated, and you just wondered maybe if he can find a way to pick off a member of Atletico before he eventually does get taken out. In sight in the background, just taken quite low. Now he's actually going to be knocked down by Killer. Got Meow forced out of the shack. A couple of pan-saving shots, but GC are going to be able to find their first kill of this game. There goes Zoidmate, but also, most importantly, there goes Cerberus Esports, eliminated in 15th position. A team that started the day okay, ends the day in 12th at this current point in time. Flood finds a knock on the DIC 7401, but it's stolen by Teddy. No surprise there, considering victim up in Junkyard. It was always going to be easy. And Korean 3 Esports will go out in 13th position as Conzi is eliminated by Matey. 39 alive all of a sudden in what was a pretty explosive last 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone getting shoved into a very similar position, and I think the fact that there were so many opportunities for third parties has contributed to that. Sweet soul, it's a bit of a
you got to win
messy
those.
spray, and it's going to be his undoing. NBK will shut him down as the cavalry arrives here for EXG. Ferox under the pump. There goes Grumps as well, and it's just Niku's alive. I think for day traders, it's a welcome sight, but for Ferox, definitely marks the end probably to a pretty rough day for them. Day Trade Gaming, though, will keep control of this western flank of the map, as they do know that they do need to push in the direction of DXG. So they'll end up actually rotating down to the south here, as we see Fnatica leading the charge. They want to get down below DXG and past them. That circle right at their back is going to mean they will have to push on in. Who chills? Going to get the knock on the south move, and that's a good start for Day Trade. DXG a little bit surprised by that, and they've got players out of position. They're still trying to deal with Nikus.
Nikus trying to hold on for Ferox. 50 health, Blue at his back, but he continues to push forward. Side angling towards Division X Gaming, who chills from one end, Nikus from the other end. And MBK and 19 Cent both knocked out. Now he turns his attention over to Day Trade, but he's got someone from behind him as well. Niku's 40 health, keeps just dodging, ducking, and weaving away from that blue zone. And Day Trade Gaming going to be eliminated. You said they were looking all right, Jordan, and now they're looking dead. Niku's does get MBK as well from Division X Gaming, doubling up the kills for himself and for Ferox, still alive. And if he can hold on just a little bit longer, placement points are beckoning. Only Long K that's actually close to his direction, and it's a friendly face, Jukesy, across the ravine that might be able to help out.
Keeping our eyes on Atletico, Flood and Linksy, the two alive. That grenade does just fly past Flood's head, so he'll be okay for the moment. Does give away the fact that there is an enemy team nearby, and Linksy is very well prepared for that, but Flood gets knocked on down, and Linksy somehow hasn't managed to deal with Teddy. Has to go on the aggressive here. Again, doesn't quite land that spray. Things are looking rough right now for Atletico. Surely that'll be the end of them, and it will, as Linksy gets finished off by RDK Boss, who was ready and waiting for the push. Victim VTF? FTF even? Victim FTF are having a bit of a better game here.
Nikus actually finds Long K in the end as he had to come out of the shack. I do want to confirm, by the way, a lot of people wondering if that is Linksy from Razor Edge Gaming. It is from PEL, now back in Oceania. New Zealand by nature, so he's back home technically. He was sort of on loan to the European scene. 7 teams remain though, and one of those is still Ferox. Niku's doing a decent job of staying alive for the team from Australia. Divine Esports, aid in hand for them. and just throws it willingly towards Victim from the future. This would have been a really good spot for Atletico had they
Wow.
won that fight.
That was actually not a bad grenade. It got all the way up and did, I think, 19 damage or so, which is probably more than you might have expected. I thought another one got thrown in there, and there we go. Does end up exploding. But for now, no real crazy engagements, as everyone is really just jostling for position to get into a little bit more of a safer area of this circle. QC certainly still have the pick of the bunch. They're the ones with the compound, but we'll see where this zone does end up moving. There is one little shack sitting on the road there as well, which may be of use later in the game as Victim do run into Divine, or perhaps it seems as Divine runs into Victim, as they're the ones that are on the offensive right now, heading on up that hill. Teddy laying prone, waiting for the push. Nothing coming just yet from Divine. They're being very clearing this hill off, and RDK was a bit of pressure right now, but getting helped on out by his teammates, although hasn't managed to find a knock just yet. Teddy is now confirmed. Divine, it's a 3-on-2 for them because NAMC has been knocked on down. RDK gets the knock on a Nikki. And we're into a 2-on-2 as the circle shrinks right on top of QC.
Well, QC started us off today, 13 kills. And they finish off the day with a similar performance. They got 4 alive. Golden Cat's still in the game. I mean, they started us off today with the win. Will they be able to find maybe the second win? We actually haven't had any team pick up 2 wins today. Everyone who's won has obviously only picked up the 1. It has only been 4 games, to be fair. Hongvo Ditch able to get the knockdown onto Matt from Victim from the future. Phoenix Gaming have been quiet, but they've got a really good position inside of this zone. Levi's landing a couple of shots, now gets the knockdown onto Kush. Jukesy actually ends up taking out Nikus for Team Ferox. 5 teams remain. Fury move into the top 5.
How much further can they go? Can they finally manage to find some success today? You know, they've been sitting around in the top 5 for pretty much every game today. They did have a 7th in round 3, but 4, 5, 7, and 4 have been the placements so far for Fury. Now, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to do too much more here with it just being Jukesy. But again, it just marks another solid, reasonable performance from Fury with nothing flashy happening today. They're still going to be sitting probably up in the top 5. In fact, they go over Phoenix Gaming for the moment, but not sure how much that is going to last. Fury does end up getting eliminated there by Gems, so 5th place, again, not a bad performance. But now's the chance for teams like Phoenix Gaming, and particularly for Divine, who have 4 players alive and are the lowest ranked team currently alive, to pick up some big points and catch up with some of those top 4 players. Phoenix Gaming, who was their first, Divine, they're looking solid in this fight. Man, it's another one. And
Wow.
get 2 for himself as well to finish off Phoenix Gaming. That was over in the blink of an eye.
Divine started the night off a little bit slow. 8th place finish in round 1, 10th place finish in round 2, 8th place finish in round 3. But Miramar has been their bread and butter, that's for sure, performing exceptionally well. Tino's going to be able to get the flush onto Jowman. There goes sort of the lead front man with QC, 4 Horsemen. Svit still up along with Jay as Gem knocked down. So that's actually the sort of dynamic duo. Take it out here for QC. Svit and Jay are going to have to step up here against Golden Cat, who have got this high ground advantage right now. Makes honest, they're going to be knocked down. JS comes up big, but there's the trade out from Tino. 1 for 1. Svit's the last one up for QC, 4 Horsemen. And what I believe, from what I can see, is a 1v1. Tina's going to go for the rock and go for the heal, while Svit's just going to go for the flush.
Yeah, good couple of points there for QC to confirm. Had he known how low Tino was, he might have played that differently. But now Tino going to push on up. Svit wins the aim duel, and he's going to be able to get Gems back on up here. He does have time to do that. Divine, however, are pushing, and they're ready to take this fight. They're ready to take this win. It's a 4-on-2. Unthinkable for Q confirmed to be able to win this one in a position like this.
Well, Svit just got the revive onto Gems and then immediately dies. Gems will heal. Although I think the smart option would be to try and somehow deny points if possible. It is only going to be 1. And Svit's obviously going to be confirmed by Turtle. Turtle will push up and he'll get the second one as well onto Gems. 10 kill win for Divine Esports. There is our match leaderboard for the 5th and final match of this evening's games for PCS Charity Showdown APAC. Divine, pick up the chicken dinner.
Yeah, nice for them to pick those points up as well. They've been lacking a few. But doing okay. They were 7th heading into this game. That's going to be 20 points on the board for them. Put all up towards about 41, which is actually closer to 2nd or 3rd place actually at the end of the day. So it's been a pretty crazy finish actually for Divine, given the fact that they finished off in 2nd in the last game there as well on Miramar. So big turnaround from them. And I mean, I guess you can say the same for Fury, right? Back to back in the top 5 for round 4 and 5 as well. So Miramar again treating them kindly. Big change from Ferox as well, who managed 8th this time. Much thanks to Nikus, who was able to keep himself alive later in the game. Unfortunate again for Creatori, it's just one more match where they've gotten 0 points out of it. Made in Thailand also struggling in this one, ended up in 13th place. So really giving an opportunity for a lot of these teams to catch back up to Made in Thailand, who will I think finish with 50 points at the end of today. So look, overall not a bad day from them, but certainly could have been better based on those last 2 performances on Miramar.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we kind of have gotten our answer that we asked going into matches 4 and 5, which is that these teams were going to have different performances on Miramar compared to Erangel, that's for sure. Like, at the end of the day, you have some teams like Divine Esports that finished 2nd and 1st on Miramar, but couldn't even get past 8th in terms of placements on Erangel. Whether that will continue in terms of their performance on Erangel versus Miramar over the next 2 weeks remains to be seen, Jordan. But at least for the time being, there is at least a bit of a difference here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how things are going to go when we do get into Saturday's games as well, because I think there's a few teams here that really haven't put their best foot forward today, and we probably expected to see a little bit more out of them. Similarly, also some teams that have put a better foot forward than we kind of expected as well, like Divine, you know, where have they come from sort of thing. They were a team that has in the past sort of struggled a little bit, but they're doing really, really well for themselves here in this competition. So like, I think it's been a pretty crazy day actually. I've been a little bit surprised by some of the results, which is really good heading into day 2, and obviously for the rest of the competition as well. It gives us a lot to talk about.
I definitely agree. And I think that, you know, for these teams now, at least they have a day to sort of just reset a little bit. Like a lot of competitions, usually the days are sort of back to back. Typically you would be playing, say, tomorrow, another 5 games, and then play next week. But in this case, for PCS, these APAC region teams are going to be playing again on Saturday rather than tomorrow, which is obviously Friday. So I think there's going to be some interesting differences to maybe what you would usually see because of that. More time to VOD review, go over certain strategies. And of course, on Saturday, then it's going to be 3 games of Miramar and 2 games of Erangel. We may see Made in Thailand potentially lose that top spot by the end of Saturday if Divine Esports continues this Miramar run that they're currently on at the moment. And then, you know, that's where we go from there. But I do want to just sort of bring up before we get into really sort of closing everything off that this is, of course, half for charity and half for competition. You can also contribute to the charity as well, or to PCS Charity Showdown. geekevents.asia/PCSCS donate if you want to get involved there as well. And I believe probably on Saturday, I don't know, maybe you can read out the messages and stuff. We'll have to get confirmation on that, but that'd be kind of cool to do as well.
Yeah, I think there are messages that you can leave. I don't know whether or not we should be reading some of them. Maybe there's a few rude ones. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's any kind of quality control there or not. Why don't we go ahead and bring up the top kills for today while we're having a bit of a chat about these donations, give you guys something to look at. But yeah, I'm seeing a few good ones coming through here. But either way, let's jump back into the PUBG discussion. Gems at the top. It's been a great day for Q Confirm, you know, 2/3 and a 2nd place. So they've been really, really solid. And Gems has been a big proponent of that success. Jowman, the new guy in the roster there as well, seems to have been what really sort of pushed them over the edge to become a really super solid team here, and currently doing really well for themselves.
What's interesting is Jukesy in 2nd place for damage, because we know Waikiki Mukal's not far away either, probably around the 1300 mark. That's a lot of damage for Fury, yet they're not converting them necessarily all into kills. I mean, for all I know, maybe Jukes is on 7 kills. We only see the top 5, and Nam has forced his way into that top 5 from Divine Esports off the back of these last 2 games, now tied with Jowman on 8 kills. Love to see it. Love to see sort of Divine really step into the top half of this bracket and really have convincing games towards the end of the day, even though they kind of started off a little bit slowly.
Yeah, they did start slowly, and they've kind of come from nowhere. They had an 8th, a 10th, and an 8th, and then a 2nd and a 1st. So that's definitely a good way to finish the day off. Sitting on about 43 points at the end of the day here for Divine. I'm just having a look at the standings here as Myth does end up in 1st place, Q Confirm in 2nd, Divine in 3rd, for anyone that was wondering. So those are the top 3 out of today's games, 50, 45, and 43. And then you've got a few teams that are sort of sitting between 43 and 33 points. So in reality, we have a very, very close field towards the middle parts of the standings. And here we go. You get to see them on the stream now as well. 50 for Thailand, for Made in Thailand, I should say. For Q Confirm 45, 43 for Divine, Golden Cat 42, and Division X on 40. So Division X has kind of fallen off. They were in 2nd for a long while there. And unfortunately for the Australian teams as well, I mean, Atletico definitely has fallen off, given that they started off in 5th or 6th position. Fury was, I think, around 5th and 6th as well, so they've fallen off just a little bit. But I do feel as though they've been a little bit unlucky in some of their matches, so I think we might see Fury bounce back. Haven't been overly impressed, I've got to say, though, from Atletico, and certainly not by Ferox either today, but we know that those are teams that have a very, very solid roster that can turn things around. And I think what's really good to see is the team from the Philippines, Archangel Predator, are able to sit themselves in the top 8.
No, I certainly agree with that one, especially for Archangel Predator. I mean, they've kind of just lacked placement points more than anything. The kill points sort of highlight that they belong here, and they're playing well, but just not quite surviving. In fact, they've got the 3rd worst placement point. So kind of says a lot that they're still sitting in 8th, mostly based off of their kill points, which is something that I think is obviously very crucial as a team. Whereas you look at like Phoenix Gaming, who have got 20 placement points but only 14 kill points, of course they're sitting in the top 6. So you kind of want a good healthy mix of both, like a team like Fury has 15 and 18 sitting in 7th. Sort of touching on Atletico, like you said, really just that one massively good game thanks to Extreme and the earlier efforts from the team. Outside of that, just little moments here and there. No massively placed game either, besides that Extreme game, of course. They haven't actually been placing all that well, but they're getting the kills. And look, as you said, they're a team we expect to bounce back. And what we definitely saw in the second half of tonight was the Vietnam teams bounce back. As Jordan, that top 8 was a lot of Thailand flags, and now there's only 3 Thailand flags in there.
3 Thailand, 3 Vietnamese, an Australian, and a Philippines. So it's
pretty even.
Like a fairly even representation, especially like based on how many teams came in from each region, right? You got 5 Thai teams, 3 in the top 8. You got 4 Thai teams, 5 Thai teams and 6 Vietnamese teams if we consider the special invites as well. 3 apiece in the top 8. You only have 3 teams from ANZ, so you get 1 in the top 8. You're pretty happy with that. And obviously the team from the Philippines, I think you're really, really happy to see in the top 8. For Victim FTF, the squad from Indonesia, it's been a little bit rougher for them, obviously sitting in 13th place. But we did expect that they were going to be, one of the lower teams. They have had fairly consistent sort of bottom middle of the pack kind of results recently in the Southeast Asia region. But they might actually do a little bit better tomorrow based on some of what we've seen in the past. They might deserve to sort of jump up into 10th or 11th kind of place if they're able to find some of that recent form once again. But overall, definitely a good day, and happy to see how things have panned out. Looking forward to seeing what we're going to get to see on Saturday.
Yeah, certainly agree. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be the PCS Charity Showdown for Asia, I do believe. I'm not exactly sure of the time. Don't quote me on anything there, but it should very well be on to tomorrow. But for the Asia Pacific region, we will be back, of course, on Saturday to round out week number 1. 5 games in, 15 to go. Thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. Don't forget to donate if you can. Everything's appreciative. Again, also thank you to yourself, Jordan Mays, also known as Alfish Guy. You can find him at, on Twitter, at Alfish Guy.
That's right.
That's it. Yeah, and I won't thank myself this time. We'll just go from there. See you guys on Saturday.